Good morning. Welcome to the transparency. Come on in, Karen Reed, day 12. Come on in, come on in. Again, good morning, everybody. Good morning. What is good besides Bev being late? Bev don't give a damn. Again, this is a full day. Julie Nagel on the stand. She's basically done, but what a little liar. What a little liar. Julie don't give a fuck. Julie says, hey, my last name isn't Alberts, but I wish it was. Maybe I can become an Albert. Woo, good morning. Just sitting around waiting for Bev. What is up, Critical Thinking Cap? I think my favorite part yesterday was, I think Gennady saying, "Of course." That was my favorite part. Of course. Of course. We can go check out Tom, see what they're doing outside, but are you guys Pepsi or Coke drinkers? I like Gennady calling Jennifer McCabe JJ now. What's her middle name? Where'd JJ come from? Let's see if we have more Coke people in here, more Pepsi people in here. Did you ever wake up in the morning and like, I just need to go to McDonald's and get one of their fountain Cokes? Wow, we got some Pepsis. We got Coke, neither. Jennifer Jane, get your ass down here. The Sprite is pretty crisp over there at McDonald's, isn't it? You know what? That is strange. They also called John O'Keefe JJ. Michael's like, neither, man. Give me that coffee all day. I love a crispy Sprite. I love the way that we're calling Sprite crispy. Let me get that crispy Sprite. Kids love that McDonald's Sprite. Feel like everybody in here likes that McDonald's Sprite. My question is I think they're going to go Ryan Nagel after good old Julie's done here testifying. They're going to go Ryan Nagel, Heather Maxon, and then it's going to be interesting what happens after that. What about you guys?
Thank you. Please be seated. Quarter for session.
22-117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
She's already asking for a sidebar. Jesus Christ. Oh, shit. Look at that. Look at how tight that is. Like, you're just like on top of people. Paul O'Keefe and I mean, at least Yannetti's splitting. Yannetti's protecting. Who's the new? Oh, they're rotating people. That's a new name or a new face over there. last night I was organizing all of our exhibits, put them in plastics just to make sure that when I need to find my correct exhibits, they're just right there for us. Remember, we're doing Bev on Bev bingo. It does kick off right now. We're going with a single bingo. Get your bingo cards, clear your cards, single bingo. Did Turtle Boy get kicked out before it started? Interesting. Come on, Bev, get it together. I mean, what could they possibly be talking about? We're just waiting on you, Bev. Let's go. I went out and bought some new Expo markers so I can use Hector the projector with my
bring the
new
jurors
Expos.
in?
Oh, here we
Jurors,
go.
please.
That number again that you cited, Ms. McLaughlin?
3.3.4A.
Thank you.
Ooh, Miss McLaughlin with your little hair back, half pulled back, half down. Oh wow. Yeah, you're right. Where's Karen's parents? Karen's parents, did they give up their seats? Interesting. Is Karen Reed dating anybody? Does anybody know if Karen Reed's dating anybody?
You are unmuted.
Oh, Bev.
You are muted.
Grant's there. He's got his laptop up with his little stickers.
You are unmuted.
Court, all rise for the jury.
The jury's coming in. Bev is on time as usual, 9:21. Jury's coming in. The jury gets there at 8:30 every morning.
Hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable First Justice Beverly Cannoni, now sitting in the Dedham Superior Court within Fuller County and Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth and this good court. Thank you. You may be seated. Morning.
Morning.
22-117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
All right. Good morning again, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. We appreciate you being ready and willing to go forward. We did spend a little time this morning with the lawyers moving things forward, so our time was well spent. We appreciate your patience. I have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did you also follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Everyone said no or should. All right, thank you. May we have Ms. Nagel, please?
Yeah, bring in that dumpster fire. Miss Nagel, come on down. Snaggletooth.
Make sure you watch your step.
She's getting mean mugged by Karen Reed.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now here and the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
Do we have an early bingo? There she is. Everybody's got their cross out. Look at their cross. She has
Thank
her
you.
cross.
Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor.
Here we go.
Morning, Ms. Nagel.
Good morning.
Just a few questions for you. In regard to the interview or the conversation that you had with Trooper Proctor, were there any other troopers present during the course of that conversation?
Yes.
Do you recall who that trooper was?
I can't recall his name, no.
Now, if I could turn your attention
She doesn't want to
back
say Bukaki.
January 29th in the early morning when you were leaving the house on Kerry. You indicated that you saw a dark object in an area of the front lawn, is that correct?
Yes.
You had been to the house at 34 Fairview on several different occasions prior to this date, correct?
Yes.
Ever been over in that area of that front lawn? Was that an area that was used, that you observed by the homeowners or anyone there?
Not really. No.
And what, if anything, do you recall about the lighting in that particular area of the yard?
I mean, it was dark out, but with the snow, it was kind of, you could see a little bit of a glare.
Do you recall any sort of street lights or anything like that in that area?
I can't recall, no.
Now, you see this object, which you described as approximately 5 to 6 feet long, is that right?
Yes, correct.
And
Like Lally's
in the
pee-pee.
area of the flagpole, is that correct?
Yes.
Whoops.
And at the time that you saw it, were you expecting or anticipating something over in that area of the yard?
No.
And when you were driving past it, is that the first time that you saw it?
Yes.
Now, if you had realized or had recognized that dark object 5 to 6 feet long in that area near the flagpole, had you realized that was a body, what would you have done?
I'll allow it.
I would have, called 911. If I thought it was an actual body, and told everybody else in the car as well.
And your testimony again was that you put sort of 2 and 2 together the following day, correct?
Yes.
I have nothing further on.
Okay.
So if you realized it was a body, you would have called 911, correct?
Yes.
And that's because you would have realized that was very important information, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question?
If you realized it was a body, you would have realized that was very important information, correct?
Yes.
And your testimony today is that you realized it was a body the very next day, correct?
The next day after I had a conversation, yes.
You didn't call 911 at that point, correct?
I did not know.
You called the police business line.
I did not know.
Did you speak to any police?
No.
Right. And you would agree with me, Ms. Nagel, that object became 5 to 6 feet long yesterday for the first time.
Objection.
I'm not necessarily.
Ask the question differently, Ms. Giannetti.
The first time you've mentioned to anybody that that object was 5 to 6 feet long was yesterday to this jury 2.5 years after you supposedly saw it, correct?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Okay. All right, Ms. Nagel, you are all set. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next witness, please, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Ms. Terry Kuhn to the stand.
While she's coming in,
Who?
can I see counsel just about this witness for a second, please?
Who? Terry Coon?
Mr.
What the heck? Bye, Julie. Can't even believe I gave you space on my paper this morning.
Next witness testifies. I just want to tell you that sometimes we call witnesses out of order. Sometimes witnesses have to be called in a certain time frame because of their schedules or some other instance. And the lawyers were kind enough to work this out among themselves. So we appreciate it. All right.
Jesus. What a dumpster fire this fucking trial's been.
Someone should demonstrate the court and jury in the case now.
And so we can get that link pinned.
True
If you have a bingo card, you have a bingo card. If you don't, from the past, then when we can pin that, then anybody that's new will get a chance at a new bingo card. But those of you guys that had your past bingo cards, please use those.
Whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Morning, ma'am.
Morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
It's Terry Kuhn. It's Terikun.
And Ms. Kuhn, what do you do for work?
I work for UC Davis at the Veterinary Genetics Lab in the Forensics Unit.
And what is your job title there?
My job title is Forensic Scientist, DNA Technical Lead. My UC classification is SRA-4.
And that UC classification as far as SRA-4, what does that mean?
Oh, Staff Research Associate.
And how long have you worked there?
Almost 25 years now.
And if I could, I'd like to talk a little bit about your educational background, starting with undergraduate. Where did you go and what, if any, degree did you receive?
So I went to Sacramento State, or California State University, Sacramento. I received a minor in chemistry and a biological science degree in molecular biology.
And following receiving those degrees, where did you go education?
I went to UC Davis and I received a master's science degree in forensic science DNA.
And was that prior to you joining the lab there, or what, if any, relationship to that?
I actually started my
This is our
my
first
job at the
witness.
lab after my undergraduate degree in 1999, and I started my postgraduate degree, I believe, in 2009 and finished in 2011. So I was actually already working at the lab at that time.
Ooh, here we
With
go.
regard to the forensic program at UC Davis, what, if any, role did you have in sort of the creation of that lab?
I was actually one of the people who helped establish our forensics program in our lab, and I currently help with all the training, and any future forensic scientists that we employ, I do their training as well.
Now, have you been invited to speak at any sort of conferences or things of that nature in regard to your work in forensic science?
Yes, I've spoken at the California Association of Criminalists, the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, the Northwestern Forensic Sciences, and rural livestock in the Western states.
Have you been published in this particular area?
Yes, I've published 7 times, most of them in Forensic Science International Genetics.
And when it comes to those publications, are you familiar with a process called peer review?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what that process entails and how that implicates things that are public?
So anytime we go to publish, we put out an article to whatever publication we would like to, and it goes through a peer review process, which that article is sent out to peers in our industry, and they review our work to see that it is solid. And if they approve it, then the article does get published.
Now, over the course of your years with the lab at UC Davis, how many forensic samples of DNA have you tested?
Oh, in the thousands.
Now, if you could describe to the jury the type of work that your lab performs.
So we have 2 sides of our lab. We have a service side, which provides diagnostic testing, parent verification testing, and then we have our forensic side. We do animal parent verification as well. We also do match comparison, which we compare samples to see if they're coming from the same source, and we do species identification.
Now, what kind of cases do you typically see, like in the lab?
We can do anything from homicides to helping people see if remains are their lost pet to provide closure for them.
And what are the sort of different types of agencies that you've done work for over the years of your work with the lab?
We've worked for police agencies, humane agencies, animal control agencies, and even private individuals, anybody who believes they can use our services.
And the lab that you work for at UC Davis, is that lab accredited?
Yes, it is. It's accredited. Oh, sorry.
Answer my next question. As far as the lab accreditation, can you explain to the jury sort of what that process is and what's entailed in accreditation?
So our lab is accredited by a group called ANAB, and that's the American National Standards Institute National Accreditation. They accredit labs to ensure that the policies and the procedures that we're following, they set a standard for those, and they come and check our standards. Are we meeting those standards? And it's also the same standards that most crime labs are associated with.
Now, in reference to that, labs that do DNA testing specifically and only in regard to humans, the accreditation that your lab has versus the accreditation that those types of labs have, what kind of difference is there?
There's no difference. The accreditation is the same.
Now, if you could explain to the jury, what exactly is DNA?
So DNA is the blueprint of your life. It's what makes your eye color what it is. It's makes your hair color, how tall you're going to be. And you get 1/2 of that from your mom and 1/2 from your dad.
And where is DNA found?
So DNA is found in most cells. It's in the nucleus of the cell. You get 1 copy of DNA per cell. There's also another kind of DNA called mitochondrial DNA. And in a cell, that is found in the plasma of a cell, and there'll be thousands of copies of mitochondrial.
And if you could explain sort of the difference between mitochondrial DNA versus what would you classify the other type of DNA?
So nuclear DNA is, again, that individual type of DNA. It's the DNA where we could say that that's you or that's a particular animal, and it would be a statistic of, 1 in 3,000 or 1 in 350 million type thing. Mitochondrial DNA actually runs along the maternal line. So if, you're a mom and you have a couple kids and a grandma there, they would all share the same maternal type.
And how is DNA used in forensic science?
For what we do in forensic science for animal DNA, we use it for parent verification. We use it for determining if two samples come from the same source, and we use it for species identification.
And is DNA testing just generally accepted?
Animal
in scientific
DNA. Here we
use?
go.
Yes, it is.
And can you explain for the jury sort of DNA typing, that process? How does that work? What is it sort of specifically that you do?
So the main steps are when we get a sample, we need to lyse open those cells. That DNA is in the center of the cell. Those mitochondria are there, but they're protected by a cell wall. So our first step is to lyse that cell wall and release the DNA. Once that is done, we want to see how much DNA that we have. And so we have something called qPCR, or quantitative PCR, that allows us to tell how much of that nuclear DNA is in a sample. From there, we would go to a DNA typing. As you can imagine, if you only have one copy of DNA in a cell, it would take a lot of cells to be able to visualize that DNA. So we have to go through a process of making multiple copies. We use something called pointers. It tells us what parts of the DNA that we're looking for. That can vary from species to species or from test to test of what we're trying to do. And we amplify that in a process called PCR. And that can be kind of, you could think of it like a photocopier. Every time it goes through a cycle, it makes a copy. So if we start off with one copy, we get 2. From 2, we get 4. 4, we get 8. And by the end of this cycling, we have millions of copies that actually allow us to be able to visualize that DNA. And then the last step is actually visualizing it. The DNA actually has to run through a matrix. It's kind of like a sponge with all the little holes. Small pieces of DNA go out first, and we can see those first, and the larger pieces of DNA come out last. So it's allowing us to both see the DNA, and it separates it by size.
And did you do the forensic testing with regard to samples that were submitted to your lab in this case?
Yes, I did.
And as far as those steps that you just described, are those the steps that you followed in regard to this?
Yes, they were.
And do you have sort of standard procedures for what you do in the lab?
Yes, we have standard procedures or SOPs that we follow for all of our work that we do.
And so fair to say in this case, you follow those same sort of standard procedures and protocols?
Yes, I did.
Now, what if any efforts are taken in your lab to preserve the evidence or prevent contamination?
So what we do to preserve evidence, prevent contamination, one of the things we use is a bleach product. So anytime we're using a surface, be it for sample collection, doing PCR, doing the extraction, we're wiping down everything with this bleach product, doing our work, and then wiping it down again. Samples are stored according to what we have. So dry evidence is stored in a locked cabinet. Wet evidence, such as blood, is stored in a fridge. Tissue is stored in a locked freezer. The fridge is also locked as well. So they're also kept in their original packaging, and they're sealed, and they're only unsealed and used when they're being actually manipulated for sample collection.
And what samples did you receive in this case?
In this case, we received 2 swabs.
Here we go. 2 swabs.
Dr. may I have just a moment?
Yes. Oh. You're close.
Sir, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
All right, so she had 2 samples that were given to her to use at her lab. Alan Jackson just checked the exhibits.
I'm showing you a series of 7 photographs. I just asked you to look at those.
It says 7 photographs.
Okay.
And in general terms, you recognize what's depicted in those 7 photographs?
Yes, this is the evidence that we received.
And those photographs that you would have taken as you were unpackaging the samples in this case?
Yes, and they contain a sticker on there that has our case number, the date we received it, and my initials.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes,
Commonwealth will please introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
thank you.
Okay, so we got stickers with dates. We got 2 samples. We're gonna publish this for the jury.
Thank you.
74 through 80, I think. Okay, my mic's on, so if you guys hear Bella, that's just her talking on the phone.
I said thank you.
She talks to her friends 24/7. That's all she does, walk around the phone, talks on the phone.
Now, may I return?
You know those
to the
type of
witness and
women.
with the court's permission, may I publish them to the jury?
Yes.
You know those type of women out there.
Ms. Kuhn, now placing before you, what I placed before you has not been marked as exhibit 74 to 80. With regard to the first exhibit that you have before you,
That counts.
what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as exhibit 74?
Yes, it is.
Can you describe to the jury what we're looking at in this particular photograph?
So this is the evidence that we received. The little sticker on the bottom is the one that we applied at our lab. It includes the case number, the date, and my initials. And we do this to ensure that, so that we can show that this is how the evidence arrived. It arrived in a sealed and packaged manner.
And the following exhibit number 75, that's essentially another photograph of the same packaging, is that correct?
So it's the same packaging, but it's the back of the packaging, because in this instance, that actually shows where the evidence was sealed as well, and the date as well.
And who, if anyone, or what entity did you receive this package from?
Can I look at my notes? I don't recall the exact entity.
Yes, you can.
Thank you.
It shows where the evidence was sealed as well, for the date and my initials. And we do this to ensure that, so that we can show that this. So the client in this case was the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, Adam Lilly.
And so, but as far as these samples from whom you received, was that the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
They were the people I was in contact with about sending them. We consider the client is the one who submitted the sample on our submission form.
But the person who physically sent the sample from
Ooh.
one lab to the other was the MSPCL, is that correct?
Let me look at their form here.
I want
There
that
was-
report.
Sorry, there was a form that came with it as well. Let me find it.
Lally, what a clown ass.
So yes, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Department of State Police Forensic Services Division Crime Lab was the one who submitted the samples to our lab.
And are you familiar with, or did you have any conversations with a forensic scientist at the State Police Lab in Massachusetts named Maureen Hartnett?
Yes, I did.
Is that someone that you had worked with on prior cases in the past?
Yes, I have.
Now, if I could direct your attention to the next exhibit before you, number 6.
Jeff, go ahead and email me your Cash App.
Yes.
And if you could just describe to the jury what we're looking at.
So that brown packaging you saw before, this was actually what was inside of that brown packaging.
And the next exhibit.
And this is that same item that was inside, but the back side of the packaging.
Imagine that using a ruler.
And that shows the 2 swabs that were contained inside that packaging.
This is I did. Oh shit. Yeah. What are you swabbing?
And that was the first swab that we selected for testing.
Oh my god, this is pathetic.
What's contained in those photographs is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you received and sort of how you delineated those items as far as labeling them by your case number?
Yes, it was.
And for the case number, as far as the FCD and the number, sort of how was that determined or what is that?
So FC always refers to forensic case. In this case, D is for dog because they were asking for dog DNA testing. If it was C, it would be for cattle. F would be for feline, but the FC is always the beginning part. The third letter always kind of denotes what species we're looking for.
Now, pursuant to receiving those particular items, are you also given any sort of identifier as far as from the outside lab or the external vendor, as far as what label they have for the sample or where the sample came from is from the outside lab?
We did receive a piece of paper that with the submission saying it was taken from a shirt.
And do you recall specifically what the item number was or where it was swabbed on that shirt?
No, do you remember that?
I do not know what it would be on that piece of paper, I believe.
Would that also be delineated somewhere within your report and your findings?
The case number would be in our findings.
And I'm sorry, not specifically in your findings, but within the context of your report.
Alan Jackson.
In the report, the case number that they gave us is listed in the report.
Your Honor, you have your report with you, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that the witness be allowed to refer to a report to that.
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah, this woman isn't the one at fault. Whatever you submitted to me, I tested for you. But let's hear about.
And I'm sorry, what is that?
Did you want the case number there?
The case number and the item number.
So the case number was listed as MSCLP number 22-02184, item 7-18.16.
Now, Ms. Kuhn, with reference to these samples, did the samples arrive as you expected as far as their packaging and things of that nature?
Yes, everything was arrived sealed, and as you saw, that was documented in our with our photos, and it's also documented in my notes.
Did you test all of the samples that were submitted now?
Yes, we did.
And what is it that you were asked to test?
We were asked to determine species via canine qPCR. qPCR is that quantitative PCR that tells us how much DNA is in a sample, and it is specific for canine because the next goal they asked is if we could develop a DNA profile to possibly use for a comparison with a reference sample to be submitted later. If we weren't able to see anything with canine DNA there, we were asked to do our species tests called Meat ID.
Now, first, with reference to the sort of nuclear DNA testing that you did, what were the results of that initial test?
For the canine qPCR testing, we did not see any canine DNA.
And when you say, just if you could explain to the jury or expound upon that as far as what are you looking at and what are you seeing or not seeing that leads you to that?
So the canine DNA we're looking for in that is that nuclear DNA, that DNA that's used for an individual, because the idea was if we see canine DNA in the quantitative qPCR, then we know we have canine DNA on that swab, and we can try and use that to develop the DNA profile for a later comparison.
Now, per the questions that you were asked or what you were asked to test, upon not finding any canine DNA from the PCR testing, the qPCR testing, what, if any, steps did you take now further testing?
The next test we performed was our Meat ID test. It's a general species test. It tests for 12 species altogether. They would include dog, cat, bison, cattle, horse, sheep, goat, mouse, rat, pig, and rabbit. I'm pretty sure I got them all, but I can't guarantee.
Now, And I'm sorry to jump around here a little bit, but when going back to sort of the qPCR testing, can you explain to the jury sort of what is it, what type of instruments are you using and what exactly goes into that process?
So we're taking the sample and we're using primers that concentrate, that point to a small piece of DNA for canine, and it's supposed to amplify it. And every time it's amplifying, it's actually releasing a color, fluorescent color that it's measuring. So if there's canine DNA, this fluorescent color keeps popping up, and it gives it a measurement in which it will tell us how much of the canine DNA we have. But in this case, the test did not see any fluorescence for canine DNA. So it was a negative result.
And then as far as when you say canine DNA, is that dogs specifically, or what, if anything, else would be included within canine?
In this qPCR test, other canines will work, or canids will work, like wolves, coyotes, and we are now doing some further testing on foxes, but we have not concluded those tests.
Now, as far as the meat ID test that you're talking about, that sort of second, can you explain again to the jury sort of what is involved in that? What are you doing with regard to that?
So the meat ID test actually targets the mitochondrial DNA, which makes it a little bit better. There's, like I said, there's 1,000 mitochondrial in a cell versus that one nuclear DNA. So it's a lot more there. It's also a circular piece of DNA, so it's a little bit more hardy. It sticks around. And we have regions of the mitochondria that are specific to each of those species that I listed. And if we have, let me see here. We have pointers that actually will give us 2 different peaks. If we get 2 peaks that are both for pig, we have a pig result. If we get 2 peaks for dog, we have a dog result, or the same can go for any of the species that we have. If we only get 1 peak, then we don't quantify that as being a positive result for that species.
And so you would need more than 1 peak in order to make that sort of opinion or qualification as far as species goes?
Right. We always have to have the 2 peaks for the species that we're getting results for.
And so with regard to the meat ID testing that you did with these swabs, these 2 swabs, what, if any, results did you receive, or what, if anything, did you observe upon completion of the testing?
So for both the swabs, we did see pig. And we also actually I did a little bit of a test where we only concentrated on the dog portion of the meat ID. You can think of it as when we have all 12 species there, there's a lot of competition going on. By just concentrating on the dog meat ID, it eliminates all the competition. It gives us a better chance of getting a result if there is canine DNA there. And that result was negative. So the only result we got for both those swabs was for the pig.
And so again, just to be clear, as far as the canine was concerned, there was not even 1 peak from what you...
There was absolutely no canine DNA.
Now, as far as the pig is concerned, what, if anything, could that be from?
I don't know where that could come from. That would be speculation on my part. It's a sensitive test, I can tell you. So yeah, it would depend on where that shirt had been and what the person had been doing with it.
My question, I guess, is as far as the source, could that be from beyond just an animal? Could it be from some other source, such as food or something like that?
Yes, it could be from food. We have tested the meat ID test. In fact, that's what it was developed for, was for testing food products. And so we've seen it come from cooked pork, cooked bacon, in terms of pig. I do remember those were tested specifically.
Sorry, may I have just one moment?
Sure.
So, Ms. Kuhn, just lastly, just to be crystal clear, from your testing in regards to both qPCR and the meat ID testing, there was absolutely no canine DNA that you observed on the 2 samples that were submitted to you from the State Police Lab, Massachusetts.
That's correct. We observed no canine DNA.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
All right, Mr.
This is
Jackson.
going to be an interesting cross. Hell yeah.
Good morning, Ms. Coon.
Hi.
Just to finish that thought, and to start off, there was no canine DNA detected in your testing, correct?
Correct.
So when you say there was no canine DNA, that's a little bit of an overstatement, correct?
There was no canine DNA in the swabs that we tested.
Exactly. Okay, perfect. So the Massachusetts State Police did not send you any actual items of clothing or cuttings or source material, did they?
No, they did not.
As a matter of fact, the only thing to be tested were the swabs that you received, those 2 swabs that we saw very nicely photographed.
Yes.
You'd agree that your analysis of those swabs is only as good as the starting material with which you have to work, correct?
That would be correct. I only have the swabs to test. That's the only thing I can talk about.
So the integrity of any DNA testing has to start foundationally with the proper recovery techniques for what's being tested, what goes on the swab.
Boom.
I have no idea how the agency collected the swabs.
So you're left, I guess the next question would be, you're left to assume that proper techniques were used to swab the source material.
Yes.
And for forensic scientists, that assumption may not always be valid.
Well, in cases cases can vary for us. Sometimes we get the actual source material. Sometimes we do get the swabs. It's dependent upon the agency sending it in. It depends on their policies and procedures, which I cannot dictate.
Right. So that because if the swab is not collected properly, or the source material is not swabbed properly, then you're left with sort of a garbage in, garbage out analysis, right?
But I wasn't there to see the swabs being collected, so I have no idea. I couldn't comment on that.
So that answers my next question. You were not present when the swabs were taken, correct?
No,
You couldn't oversee the collection of those swabs.
no,
You didn't take the swabs yourself,
no,
and you never did receive any of the source material from which those swabs were taken.
no, only the 2 swabs.
You do understand very clearly from your testimony and the UC Davis, University of California Davis lab, and the impressive work that y'all do, you do understand proper protocols for evidence collection, correct?
Right, when we do collection at our lab.
For one thing, you keep proper logs, correct?
Correct.
As a matter of fact, in your report, there's a log, a couple of pages of logs that literally detail down to the minute when somebody touched those swabs, correct?
Correct.
That's because it's important to maintain those types of logs to avoid contamination on the one hand, right?
I don't know if keeping the logs maintained prevents contamination.
That's a fair correction. The logs would give you an idea of who touched something when, and if there was some contamination, you might be able to work backward to figure out how that contamination occurred.
Correct.
That's why the logs are in place, correct?
It's to be able to see step by step where everything was going.
It maintains a very, very specific chain of custody.
Correct.
So everybody that touches those swabs or that item that's going into an evidence locker or coming out of an evidence locker or being tested, that's highly, highly regulated, and it's marked on a log.
It's documented in my case notes and it's documented on our internal chain of custody.
So there's literally multiple documents that that memorialize the movement of that evidence, right?
As it goes through our lab, yes.
Right. And your lab, that those criteria include the time something was touched,
Yes.
the place where it was touched,
We don't document the place.
meaning it was taken out of this particular locker and put on this,
Oh, yes.
the person that manipulated those items or that item?
Yes.
Okay. You were asked about the processes that your lab undertakes to avoid or reduce contamination.
Correct.
You were asked that by Mr. Lally on direct examination. You recall that?
Yes.
You went through what your lab and the accreditation process, the protocols that you employ to make sure that contamination is reduced hopefully to a minimum.
Yes.
But you don't know what any other lab might employ in terms of their reduction of contamination processes.
No, I don't know this.
And you specifically don't know what the Massachusetts Crime Lab did or didn't do with this subject material before you got the swabs.
Correct.
You don't know if they took any steps, as a matter of fact, to reduce contamination of the source material before the swabs were taken.
I don't know anything about how they took those swabs.
You would agree that, for instance, if the source material had been tossed on the bottom of an ambulance floor, that could encourage contamination of that source material.
Objection.
Can you answer that question?
I don't know because we haven't tested that sort of thing.
Well,
It's an interesting
Hey,
question.
Mike,
I
Mike
do
dropping it.
agree,
Is she
but
gonna give
we
you the
have
link?
not done any validation.
Oh, okay. Can
Which
you give
would
us
be
the
able
link
to
for
prove
bingo?
that sort
Can you
of
put it in
thing.
there?
well,
Can you put it in
I
there?
guess what I'm
Thank
asking
you.
is if the item is supposed to be not contaminated, right? It's supposed to be relatively pristine and it drops on the floor, that might encourage contamination of that particular item that's supposed to be left as pristine as possible, correct?
Again, I don't know the history of the item, so I couldn't speak to it.
All right, so I think you have to move along from that.
If in fact the source material was not packaged properly, could that encourage contamination?
But I didn't see how the items were packaged.
I'm not asking that, Ms. Gill. I'm asking you hypothetically, if an item, a source item that's going to be tested, is not packaged and handled properly, that could encourage contamination, correct?
I have not seen that. What I have seen when something's been packaged incorrectly is I've seen the induction of mold growth, which has prevented bacteria, which causes bacteria, which eats away at DNA. So it doesn't give me contamination, but it does mean that I don't see DNA.
There might be, if something is handled inappropriately, for instance, if something is handled sloppily before it's tested, it might reduce the validity of the ultimate test that's undertaken, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to sustain that.
Alan is just ripping this
There
to
are certain proper
shreds.
swabbing techniques involved in the preparation of a swab, correct?
Yes,
That includes wearing gloves, using clean tools, correct?
correct,
It includes proper documentation of the swabbing.
correct.
The documentation might include the location or the description of exactly where the item was swabbed, is that right?
Correct.
That would be helpful in your analysis to know exactly where something was swabbed.
No,
What about any visible markings to show where swabbing was taken? Is that normally done?
again, it varies from lab to lab what we get. I unfortunately can't dictate what every other lab does. They all have their own policies and procedures, and we work with labs across the United States and the world.
If you were swabbing something in your lab, which is an accredited lab, would you encourage marking exactly where something was swabbed so it could later be documented?
When I swab things in my lab, I actually circle on the item. There's a note with the case number, my initials, the date, and also a ruler present in the photo.
So if we have to go back in your circumstance that you just described, if we have to go back and try to replicate exactly where that swab was taken, you can do that.
Yes,
Okay. And you think that's obviously an important protocol.
that's the protocol in our lab.
So the swabs that are used are sterile swabs, obviously.
Yes,
In fact, isn't it true that crime labs discourage, for purposes of DNA swabbing, discourage the use of swabs with wooden sticks because they can encourage contamination as opposed to plastic sticks?
I have not heard that.
The swab is supposed to be moistened, right?
I do suggest that people moisten with water in order to make a better transfer.
And that needs to be distilled water, sterile water. Right?
Sterile water.
And you swab over an area of interest, and then generally you would photograph the area that's being swabbed, correct?
I do.
You would want to air dry that swab
Yes.
completely before you package it. Is that right?
When I do my collection, I don't need to air dry my swabs because their next step is actually the extraction process. So I'm not doing collection and then pausing. I'm doing collection and starting my extraction.
As a matter of fact, when you're collecting biomaterial, tissue samples, for instance, blood and other biomaterials, you would not want to package those in plastic because that would encourage some sort of mold growth.
Mold and bacteria, yes.
So it's discouraged to put any blood, for instance, in plastic containers.
Correct.
You certainly wouldn't put blood material that you're working with in non-sterile containers, would you?
Objection.
Sustained.
Would you put biological material in non-sterile containers?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
We don't have, everything that we use is sterile. All of our tubes that we would use, or once we do a collection, we put it in a tube for the extraction process. Those tubes are autoclaved and they don't have contamination. They are sterile.
You would use a solo cup.
I'm sorry, what?
Objection, Your Honor.
Solo cup.
The objection sustained.
You would maintain a strict chain of custody over that item to ensure the integrity and the admissibility of that DNA evidence?
I did, yes.
And I think we've covered this. You may have answered this already, that your personal protocol is that you actually photograph where everything is being swabbed from, correct?
Correct.
If there was DNA present on a source item, and it wasn't sampled properly or swabbed properly in the right spot, then that DNA would likely not be detected, correct?
I don't know why, I don't know the circumstances or why you would swab things, in a specific spot. I know in my lab how we do things.
What I'm asking is, if you have a source material and there's DNA over here and it's swabbed over here, you wouldn't expect this swab to detect that DNA.
That's correct.
Objection, Your Honor. Move to
I'll
strike.
let it stand. I'll let him have it.
What information were you provided about these two particular samples?
I wasn't really provided any information. I had to work with the person from the crime lab asking about what they wanted to test and try and narrow down the testing in terms of species, simply because it helps us make sure that we're directing the testing in the correct way for the answer that they're, or for the question that they're answering. So knowing the species in this case was important. It also made it so that we made sure that the testing was affordable as possible.
Understood. Would it be important for you to understand the condition of the material that was being swabbed as you engage your analysis?
I'm not,
Condition meaning, was it clean? Was it dirty? Did it have blood on it? Did it not have blood on it? Things of that nature.
no, since we don't get to choose how evidence is given to us, nice and clean with nice and clean DNA would be perfect, but that's not our perfect world we get samples from. So
Hardly ever happens, does it?
no, it hardly ever happens.
It would be important, however, to know whether or not there were obvious inhibitors on the source item when it was swabbed.
Knowing that there's dirt would be helpful, or possibly blood, because those can inhibit, but not necessarily, we don't necessarily have to know that ahead of time.
Were you told in this instance that the swabs were taken from a garment that had blood on it?
No,
Is blood an inhibitor?
it can be, yes.
Is garment dye an inhibitor?
Yes,
Were you told that there was blood on a dyed garment when you received the swabs?
no,
Boom.
Your report indicates that the swabs that you did test, these two swabs, quote, did not indicate the presence of canine nuclear DNA, but did indicate the presence of inhibitors, end quote, correct?
that was in our qPCR.
Right. You explained that, quote, this result is obtained when either, number one, the canine nuclear DNA is degraded, is that right?
Correct.
Number two, it's, quote, obscured by inhibition, end quote.
Quote.
Or number three, there is no canine nuclear DNA present, correct?
Correct.
So in your report, you indicated that there are three reasons that you list for the possibility of not finding or not detecting the canine nuclear DNA in that sample.
Correct.
Degraded.
Two of those three reasons allow for the idea that the DNA is actually present, but it's either obscured by inhibitors or it's so degraded that it can't be detected.
The nuclear DNA.
Right, but it still could exist.
It could, yes.
It's just not, you can't see it if it's obscured, and you can't see it if it's degraded.
Correct.
Explain how an inhibitor works in your testing.
Excuse me, an inhibitor just actually stops the PCR process from happening. And so therefore you would see no results.
So did you find inhibitors in this sample?
In the nuclear DNA testing, yes.
And was that the qualitative polymerase chain reaction test, qPCR test?
Yes.
And in fact, an inhibitor is pretty much any chemical that's literally going to inhibit the enzyme from helping make the copies.
Correct.
Certain dyes inhibit,
Yes.
and certainly blood inhibits.
Heme from blood, yes.
Hema.
And because of that, at least in that sample, the nuclear DNA sample, you're not saying that there was no canine DNA there. You're saying that the testing did not detect it.
In the qPCR nuclear test, correct.
Yes. Boom. We can only test what we were given, ladies and gentlemen.
And you've heard, obviously, there's a famous quote in science that the absence of evidence is not evidence of absence, right?
Correct.
Can you describe to the jurors what that phrase means?
Objection.
Sustain.
Oh, shut the fuck up, Bev.
It's just because you don't find something means it's not there.
Objection.
Sustain.
Oh, come on. Good job, Alan. Get those
You were
two
able
shots
to
in.
detect the presence of pig DNA.
Correct.
And I
Piggy.
think you said on direct examination that that could come from a number of sources, including food sources, right?
Correct.
What about
Could come
cows?
from dog treats.
Pardon me? Yes.
Could come from dog treats. Matter of fact, there are dog treats that are pig ears, literally. Right?
Objection.
Allow it.
I believe so.
Or it could be that the shirt that was the source material was contaminated, not properly preserved.
I can't say where that DNA came from.
You're not aware of any feral pig populations in Massachusetts, are you?
I'm not.
Dog saliva would obviously be a good and a rich source of DNA, correct? You agree?
It depends on the context. We have cases where, I can refer to 2 cases that we did recently where there was small bites and we were able to get nuclear DNA from those sources.
Because there's probably saliva.
Yes.
Right. So saliva contains active, living, growing cells that slough off in the salivating process, right?
Correct.
That's why oftentimes for 23andMe or other companies, they want you to swab the inside of your cheek
Right.
with DNA, right?
Yes.
So that's a relatively rich source of DNA, you would agree.
It depends on the amount of contact in the attack.
However, dog claws, the claws, would not be a good source of DNA, would they?
No.
And the reason for that is because the claws are like human fingernails, they're made of keratin.
Correct.
Keratin is dead, hardened cells, and not a good source for DNA.
Not in terms of scratching. We can do something where we pulverize them and we can get DNA from them then.
But you have to have the claw.
Generally, yes, we have to have the claw material.
I spoke over it a little bit, but I want to make sure we're clear about that. You're talking about you can possibly get DNA in a mitochondrial test if you have the claw and pulverize the claw.
Correct.
Possible to find some DNA. But in terms of touch DNA,
We don't.
difficult to find it from a claw.
I really can't speak about touch DNA because it's not something we've tested or validated in our lab.
So you didn't have any claws that you tested here.
No.
Matter of fact, you were just testing swabs from a shirt.
Correct.
Allegedly a shirt. Allegedly.
And you've already agreed that keratin is not a good DNA source because it's dead cells, not
Correct.
live cells. Would you agree that one of the reasons that it's difficult to detect canine DNA, it was difficult to detect canine DNA in this case is because it was potentially degrading, right?
Objection.
Ask the question differently.
Sure. In your report, you indicated that there were 2 obvious possibilities of not detecting the DNA. One was obscuring because of inhibitors, and one was degradation. The DNA would be too degraded.
Again, that was for the nuclear canine DNA.
Understood. So to be clear, in your conclusion, you're not testifying today that there was no dog DNA on that source shirt that was swabbed. You're saying that the 2 swabs that you got did not detect the DNA, correct?
In our meat ID test, we also have a test for an inhibitor. It's also called an IPC. It's the same initial internal positive control. And that's what did not work in the nuclear testing. It did work, and it worked very well in the test on the meat ID. So there wasn't any inhibition that we were seeing on the meat ID test.
But that's the ID test that you found.
Right, but it also was testing for dog at the same time.
But when you tested for dog for nuclear DNA, that test was either inhibited or so degraded that you couldn't tell.
For the nuclear test, yes.
Thanks. That's all I have.
Okay, Mr. Lally?
Thank you. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Lally.
On that last point, it was, when pertains to the nuclear DNA testing, was either inhibited, degraded, or it wasn't there. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as samples in your line of work, are you typically going like outside of the lab or going out to like a scene or anything like and collecting samples in that regard?
No, everything is sent to us.
Thank you.
When you're collecting from a sample, it's done in the lab setting. Is that correct?
And if we get the item, we're collecting it. But we have times in this case where the samples are sampled at the other crime lab, and then we just get those samples. So it happens both ways.
Now, if you recall, what, if any, conversation did you have with Ms. Hartnett or anybody from the Massachusetts State Lab in regard to the swabbing or the collection process?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
I gave her our basic swabbing practice. Even though they are a crime lab, I would assume that they would know what they were doing, which would be to swab with a sterile swab, using sterile water, allowing the swab to dry completely, and then packaging in paper and storing at room temperature before sending it to us.
Recross this bitch.
And when
He
you
wasn't
received
there,
in
doesn't
those,
matter.
So
You
7
didn't see
photographs
it.
before you, was the packaging that you received, was that appropriate? Was that what you expected?
Yes, it was what I expected.
And you described on direct, as far as the mitochondrial DNA testing and the meat ID as being hardier DNA, is that correct?
So yes, the mitochondrial DNA is a hardier DNA. There's a lot more of it when we're testing for nuclear DNA. Like I explained before, there's only one copy of DNA in a cell, which is for the mitochondrial in one cell. There's thousands. So you can have a lot more there. It makes for a better test, at least in terms of species. It's just a more sensitive test.
And there were no inhibitors or anything like that in the mitochondrial, the meat ID testing that you did?
No, the IPC worked very well.
Thank you. May I approach this to retrieve the
Yes. Did you have anything further, Mr.
Get her.
Jackson?
Very briefly.
Yes.
Okay.
get her. She just wasn't there.
You
You weren't.
indicated that you gave Ms. Maureen Hartnett certain protocols to follow in terms of her swabbing and recovery. Is that right?
Yes.
Are you aware that Ms. Hartnett had also failed certain of her proficiencies?
Objection, Your Honor.
Earlier?
And I am going to strike that,
Bullshit.
and the objection sustained.
Thank you.
Nothing further.
All right, you are all set. Thank you very
Are
much.
you aware that she failed
Could I see counsel just briefly?
her boards
please?
multiple times? I would have just said, but you weren't there, right? Were you on FaceTime? Were you on Zoom? You didn't watch her do this, right? You didn't, it was just great. Very good witness, says Busty D. Busty D, I'll tell you what I think is very good about the witness. She comes across as very credible with what she does. Absolutely. But she wasn't part of anything to do with the sample that was swabbed. 2 samples.
All right, Mr.
Did
Lally,
nothing to
your
do with
next
that.
witness.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor, call Mr. Ryan Nagel from the stand.
Ryan Nagel, here we go, baby. Back on track. Busty loves to troll. No, she's not trolling. I promise you, she's not trolling.
Mr. Jackson and Ms. Gianetti, you're prepared to go forward
I like
with Ms.
Busty.
Little's
Busty
absence
thinks
with
that-
Mr. Nagel?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Busty thinks that I appreciate this. It keeps us all on our toes. But she's not trolling, I promise you that. She has her opinions, and at least she states her opinions without attacking anybody. She's not trolling. She believes what she believes, and she doesn't do it in a way that's degrading. She doesn't attack people. This is how you state what you think, and I appreciate that, and that's why I like
Demonstrate the court and jury in the case now and hearing should the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Ryan Nagel. Ryan Nagel, you're way better looker than your sister.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Ryan Nagel, Nagel.
And Mr. Nagel, where do you live?
I live in Canton.
How long have you lived in Canton?
30 years.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Canton with?
I live with my girlfriend now and her son.
And prior to that, who, if anyone, did you live with?
My parents, my brother and sister.
And you have 2 siblings, a brother and a sister?
Correct.
And are you the oldest?
Yes.
And your sister's name is what?
Julie.
Now, and do you work, sir?
Yes, I do.
What do you do for?
I'm a union tin knocker, which is HVAC.
And how long have you been doing it?
About 12 years.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to January 28th into January 29th, 2020. Do you recall that?
I do.
Do you recall what days of the week they were?
I believe it was a weekend.
And at some point, do you recall going out on that evening?
Yes, I do.
And where did you go, and who, if anyone, did you go out?
I went to CF McCarthy's to begin the night with 2 of my friends, well, now my ex-girlfriend and my friend Rick, to meet up with my sister.
And so your girlfriend at the time, and what was her name?
Heather Maxon.
And your friend Ricky, what's his last name?
D'Antano.
And you and your girlfriend at the time, Miss Maxon, how long had the 2 of you been dating?
Probably about a year and a half.
And your friend Ricky, how long had the 2 of you?
Oh, probably since 6th grade, so pretty long time.
And you went to CF McCarthy's. Is that a establishment you're familiar with?
Yes, sir. It's in the center of town.
Been there plenty of times before.
Yes, sir.
And did you go just sort of the 3 of you, or did you meet someone else there?
Met my sister there.
And where within the bar did you go?
I believe at a table. To my acknowledgement, what I remember, yeah.
Do you recall sort of what side of the bar you were?
I was on I believe I was on the left side, near the bathrooms.
So if you're walking in on the left side towards the back.
Correct.
And
Get to
do you
it,
recall
Lally.
about what time it was that you got?
Jeez, I don't know, probably, I don't even really remember, 7, 8 maybe.
And do you recall how it was that you got there? Like what mode of transport did you take?
Oh, Ricky drove.
And Ricky drove his own vehicle, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
What kind of vehicle did Ricky have?
I believe it was a 2018 F-150 pickup truck.
Recall the color or anything like that?
Gray, dark gray.
And he picked you up, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
And was Miss Maxon with you when he picked you up?
Yes.
Now, as far as CF McCarthy's was concerned, you're at a bar, you were drinking, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
Recall what you were drinking?
Probably beer. It's usually what I drink.
Do you have a particular brand or anything?
Coors Light.
And as far as your girlfriend at the time, Miss Maxon, do you recall what, if anything, she was drinking?
I would probably say beer as well. I'm probably either Bud Light or Mick Ultra.
And your friend Ricky, was he drinking as well?
Yeah, he had a few.
And if you know about how long were you at CF McCarthy?
Probably a few hours, probably 2, maybe 3 hours.
Now, following that, where did you go?
From there, we went to, so a friend of mine shot me a text and we went to the Hillside, which is on the other side of town.
And you familiar with that establishment as well?
Yes, sir.
And when you say it's on the other side of town, about how long is the drive sort of between CF McCarthy's and Hillside?
Probably 10 minutes.
And when you arrive there, how many friends are we talking about that you're meeting up with?
It was just one other gentleman.
And fair to say when you get there, you have some more drinks?
Yes, sir.
Same thing?
Yep.
And if you know, in total, sort of over the course of the evening, as you're going from one place to the other, how many beers?
Oh, probably between, I don't know, 5 to 8, maybe, give or take. I'm not sure.
And is that a large amount or a normal amount? How would you?
I guess for the weekend, it'd probably be like a normal, maybe, I guess.
And you weren't driving that night?
No, sir. No, it was not.
And about how long was it that you were at the hillside?
I would say I was probably there hour-ish, give or take.
And do you know about what time you left?
Probably around midnight.
And when you left from there, where was it that you went?
I went to pick up my sister Julie because she shot me a text asking for a ride.
And so you were at the hillside when you received the text from your sister, correct?
Correct, sir.
And did she, what if anything did she indicate as far as where she was or where you were going to pick her?
She said she was at her friend Brian's house.
And is that friend Brian, is that someone that you're familiar with?
Yes, sir.
Who do you know that person?
Just my sister's best friend since they were kids.
And I'm sorry, do you know what his last name is?
Oh, Albert.
And his house, had you been there before?
I've driven by it a few times, yes.
That's somewhere you would pick your sister up from on prior?
Yes, sir.
And again, as far as when you leave from the hillside and you're going to this address, did you know what the address was, or did you have to ask your sister for it? Or
No, I already knew where the house was.
did you know specifically what the address was, or you just knew generally where?
I didn't know the address. I know the street name, but I didn't know the number.
What did you know the street name?
Fairview.
And as you're, so you exit the hillside, get in the truck, and who's in the truck at this point?
Ricky is driving. I'm in the passenger seat, and Heather is in the back seat.
And the back seat, as far as Ricky's truck is concerned, can you describe sort of what that is?
It was like a jump seat. It's a crew cab, so it's got like the suicide doors in the back.
And by suicide doors, you mean they sort of open up in like sort of a triangle? Is that?
Yes, sir.
A triangle.
Now, about how long was it after you received the text from your sister to the time that you sort of jump in the truck and start to go over there?
Probably 40 minutes or so. We kind of took our time. She said she wasn't say come now. She just said, when you get a second, you come pick me up and bring me home.
And if you know about how long a drive is it from the hillside to there?
5 minutes, 7 minutes, maybe.
And as you're driving along, as far as the address is concerned, is that something that you gave to Ricky as far as the GPS, or were you giving him sort of verbal directions?
Verbal directions.
And do you recall what you sort of said as far as where to go?
Yes, sir.
And what was that, sir?
Like the direction we went, you mean, like the
I
street?
think we can move beyond that, Mr.
What I'm trying to ask, sir, is as you're approaching Fairview, do you recall which side of Fairview or how you approached Fairview?
I was coming down Cedar Crest, so Fairview would be on my left.
And as you're coming down Cedar Crest with Fairview on your left, what, if anything else, did you observe sort of in front of the truck?
I noticed a car coming up the hill towards us.
And can you describe the other car that you saw coming up?
It was a black SUV.
And was that a black SUV that you were familiar with or anything like that?
No.
I didn't get the end of the question, please.
I'm sorry.
Sir, if you could just, and I know it's difficult, but if you could just wait till I finish the
Yep,
question.
sorry, sir.
So the stenographer. So I'm sorry. So as you were coming up, and you see this black SUV, did you recognize it as something you had seen before?
No, sir.
And when so you're approaching at the same time, is that correct?
Yeah, just about, yes.
And with regard to Fairview being on the left, what, if anything, had Ricky done with respect to the vehicle to signal the left?
He put his left blinker on.
And that other vehicle that was coming in the opposite direction, what, if anything, did you observe as far as their direction?
They had their right directional on.
And so as a result of that, what, if anything, did Ricky?
He flashed his headlights to let the person go because they were going to beat us, obviously, to the turn. So.
And when they were coming in, so they went first, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Ricky's truck then proceeds behind that black SUV onto Fairview.
Yes, sir.
And as you're coming up to the house, to Brian Albert Jr.'s house, where did that black SUV go?
Probably about kind of right in front of the house, I would say.
Came up to the same house that you were going to? Is that
Correct, sir. Yes.
And as far as the vehicles being the black SUV and Ricky's truck, are they facing in the same direction?
Yes, sir.
And which side of the truck that you're in is facing towards the house, Brian's house?
Say that again. Sorry.
So, very poorly put question. So with regard to the truck that you're in,
Yes.
is it the driver's side, the passenger side, or something else that's facing the house?
Oh, passenger side. So my side.
So your side and the passenger side facing the house.
Yes, sir.
And where did Ricky stop the truck in relation to the house?
Right in front of the driveway.
And when you stop in front of the driveway, about how far away from you is the black SUV that you saw?
Or a car length in front of me, a car length and a half in front of me.
And as you're sitting behind that, what, if anything, was in between the truck, Ricky's truck, and the black SUV in front?
There's nothing, sir.
And at any point in time that you were there in front of the house, did you observe anybody get out of that truck? I mean, get out of the SUV?
No, sir, I did not.
And when you arrived there, what, if any, communication do you have with Julie inside the house in reference to your presence?
I texted her when we were coming down Cedar Crest saying, hey, I'm almost here. You know, get ready to come out.
And about how long was it between the time that Ricky parks in front of the driveway and the time that your sister comes out?
Probably about 2 minutes.
Did you recall seeing her exit from the house?
Yes, I do.
And how did she sort of exit and how did she come up to the truck?
Like, you mean like what door or?
What door and how did she?
I would say the side door next to the garage.
And how was it that did she come across the lawn, down the driveway? How did she come up?
Guess she crossed through the lawn a little bit, but obviously walked down the driveway because we were at the end of it.
And at this time, when you're in front of the house on Fairview, what was the weather doing at that point?
It just started to snow, sir.
And as far as accumulation on the road or the grass or anything, did you see anything like that?
Very little. Wasn't too much on the ground yet.
And as far as when your sister was walking down from the house to the truck, did you see anything as far as like footprints in the snow or anything like that?
No, I was not really looking for that.
So not anything you know?
No, sir.
So she comes to the truck. How was it that you spoke to her? Did you roll down the window, open the door? How did that?
I opened the door just because I assumed she was going to jump in the back seat. And she goes, oh, would you guys like to come inside? I looked over at Ricky and he goes, maybe we should call it a night. Obviously we were out for a long time. So she goes, no, I'm gonna stay a little longer. And so she shut the door and I watched her go in the house and that was it.
And from the time that your sister came out and the time that she went back in the house, how long a period of time was it?
Maybe 30, 45 seconds tops.
A relatively short amount of time?
Yeah, it was kind of like an in and out thing.
Now, as far as the black SUV in front of you, what, if anything, did you observe about movement of that vehicle at any point?
I noticed that the brake lights, the only reason I noticed is because the brake lights were on and it moved, let's say moved up maybe another car length in front of us from where it was.
And when was that in relation to when you were parked out there waiting for Julie, talking to Julie? When did that?
Probably simultaneously when she came out the door.
So moved up a little bit further, about a car and a half?
Further away from us.
Facing the same direction?
Yes, sir.
And was that the only time that you observed the vehicle move up or did it move up?
No, that was the only time I saw it move.
And when you say the brake lights, what part of the brake lights were you looking at?
The only reason I noticed that it was the brake lights and not the regular parking lights because the third light above was on.
And so above, sort of in the center of the back of the vehicle?
Correct, sir. Yes.
Now, as far as any of the other lights or any other part of the vehicle, what, if any, damage did you observe on the vehicle at that time?
I did not observe. It was dark out.
And as far as when the vehicle moved up from one position to the next position, what, if anything, did you observe in the roadway as far as tire marks in the snow or anything like that?
Didn't really observe any other tracks in the snow besides the car in front of us.
So you did observe tire marks from the car in front of you,
Yes.
but no other tire marks that you saw.
No, sir.
And as far as around the vehicle, at any point in time, did you observe anybody exit the vehicle or be outside of the vehicle or anything?
No, sir. No, I did not.
And did you see anybody go from the vehicle to the house?
No, sir.
And did you see any footprints in the snow or anything like that around you?
No, mainly because obviously it was late at night and I wasn't really looking for any of that.
Now, as far as your sister, when she comes out to the truck outside, how would you describe, did she seem overly intoxicated to you?
Yeah, it seemed like she had a few.
Was she slurring the words or stumbling as she was walking?
No, sir.
Let me ask, from the time that you came down from Cedar Crest, is that right?
Correct, sir. Yes.
So from the time that you came down from Cedar Crest, the black SUV is in front of your vehicle sort of the entire time, correct?
From like the point I turned onto Seacrest, you mean?
Yes.
No, the only time I saw the vehicle was when we probably got up 100 feet from Fairview.
And I'm sorry, it's a poorly put question. What I'm asking is, after you turn from Cedar Crest on the Fairview, that vehicle is in front of you the entire time?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes. Yes.
And so you watch your sister Julie go back up to the house, is that correct?
Yes, sir. I did.
So to make sure she got inside okay?
Yes,
And did you observe her go inside the house?
I did. Yes.
And after she gets inside the house, what, if anything, did Ricky do with the truck?
He pulled out to go around the SUV in front of us and then to go home.
And as far as pulling out, as far as sort of the distance between the truck that you're in and the SUV that's in front of you, did Ricky put it in reverse and then have to like maneuver around, or could he just sort of pull away from the curb?
He just pulled away.
And as he's going by the dark SUV, what, if anything, did you observe with reference to that?
I observed that there was a person inside the car with the interior light on.
And that would be sort of a dome light, is that right?
Correct, sir. Yes.
Can you see where the dome light was, as far as in the left, right, or center of the vehicle?
I was in the center.
And can you describe the person that you saw? Where were they? First of all, where were they in the car?
They were in the driver's seat.
And can you describe what the person looked like?
It was a woman.
And how do you know that it was a woman?
Had long hair.
And do you know what color the hair was?
No, I didn't. I wasn't really paying attention to it. I was kind of just watching Julie go in as we were pulling away.
Your direction was to the house as you were watching Julie go in and Ricky's pulling away sort of simultaneously?
Yes, sir.
So that's why you're looking over in that area of the house?
Correct.
And the woman that you see in the driver's seat of the vehicle, could you see her lips moving as if she was talking or anything like that?
No, I didn't. Wasn't really paying attention to that.
And as far as what, if anything, did you observe her to doing, or how would she see it?
It seemed like she was looking straight ahead with her hands at 10 and 2 on the steering wheel.
Now, as far as the other, what, if anything else, did you see, or who, if anyone else, did you see within the interior of the vehicle at that time?
I only saw one person at the time. Wasn't really looking. It just happened to be like at a glance as we drove by.
And so your head's already turned in that direction, looking to see your sister get inside the house, correct?
Correct, sir. Yes.
And so as you're going by and you make these observations of this woman in the front seat of the vehicle, what, if any, movement did you do of your body or your head to look into the vehicle?
I just turned my head as we were driving by to watch Julie go in and then turn straight, look forward.
So it's not as if you were peeking forward or going back to get a better view inside the vehicle?
No, sir.
Now, during the time that you were outside of the house, did you hear any noises or see or hear anything coming from that vehicle in front of you?
No, sir, I did not.
And as far as within your own vehicle, when Julie comes out, what, if anything, did you or Ricky do with regard to sort of the radio within?
Turn the music down. We had music playing.
get music playing as you pull up, turn it down when Julie comes out to talk.
Correct, sir, yes.
And at the time that you're pulling away from the curb, had you or anybody sort of, turn the radio back up?
Not that I remember, sir, no.
Now, with reference to when Julie comes out and you open the doors so that you can talk to her, is that correct?
Yes, sir, yes.
And did you open just the front passenger door or the back door or both?
I opened my passenger door, that was it.
And you were expecting her to essentially get in at that point, is that fair?
Correct, sir, yes, I was.
Now, when you opened the door to the pickup truck, the passenger side door, what if anything happened with the dome light inside the truck?
It went on.
Now, after you go past the dark SUV, where did you go from there?
To my house, sir.
And as far as your house, who, if anyone, gets dropped off there in addition to yourself?
Just me and Heather.
And Ricky then leaves from there, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And from that road on Fairview to your house, about how long a ride is that?
5 minutes?
When you left the roadway on Fairview, the vehicle that you had seen after it initially pulls up an additional car and a half or so, when you left, was it in the same position after its movement that you observed?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would just ask to publish a couple of photos for use with this witness.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 71. I'm sorry, Your Honor. May I approach the witness? So, sir, right before you on the table, there is a laser pointer.
Okay. Thank you.
So, Mr. Nagel, up on the screen, do you recognize what is depicted in that photograph?
Yes, I do, sir.
What do you recognize it to be?
Say that again?
What do you recognize it to be?
That it's the Albert's house?
And that fair and accurate portrayal of what the house looked like at the night that you were there on the early morning of the 29th?
Looks like there was more snow than what I came to.
But more snow in this photograph than when you, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, with reference to Ricky in the truck, if you could, using that laser pointer, you see that area of the street in front of the house where Ricky parked the truck?
I do, sir. Right about there.
Okay. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next exhibit number 72. Now, the area that you were describing when you first pull up to the house and the dark SUV is in front of you, you see that area within this photograph?
Yes, I do, sir.
If you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to where this photograph is. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next photograph, next exhibit, excuse me, number 73. Again, what's up on the screen, do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do, sir.
And within this photograph, you see that sort of secondary position where the vehicle moves up and where you see it in that secondary position.
Yes.
And again, if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to where.
Look at where the fire hydrant is, and look at where the flagpole is. Okay, look at, just pay attention to
And
that.
from that side of the yard, is there any sort of landmarks or anything else that you observed sort of in the area where that vehicle pulled up to in that secondary position?
I know there's a flagpole there, and there, I believe it's an electrical box along with bushes.
And it's, the flagpole, you observe that in this picture as well.
Yes, sir.
Just briefly direct the jury's attention to that as well. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take that. If I may have this moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
No further questions for this witness. Your Honor.
Okay, cross-examination?
Your Honor.
Oh God, here we go. I know what I'd be asking. Let's do this. Cross-examination, Ryan Nagel.
Good morning, Mr. Nagel.
Good morning.
A couple of questions for you. Since January 29th, have you been contacted by anybody from either the Albert family or the McCabe family about the circumstances of January 29th, 2022?
No, I have not, sir.
Have you been contacted by any other person other than the Albert family or the McCabe family since January 29th, 2022 about your testimony or your statements?
About my statements, no, but I mean, me and Ricky are best friends, and obviously it's things that we brought up in
Fair
the
enough.
past. Yes.
I didn't mean to speak over you. So you and Ricky, and how do I pronounce his last name?
Dantano?
Dantano. You and Mr. Dantano have obviously discussed the circumstances of that night
Yes, sir.
and what happened.
Yes.
Did that change your testimony in any way?
No, sir. No, it did not.
You were interviewed by a Massachusetts state trooper on or about February 7th, 2022, correct?
Sounds about right. Yes.
Do you remember which state trooper that was?
Not off the top of my head. No.
His name Michael Proctor, sound right?
No, sir. I don't think so.
You don't believe it was Michael Proctor?
I'm not 100% sure. No, I'm not sure.
Do you remember the state trooper that did interview you had a partner named Yuri Butnik?
Yes. That sounds familiar. Yes.
During that interview, you told and I'm just going to call him the trooper, since you don't remember his name, the trooper and Yuri Butnik, that there were two other people in the car when you approached 34th Area.
Say that again.
You told those two troopers that there were two other people in the car with you, Ricky D'Antono.
Yes. Yes. In my vehicle. Yes, sir.
Okay. So they were well aware of the identity of Ricky D'Antono and Heather Maxon. D'Antono and Heather Maxon at the time.
Correct.
As early as February 7th, 2022.
Yes.
I want to talk for a second about your approach to Fairview Road. You were coming along Cedar Crest, correct?
Correct.
You would have been going west-ish. I know it's a curved road, but sort of west. If Fairview goes north and south,
Yeah. Okay. Yes.
you would have been going west and then turning south onto Fairview, correct?
Correct. Yes.
You indicated that the SUV, the dark SUV, beat your car to the intersection. Is that right?
Correct, sir.
And because the car was ahead of you, Ricky flashed his lights as a courtesy to say, you got the turn.
Correct, sir.
Because both of you were approaching the intersection, but the SUV was closer.
Correct, sir.
You pulled up to Fairview and stopped relatively close to the driveway, as you've indicated to the jury, correct?
Correct, sir.
And your car was as much as 3 car lengths behind that SUV. Do you recall that?
When we arrived,
Yes.
I would say car length and a half at the time.
Okay. Do you recall being interviewed on or about May 11th, 2023 by individuals not associated with the Commonwealth?
A gentleman came to my door, but I did not speak to him.
Would it refresh your recollection? Do you remember talking in May of 2023 with anybody about this case?
I don't know. 2023 may have been the feds.
Okay,
I'm trying to.
Just listen to my question.
No, I understand.
Were you talked to by anybody? Don't say who. Just tell me if you were talking, yes or no.
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Do you think it would refresh your recollection as to when that interview took place if you saw a report?
Yes, sure.
Okay. May I approach you?
Yes.
Boom. Okay.
There's a date right up top and then a highlighted portion at the bottom. If you wouldn't mind taking a glance at that and then look up to me when you're finished reviewing that.
Ryan had his interview with the Norfolk District Attorney's Office on February 7th,
Okay.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
2022.
Can you show Mr. Rowley what you showed the witness?
No.
Does this refresh your recollection, sir, that you indicated in that interview?
Just 2 parts. Does it refresh your recollection?
Understood. Does that refresh your recollection about what you may have said?
Yes.
So there was an interview in May of 2023,
Yes.
and you did indicate some distance that you were behind the SUV in that interview.
Yes. Well, At the beginning, it was only a car length and a half, and then probably at the end, by the time we left, it was about 3 car lengths.
Okay, fair enough. So at the end, it was as much as 20 to 50 feet ahead of you.
Give or take, yes.
Okay, so 50 feet, obviously further than the length of this courtroom.
Correct.
All right. So at a time when you were in the truck, still stationary, that SUV had pulled ahead of you at least 3 car lengths, correct?
And by the end, yes.
Okay. You've already indicated, but I want to make sure I'm clear about this. Did any car pull in between Ricky's truck and the SUV when you were sitting behind the SUV?
No, sir.
You didn't see a Jeep?
No, sir.
With a big old snowplow on the front of it?
No, sir, I did not.
That car was never between your car and the SUV, was it?
I never saw any other vehicle in between us.
All right, fair enough. When you got to the location, you indicated that you had texted your sister that you were arriving. Is that
Correct,
right?
sir, yes.
How long before she came out the door to meet you at the car?
Since I like the text, you mean?
Correct.
2 minutes, because we were coming down Cedar Crest and I texted saying we're almost there.
And then once you got on Cedar Crest, it's just a few seconds to drive up to the driveway at Fairview, correct?
Yes.
Did she text you back?
I don't remember.
You had your phone out.
Yes,
It was in, I'm guessing it was in your lap or in your hand.
I would assume yes.
Okay. So for a period of time, while you were inside the cab of the truck, as you were pulling up, you were monitoring your phone to determine whether or not she was going to text you back, step out of the house, whatever.
Yes.
Finally, your sister did come out the front door. Is that right?
Correct, sir.
And when she came out the front door, you were looking toward the right.
No, when you say front door, like there's 2 doors to the house.
That's a good point. Let's call it a front door, which is the classic front door, and then a side door.
Correct, sir, yes.
Which door did she come out?
The side door next to the garage.
Okay, so that would've
Boom.
been
She said that she went
close
out
to
the front
90
door.
degrees from where you were seated. You would have been looking to your right,
Yeah,
not
Yes.
necessarily looking straight ahead.
correct.
All right, so for that period of time, as you're looking to your right, you see her come out the side door,
Yes, sir,
and you watch her approach down the driveway.
correct.
So at this point, you don't know what's happening with the truck in front of you in those moments.
No, I wasn't really paying attention to that at the time.
You indicated that you said on direct examination that you believe that once she was out and at the truck, that she was there for 30 or 40 seconds.
Correct, sir.
Do you remember actually testifying at a previous hearing in May of 2022 that it was more than 5 minutes that she was out by the truck?
It was not 5 minutes. I'm saying the whole time that I was there, probably between 2 to 3.
Do you remember being asked how long, if you know, were you talking with Julie out in front of the house, and you indicating under oath a little over 5 minutes, I would say?
I mean, if you got it, sure.
There.
I mean,
Yes.
whatever you guys have.
If you got it, sure, let me see it.
I'm sorry.
Can you tell
Oh, yeah,
Mr.
did it
Lally what
again.
page it is or
May I
something?
have that back?
Yes, sir. Yep. Thank you.
Just take a look at that highlighted portion and look up when you're finished. May I approach?
Yes.
Mr. Nagel, does that refresh your recollection?
Seemed it, yes.
Okay. And is it, in fact, was it your testimony that back in May of 2022, much closer to the event in question, you indicated under oath that y'all were actually talking for closer to 5 minutes?
The whole thing, probably, yeah.
You indicated that you opened up the truck door, is that right?
I opened up my passenger door, correct?
So that does that, in a F-150, does that automatically open up the suicide door as well?
No, it does not. There's a handle
Okay.
on
So,
the inside of the door to open.
so it was just the passenger door that was open?
Correct, sir.
Got it. And your sister Julie would have been standing in the crook of that door, correct?
Yes,
So the door would sort of obstruct something to her right or toward the front of the truck.
correct. That would be the door.
Right.
Like if you open it,
How tall is the truck? Is it lifted?
It was, yes.
Okay. So that door is probably up above eye level.
It wasn't that high, no.
Okay. You indicated that while she was out there, you turned the music down so you could have a conversation with her.
Correct.
You talked about whether or not she wanted to come in the truck and leave, correct?
Say it again.
You talked about whether or not she wanted to get in the truck and leave.
I asked if she was coming, yes.
You also talked about whether or not you would come in the house and stay.
She asked that, yes.
Okay, so there was a conversation back and forth about either you staying at 34 Fairview or her leaving 34 Fairview and getting in the car.
Correct, sir.
There was also a conversation about whether or not you guys needed to give her a ride then, or if she could get a ride on her own after you guys left, if she wanted to stay.
Correct, sir, yes.
And part of that conversation included even talking about whether or not maybe her mom, your mom, would come get her after you guys left.
I would assume, maybe, 2 years ago.
Right, understood. But it's safe to say that there was a dialogue back and forth, during which time you're engaged with your sister to your right, she's engaged with you, looking straight ahead in the crook of the door when it's freezing cold out.
Correct.
All right. And during this time, your attention is focused on your sister, obviously.
Yes.
At some point, she did decide to stay.
Yep.
And at that point, she then left the crook of the door. You would shut the door. I'm guessing you shut the door.
Yes, sir.
And then Ricky figured out, okay, we're gonna get out of here, and she's not coming with us.
Correct.
Did y'all wait long enough to see her go inside the house?
Just gradually pulling away and watched her walk in the house.
Okay. And that answers my next question. When you pulled away, you didn't speed away, correct?
Correct, sir.
Gradually, slowly pulled away and out and around the SUV that was in front of you.
Correct, sir, yes.
So y'all made up the distance at that point, after you had this maybe 5-minute conversation with your sister. You made up the distance and got up to the SUV that was in front.
Yes.
All the taillights were intact.
To my acknowledgement, yes.
I mean, as you sit here.
I mean, may I?
Of course.
I mean, I'm not there to, look at a car and be like, oh, is there any damage on a vehicle? It's 12:30 at night. Obviously, I had a few drinks. I'm not looking for that. I just noticed that the brake lights were on. So.
Right. But the point is, as you sat there and you testified about this before, you noticed no damage on any of the taillights.
Not to my acknowledgement, no.
Okay. There's 3 taillights, one to the left, one to the right, and one center top.
Correct, sir.
And you didn't note anything out of the ordinary with regard to the rear of that truck.
No, like I said, it was dark out.
At any point, did you see that SUV in front of you drive up 50 or 60 feet, slam into reverse, and then drive backward?
No.
Okay. At any point, did you see that SUV reverse and hit a pedestrian?
Objection.
Sir.
I'll allow that. You didn't see that, right?
No.
At no point did you see a person laying on the lawn,
No, but I also wasn't looking.
but you didn't see it.
No.
And you did see the truck in front of you.
The SUV, yes.
The SUV in front of you.
Correct.
All right. You didn't see a person standing or lying on the ground anywhere around that SUV, did you?
No.
And it's not just that you didn't see that SUV hit a pedestrian. That did not happen while you were sitting there, did it?
Objection.
You can go ahead and answer that.
No, I did not.
After you drove away or drove up slowly in order to drive away, you were the passenger, or as you drove away, I should say, you were the passenger closest to the SUV as you would be passing it, correct?
Correct, sir, yes.
You looked out the right window of that F-150, correct?
Correct.
And you could actually see inside the SUV as it's sat there idling, correct?
Correct.
That's because the dome light was on. Isn't that right?
Correct, sir.
And you noticed that the dome light was on inside because you could clearly see what was happening inside the SUV at that time as you passed by.
And I wasn't directly looking inside. I was making sure my sister got in the house okay.
Right. But you did look inside that SUV.
As I passed by, yes.
And you saw one person,
That's all I saw at the time, yes.
female with long hair. Is that right?
Correct.
And you did not see anybody else inside that SUV.
No, not to my acknowledgement.
As a matter of fact, you were asked that in prior testimony, and you indicated in response to that basic question, no, she was alone, correct?
Correct, sir.
Yes.
Thank you, Honor. I have nothing further.
Okay?
Just to be clear, sir, she was alone as far as you could see, correct?
Correct, sir, yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
You are all set, Mr. Nagel. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
All right, jurors, this seems like a great time to take our morning.
Court, all right.
All right, morning break.
Your fault, please.
Morning break again. Welcome, guys. Welcome to the transparency. If you're here watching with us, do me a favor and hit the thumbs up. All you gotta do is look down at your device. You're gonna see a thumbs up or a thumbs down, and just hit one of those two. You're gonna have an opinion, and hopefully you're thumbsing it up because I have no idea why the fuck you're here. If not, I wouldn't want to watch something that I did not want to watch and wasn't enjoying. So Ryan Nagel, just getting off the stand there, he testified to a grand jury. And he first talked to the police on February 7th. A couple things. Alan comes with it. Finally, we've been saying, hey, let's hear about this Jeep. Where's this Jeep at with a big plow? Where is that Jeep? Was that right there? Did you have to come? The one thing I wish I would have, I think maybe he's going to ask Ricky, the driver, because I want to know, well, why didn't you pull into the driveway? There was a bunch of cars in the driveway. Okay, that's going to come out. I think it's going to come out with the driver because he wasn't driving. So when he pulls up, though, Alan comes with it and says, you didn't see a Jeep with a big plow on it, did you? It was in between you at any time, like pull up in between you? No. Now, there is a couple points of discrepancy here is that Julie, the sister, says when she came out of the house, number one, she came out the front door. His testimony is that no, she came out the side door and that she walked across the lawn a little bit. Julie says she walked out the front door, which is like the classic front door, and that she had to walk down the stairs. And then, Julie wanted nothing to do with the family room. I don't know if you guys could tell that yesterday. She, nope, I walked out this way, like the front door. She didn't go out that side door. So right there, he's saying that she came out the side door and walked across the lawn a little bit. And then she's saying that she came out the front door. She's saying that Colin Albert left between 11:30 and 11:45. Colin Albert was supposed to get a ride, which means that somebody was coming there to pick him up. And that she's the only one right now sticking to the fact that Colin left between 11:30 and 11:45, which would be before anybody arrived. Everybody else is testifying that they saw Colin there when they came back from Waterfall. And we know that they came back after midnight, right? The surveillance shows us that from Waterfall Bar. So Julie, like, you know what I mean? Like, God, woman can't get shit straight, right? But something that she says that's interesting to me yesterday is she says that Brian Albert and Higgins walk in together and that they were before anybody else by 5 minutes. Interesting, right? Now, going back to this testimony, she says, or yesterday's testimony, she says when she had come out that there was no SUV there anymore, that she had already seen that SUV pull up, stop, pull up, stop, pull up, and then leave. Okay. And now what I'm wondering is let's think about it. Is she thinking about another memory of people coming to the house to pick up people, such as the boyfriend that came to pick up the fourth friend? Okay, her boyfriend came to pick her up. And then so is she thinking of that? Pull up, like pull up, stop, pull up, stop. Because then when she says she comes out, there's no SUV there. And here, she didn't talk to anybody, though, for months upon months upon months, okay? She's hammered. But I want to talk about what she says that she physically saw, because she has her timing off by like an hour of everything. So to me, when she's looking through the window and what she sees, I think she's remembering that with her friends earlier. That's just my take. Now, when she comes out and says that she doesn't see anything other than just that vehicle, that doesn't make any sense, because you would at least see, where's Higgins's Jeep? You're telling me that Higgins's Jeep is parked on the other side of the house when facing it on the right, on right there. And so but that's not what anybody has testified to. They said that Higgins's Jeep with a plow was right in front of the mailbox, which is interesting because Ryan Nagel says that it wasn't there. All right. I also wanted him to ask if they were supposed to be picking up anybody besides Julie today, if it was supposed to be Sarah as well. Because why would Julie be leaving on her own and not with Sarah? So were you expecting to give Sarah a ride home? Okay. Now, we also have to ask ourselves, did Higgins really truly ever go and change out his vehicle? Remember, I said this back a couple days ago. Who the hell would drive home? You go to you're driving back from New York. You drop off your people so that they get in their cars. And then you say, hey, let's go and have a drink at Hillside. Remember, I said the number one thing is we need to know where Higgins lives. Because why would Higgins be like, I'm going to go home. Okay. I could see if you're going to go home to freshen up or something like that. But we see what Higgins is wearing. Why would you drive home to say, I'm going to take my Jeep out? Okay. Why are you switching vehicles? So I want to know where Higgins lives in terms of how close he is to everything. Now, going back to this testimony, it's 10 minutes from Hillside to the house. And he says that his sister texted him that she wanted a ride, right? And guess who wanted those text messages? None other than Jen McCabe, one of the text messages. When he was just asked on the stand, well, did you write her back? Did you, when you said that you were here, rather, did she text you? Because everybody does this. If I'm about to be at someone's house, I say, hey, I'm almost there, come out or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So when that happened, then AJ just says, hey, well, did she text you back to say, okay, I'm walking out. He says he started the night off at McCarthy's, then went to Hillside, and his timing is off with a couple different things, I personally believe, because he went out around 7 or 8. What time did he get to Hillside? And he's saying all of a sudden he gets all the way to midnight, and he's like, then my sister texted me, and we went and picked her up. Higgins lives on the Cape where he destroyed his phone. He sleeps at station. Interesting if that's true. Obvious. Well. Hold on one second. I want to get into this whole thing about, and I think it's just going to come from the driver. That's who I would ask the question to, which is why didn't you pull into the driveway to pick somebody up? And to hear that it was full, that would just be the icing on the cake. Also, why aren't we asking questions like, do you know who Caitlin Albert is? Do you know what kind of vehicle she drives? Did you see her vehicle there? Do you know any of these people? How many vehicles? I would be going, I'm sorry, but I'd be asking that. Lana, there's a bingo. Okay, send me the number. Sorry. I didn't see that till right now. I think the jury's so confused, but let's talk about the DNA. I got it. I don't know if any of you guys got it, but it was very simple. They received 2 swabs. Yes, packaged up. Okay, great. It's the date, the time. Okay, perfect. But that woman was not present when that DNA, or I'm sorry, when those swabs took place. That woman doesn't know what was swabbed. Okay. And I just think that I could send you anything. I could say that I swabbed whatever. Unless I'm recording what I'm doing. Like, here, let's set up a camcorder. Let's do this, blah, blah, blah. Did you guys know that one of the times that they were supposed to be doing, I don't know if it was this testing or another, with maybe it was the hairs. Do you know that the lab wanted something like, I want to say $26,000 to be present, somebody from the defense team to be present while one of the labs was conducting work? 26 grand, not 2,600, $26,000. Is it 21? I thought it was 26. I swear I thought I saw 26. 21, 26. Fuck it. Let's just even say it's 20 grand. You want to charge me $20,000 to bring one of my defense counsel, okay? Or even if it was like the whole team that could go, 20 grand to do what? We just want somebody there to make sure that, like, we're documenting what's going on, because you guys don't do a damn thing when it comes to documenting. So 20 grand. Now, I want you guys, I was waiting for the bomb to show you. Okay, ready? Which I don't know why this didn't come up yet. In Ryan Nagel's interview on February 7th. Okay, ready? February 7th. I'm going to highlight something for you. Ryan refused the invite. Okay, so Ryan went on to say that their F-150 remained in front of the home for a period of time that was no longer than 5 minutes. Okay, at which time his sister Julie came out of the home and asked if the 3 of them would like to come inside. Ryan refused the invite, and Julie stated that she wanted to stay a while longer and would most likely spend the night at 34 Fairview. Spend the night. Think about this. Think about this. It dawned on me last night. Ready? I'm friends with Jane. Jane's my best friend. I'm there because it's Jane's birthday. I'm hanging out with Jane. I hang out with Jane at her house all the time, right? I'm planning on spending the night at Jane's house because we're going to celebrate the birthday. We're going to be drinking, and I'm planning on spending the night. I pack a bag. If you're going to spend the night, do you pack a bag? Do you pack a bag? I've never stayed somewhere and just showed up. Woohoo! Here I am. I'd pack a bag. Okay, so I'm planning on spending the night. Why wouldn't I continue to keep my plan? Is like when the whole conversation is that, oh yeah, Jen McCabe said, oh, I'll give you a ride home. I'll give you a ride home. Well, I don't need a ride home because I was planning on staying here. Where were you gonna sleep? Had you slept over before? So where's that line of questioning to say this? There's obviously plenty of rooms, there's plenty of bedrooms, but when I went back and saw that, I said, you know what? I just wish that Yannetti would have hit home on this. Okay, because if there is no, why are you calling your brother to give you a ride home? You had your parents drop you off. Okay, you had your parents drop you off, you and Sarah, because we're going to be hanging out over there. We're going to spend the night. I don't know if we're going to go, maybe we'll go to a couple of the bars or whatever, but I'm going to be, we're going to be with the family. Right. And then at 12:15, 12:30, or even then 1:45. Okay, I think I'm just not going to, when I'm there to be with my friend Brian Jr. Hey, I'm just going to go get a ride. I'm just going to get a ride home now. Like, from somebody that you had no idea that was even going to be coming there. Like, why did it change that you weren't going to spend the night? Why? How? Or was it this? Was she truly planning on spending the night like she told her brother? Okay. And that they came over there to bring something because they came from the bars. And they were there. Hey, yeah, I can get something off my brother or his brother's friend or whatever. And were they more or less made to leave? Like, hey guys, I'll give you guys a ride home. My brother and sister, they don't want anyone to spend the night tonight. So, sorry, but I'll give you guys a ride home. Was it like that? Was it like that? That, hey, these people were planning on spending the night here. You got to get them out of here. You got to get these people out of here. You got to get these people out of here. Because let's be honest, I'm not going to bring in all these people in on my cover-up crime. Okay? I'm not going to bring all these people in on my cover-up crime. But what I'm going to do, think about this. If you're like, holy shit, this fucking went down in the basement, right? Those people are so just drunk, like doing God knows what. They're not even paying attention to what truly happened, which is, people went down in the basement, people were out in the back, people are just all over. But hey, we need to get these people out of here because we need to clean this up. We need to figure something out, but we need to get these people out of here. So then Jen would be like, okay, I'll tell them that I'll give them a ride. Okay. Like, Jen, you need to get them the fuck out of here. You guys are going to need to give them a ride home. Because if I was planning on spending the night and I told my brother that, and my brother says it to the cops February 7th, okay, then, and my brother's saying, well, when I refused to stay, Julie said that she wanted to stay a little while longer and would most likely spend the night. So how does it go from, she'll like that right there? I think that's the part that homie's lying about, but whatever. But you want to get these people that we're going to be spending the night out of there for numerous reasons. And so then Jen McCabe got them out of there. Because why didn't they just have those people continue to stay there? And then in the morning, you have what? When the cops are there's all these people are there. And everybody's like, we never saw these people. Like, who are, like, oh my God, what's like, well, no, because then you guys couldn't get your story straight. We got to interview all these people. These people can't spend the night. Get them the hell out of here. Because so then when you go back to logic, it's like, no, I was planning on spending the night with my best friend, Brian Albert Jr., and therefore I would sleep, you know, like I've just never had an aunt or an uncle of when I was at my friend's house hanging out with them, and then they're the ones that are giving me a ride home. Just at 1:45 in the morning. Like, no, I would rather stay, like, especially if I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to do that. So it would have to come across as, well, Nicole and Brian, they want everybody to head on out. They don't want really people to sleep over. So, you know, I'll give you guys a ride home. Okay. Boom. But I can't imagine that I'm planning on spending the night somewhere and I don't pack a bag. I just can't imagine that. Wild. Anyways, because once Jennifer McCabe would have heard, like, oh, you know, I'll just spend the night here. Why would Jennifer McCabe be like, no, it's fine. I'll just give you a ride home. I'll just give you a ride home. If you just told me that you're spending the night to be with Brian Albert Jr., who, like, Jennifer McCabe just got their waltzes in. You know, I get that you babysat her pet or whatever, but like, she's that's something's off with that. So, unless she wanted the D, what? I think that these people aren't wanting the D's. I think they may play for the same team, but regardless. So going back to the car situation, Higgins's car, not noted by Nagel, and the next person that the Commonwealth is going to be calling is either Richie or Heather Maxon, who was the girlfriend of Nagel at the time, or then he has to start making a decision if he's going to be calling. Is he going to start going into the McCabes, the Colin Albert, Kerry Roberts? Like, where is he kind of going to be going with this? So it's going to be very interesting. Are we going to hear from Brian Higgins? Are we going to hear from, is he going to, okay, here we'll do Heather Maxon right now. She was in the vehicle. Are we going to do Richie? I was told that Richie's going to be testifying differently, and that there's been talks that Richie went to the feds. Don't know if that's true, but I can't imagine that, you know, why Lally needs to call him, but maybe it'll look bad if you don't. I don't know. I thought it was great there at the end when Alan Jackson said, you reversed, or you didn't see anybody reverse, slam on the brakes, pull up, you know, hit a man. You didn't see any of this, right? So what you're doing is you're eliminating the time that this could have happened. You're creating this elimination. And I think it makes sense if for what Ryan Nagel just testified to, that he only saw with the dome light on, and the dome light comes on if you open up your door or you press one of the buttons, right? And so that she was in the vehicle, whoever this may be, by themselves. Yeah, I thought he got a little long-winded with the DNA, though. I love the bacon treats with the dog. I think it blows up their story with that it couldn't be. It depends on what you tested, and
the samples. Like we saw what they did with the solo cups. That's enough. Like I would not think that they did anything right. Okay, that's the message to state police. The solo cups. Boom. You know, when Ryan was asked about the snow, I should take this back. Trooper Proctor asked Ryan if at any point he had heard screams, yelling, or any noises coming from the black SUV while he was on Fairview, to which he said no. Ryan added that as Richie pulled away from 34 Fairview, their F-150 drove past the black SUV, at which time Ryan... Oh, that scared me. Court's back in session. Hold on. Ooh.
Thank you. Please be seated. Court back in session.
All right, your next witness, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth called Ms. Heather Maxon to the stand.
Okay.
Just watch a step forward. Remain standing and face the front. Raise your hand. Do you solemnly swear the evidence given to the jury in the case now in the hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. All right, whenever you're ready,
sir.
Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Heather Maxon, Maxon.
And where do you live now?
Plainville,
And how long have you lived there?
my whole life.
Do you work, ma'am?
I do.
What do you do for work?
I'm a nanny,
And how long have you been doing that?
about 4 years.
Ma'am, if I could direct your attention to January 28th into January 29th of 2022. Do you recall those dates?
I do.
And do you recall what days of the week?
The weekend, Saturday, Friday, Saturday.
And as far as the evening of the 28th, what, if any, plans or where were you on that evening?
I was with my boyfriend at the time, Ryan, and we were out in Canton at local bars.
And your boyfriend, Ryan, his last name is Nagel?
Correct.
And did he live in Canton at the time?
Yes.
And do you recall about what time it was that you left to go out to a bar that night?
I don't remember. No, sometime in the afternoon.
And who, if anyone, did you go with in addition to yourself and Mr. Nagel?
Our other friend, Ricky
So what's Ricky's last name?
Dantano,
And how do you know Ricky Dantano?
through Ryan.
He's friends with your boyfriend at the time, right?
Yeah, yes, correct.
And at that time, sort of end of January 2022, how long had you and Ryan been dating?
I'd say about a year.
And did you know at that time sort of his parents, his siblings, things like that?
I did, yes.
And how many siblings is Ryan?
2,
Brother and a sister?
correct.
And what's the sister's name?
Julie,
Is she older or younger than Ryan?
younger.
Now, at some point you said in the afternoon or so, you go out to somewhere in Canton, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall where is it that you went?
We were at C.F. McCarthy's.
And how did you get to, well, prior to going to C.F. McCarthy's, where were you?
At Ryan's in Canton.
And do you recall how you got from Ryan's house to C.F. McCarthy's?
I don't remember, no.
What I'm asking is, do you recall, did you drive, did Ryan drive, and how did you?
To C.F. McCarthy's? I drove.
And do you recall, if you drove, do you recall where you parked?
I don't.
C.F. McCarthy's, is that somewhere that you had been to before?
Yes.
And do you recall, generally speaking, when you came into C.F. McCarthy's, where it was that the three of you went?
Can you rephrase the question?
Where within the establishment, do you recall, were you seated at the bar, at a table? Or-
The bar.
And if you know about how long a period of time were you at CF McCarthy's?
I don't recall.
And was it just sort of the three of you that were there?
Yes,
And fair to say you went out to a bar and you were drinking?
correct.
And do you recall what you were drinking?
I don't remember. It was probably a beer of some sort.
And same for Ryan and same for Ricky. Do you recall what they were drinking?
I don't recall now.
Typically, would they be drinking beer?
Yeah, I'd say so. Yes.
So at some point, did you leave CF McCarthy's?
Yes.
And do you recall where you went following CF McCarthy's?
Hillside Pub?
And is that in Canton as well?
Yes.
And is that somewhere that you had been to before as well?
Yes.
And do you recall how you got from CF McCarthy's to the Hillside?
Ricky drove us.
And drove you in what?
His truck.
And do you recall what kind of truck or how big the truck was or color or anything like that?
I don't recall. No. Ford, I believe.
And so Ricky's driving. Where is it that you and Ryan are within sort of the cab area of the truck?
Ryan was sitting in the passenger seat and I was in the back seat.
In the back seat that you were seated in, can you describe that as far as what kind of back seat did the back of Ricky's truck have?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Let me ask it a little bit better. The back of Ricky's truck where you were seated, is that sort of one long seat or is it cabin chairs or?
One long seat.
Now, you get to the Hillside, you know about what time it was that you arrived at the Hillside.
I don't remember.
And had, obviously the Hillside as a bar as well, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you have more drinks there?
Probably, yeah.
And at any point in time during the course of, do you recall about how long it was that you were at the Hillside?
I don't recall. No.
Do you recall about what time it was that you left?
Late.
And during the course of the time that you were at either CF McCarthy's or the Hillside, as far as, was anybody from your group, as far as yourself, Ryan or Ricky, overly intoxicated in any way that you observed?
No.
When you went to the Hillside, was it just the three of you again, or did you meet, or who, if anyone else, did you speak to or meet up with?
We met up with friends, yes.
And so a group of friends?
A group, yeah.
And do you know approximately how many people were in the group?
Maybe two.
So a couple other people. And,
correct.
And when you left from the Hillside, where did you go?
We went to pick Julie up from her friend's house.
And the friend's house that you were going to, is that someone that you knew?
No.
And is that a house that you had ever been to?
No.
And as far as sort of take Ricky's truck again?
Correct.
And as far as the seating arrangements that you described earlier from CF McCarthy's to the Hillside, what, if any, difference was there between Hillside and the friend's house?
There was no difference. We were sitting in the same seats.
And do you recall or do you know where now, sort of, that you've gone to the location, do you know where that friend's house was?
Can you rephrase? I'm sorry.
Following, leaving the Hillside, going to the friend's house, you've never been there before, correct?
Correct.
And having now gone to the friend's house to pick up Julie, do you know where that friend's house is?
To this day?
Yes.
No.
Was it still within the town of Canton?
Yes.
You recall anything about the route that you took from the Hillside to Julie's friend's house?
No. All I know is that we were taking a left onto the street of the house, where the house is located.
So as you're approaching the street where the house is located, Ricky's taking the left onto the street?
Correct.
And what, if anything, do you recall about that time period when Ricky's taking the left onto the street?
Could you rephrase the question?
Ricky's pulling up to the street.
Correct.
Is there a blinker or a directional that he uses prior to pulling onto the street?
I don't recall.
And you're making a left-hand turn, is that correct?
Correct.
And as Ricky is making a left-hand turn, what, if any, other vehicles do you observe in the area at that time?
There was another vehicle in front of us on the same road coming from the opposite direction.
And can you describe that vehicle in any way as far as size, shape, color, or anything?
Not the color, but it was definitely an SUV.
And as far as prior to either vehicle turning onto the road where his friend lived, what, if anything, did Ricky do with regard to the lights?
I'm sorry, I can hear you.
As you're pulling onto the street and the other cars coming the opposite direction, what, if anything, did Ricky do with regard to the lights on the truck that you were in?
The lights on the truck we were in?
Yes.
Well, we let the other car that was coming from the opposite direction, we let them take a right onto the street first. We yielded to them.
And yielded to them as, what, if anything, did Ricky do to signal to that other driver that they could go ahead?
No one would fucking know this if you were hanging out
He
that
could
night.
have flashed his lights or put his blinker on. I don't recall.
This is in
Is from this other vehicle, as far as the interior of the vehicle, as you're yielding to this vehicle taking a right, what, if any, observations did you make of people inside that other vehicle?
I've noticed a male and a female in the car.
Ooh!
And where within the vehicle was the male and female that you observed situated or seated in the car?
The female was driving and the male was in the passenger seat.
And then beyond them being a male or female, what, if any, other sort of observations did you make of what they look like or anything like that?
No, I didn't make any other observations.
Let me ask you this way. Were they African-American, Caucasian?
Caucasian.
Younger?
Yeah, Caucasian.
So Caucasian female,
Correct.
Caucasian male.
Correct.
And as far as age or anything like that, could you tell anything in regard to that?
Not really, no.
And as far as your sort of differentiation between male versus female, what, if anything, did you observe about them that made you sort of characterize them that way?
Characterize them as a male and a female?
Yes.
Long hair and short hair.
So that vehicle pulls onto the street that you're going onto in front of you, correct?
Correct.
And Ricky then proceeds to make the left-hand turn?
Correct.
Now, as Ricky is driving down the streets to wherever this friend's house is, where does that SUV that you observed making the turn, where does that go?
It was parked on the street outside a house.
And so as far as from the time that you're, go back.
Thank you.
Thank you both. So with regard to from the time that Ricky yields to that car coming in the opposite direction and the time that you pull up to the house, was that SUV in front of Ricky's truck for the entire time?
Yes.
And where did that vehicle go with relation to the house that you eventually stopped at?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Did the SUV that was in front of you go to the same house?
Yes.
And when you get to the house, where was it that Ricky parked the truck in relation to the house?
Right outside the house, probably a little past the mailbox, past the driveway.
a little past
And
the mailbox.
When you make that turn from whatever street that is onto the street where the friend's house is, about how long down the street did you go before Ricky pulled over in the area of that mailbox?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
And when Ricky comes to a stop in the area of that mailbox, or can you describe the distance sort of between where you are in Ricky's truck and where the vehicle is in front?
We were parked right behind it, just a couple feet, maybe.
And during the time that you were outside of that friend's house, did that car stay still or move or something?
It just stayed still.
So your memory is that the vehicle was essentially in the same place in front of you the entire time that you were there?
Correct.
And from that sort of vantage point from behind the vehicle, did you observe any sort of damage or anything to the rear of the vehicle as it was in front of you?
I did not.
And at any point in time, did you see anybody exit from that vehicle at any point?
No.
Did you see anybody exit from that vehicle and go toward the house?
No.
Now, as far as when you were pulling up to the house, what was the weather like at that point, if you recall?
It was snowing out.
And what, if anything, do you recall as far as sort of accumulation of that snow at that time?
It was a light snow, but it was sticking to the ground. It started to stick.
And as far as when you're pulling up behind that vehicle, as far as behind that vehicle, did you observe any sort of marks in the snow from that vehicle?
No.
So no tire tracks or anything that you saw?
Well, tire tracks on the road, obviously, but other than that, no.
So tire tracks on the road in behind that vehicle, coming up to the point where it was parked?
Correct.
And around that vehicle, did you observe, you never observed anybody exit the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
You also didn't observe any sort of footprints or anything like that in the snow around them?
Correct.
Now, following the time that you pull up in that area of the mailbox in front of the house, who, if anyone, came out of the house?
Julie did.
And where did she come when she came out of the house?
She walked right over to Ricky's truck.
And when she comes over to Ricky's truck, who, if anyone, did she speak with in the truck?
She was speaking to all three of us.
And at some point, did she get in the truck and did she go home with you or no?
No.
Where did she go after she left?
Back inside the house.
Did you see her sort of physically go back inside the house?
I did.
Is that something that your boyfriend at the time, Ryan, sort of specifically waited for her to get back in the house?
Possibly. I'm not sure.
Now, as far as, if you recall, when Julie came down to the truck and when Julie went back to the house, did she leave footprints in the snow or anything that you could see at that time?
I couldn't see, but I assume.
Nothing specifically that you saw?
Nothing specific, no.
Now, that time period that Julie was at the side of Ricky's truck talking to all three of you inside, about how long a period of time?
Not long. I'd say 3, maybe 5 minutes.
And in general terms, what was the discussion about?
Just chit chat. She invited us inside the home. And I had told her that I did not want to go inside. I was tired and it was late. Just wanted to get back home. So she was like, okay, went back in and we left.
And when you left, was that vehicle that was parked in front of you, was that in the same position as you initially described when you left?
Yes.
And do you recall, as far as Ricky pulling away from the curb or pulling away from the house to go home, did he have to sort of back out to get around it or no?
I don't recall.
And when you left, was that vehicle basically, as you're pulling away, that vehicle's in the same position, correct?
Correct.
Now, that vehicle that was parked in front of you, was it running or could you tell?
I could tell that it was running, yes. The lights were on.
And which lights were on?
The, headlights, taillights, the inside car lights were also on.
Now, as far as you're pulling away from that house and heading off to home, which way were you facing as you came away from the house?
Could you rephrase?
Let me ask a different question. So when you pull up alongside of the house, which side of Ricky's truck is facing closer to the house? Is it the driver's side, the passenger side, or something?
The passenger side.
And so as the vehicle is pulling away, you're pulling away in the same direction?
Correct.
The passenger side, is still facing the house as you're pulling away?
Yes.
And you were looking let me ask you this, as far as when Julie left the truck and went back in the house, was she fully inside the house at the time that the truck was pulling away?
Yes.
And so when the truck is pulling away, where are you facing and sort of what
What the fuck, dude? Come on. This is repetitive.
I was looking out the passenger side window, so facing the house.
And as you go past the SUV, what, if anything, did you observe within the SUV?
I observed the female in the driver's seat.
And appear to be the same female that you observed as you were turning onto the road of Julie's friend's house?
Correct.
And what, if anything, did you observe the female in the, where was she in the vehicle?
The driver's side.
So still in the driver's seat as you had observed earlier?
Correct.
And what, if anything else, could you see as far as the driver, as far as what was she doing or anything like that?
I didn't observe anything else. She was just sitting there.
And as far as you were passing, what, if anything, did you note as far as the sort of interior lighting within the vehicle?
Yes, the interior lighting was on. So that's why I had noticed as we were pulling away the female in the driver's seat.
As far as the male passenger that you saw as you were pulling onto the street, could you see him at that point?
I did not see any other person, just the female in the driver's seat.
And as you were passing by the vehicle, did you adjust yourself? I mean, how intently were you looking inside the vehicle?
Not very intently, just kind of as
Are
we
you
were
kidding
passing
me?
by.
You didn't sort of change your positioning to see better within the vehicle? You didn't lean forward, lean back, or anything like that?
No.
This is unbelievable. Okay, no more further questions. Thank you.
And after you left that house, where did you go from there?
Back to Ryan's.
So you left your car at McCarthy's?
Is that where you spent the night?
Correct.
If I may have a moment, John.
Okay.
Did Richie spend the night too? Do you guys have a menage a trois? Okay, back to Ryan's. Her car was left at McCarthy's.
Do you know about what time it was that you got home?
I don't recall.
And by home, I mean back to Ryan's.
Back to Ryan's. No, I don't remember.
Okay, honey. You don't know dick about dick.
Just one moment, John.
Okay. I don't think I have any more questions for this amazing witness here.
Thank you, ma'am. I have no further questions for this witness, John.
Yeah.
There you are.
Yes,
Thank you.
Alan, come on.
Hello, Ms. Maxon.
Hello.
The first time you were ever interviewed about this case by law enforcement was September 1st, 2023. Is that right?
Correct.
So you were not interviewed at or around February 7th when Ryan was?
No.
February 7th, 2022.
Right.
All right.
No.
So it was a full 19 months after the events in question that you were first contacted by law enforcement,
Correct.
and you gave your statement for the first time at that time.
Correct.
The truck that you were in, I can't remember, did you say the name of the truck? Was it a Ford F-150?
Correct.
Okay. That was turning left onto Fairview from Cedar Crest. You recall that?
Correct. Yes.
Do you know the names of the streets, or are you just?
I don't know the names of the streets. No. Yeah, I'm not familiar with the town of Canton.
So okay, that was my next question. If I showed you a map, for instance, that wouldn't really do any good because you don't know the street names.
Yeah, no.
Fair enough. Ricky was driving, Ryan was in the front passenger seat, and you were in the super cab portion of the truck, correct?
Correct.
So you would have been situated directly behind Ryan,
I was in the middle.
in the middle seat.
Correct. So I was in between Ryan and Ricky.
Understood. Did you indicate that at some point you could see pretty clearly into the SUV as it turned, as y'all yielded way and it turned, it would be its right in front of you?
Correct.
And you could clearly see inside the passenger compartment, there was a female driving, is that right?
Correct.
And there was a male sitting next to her.
Yes.
You indicated that by the time you guys negotiated your turn, sped up, made the turn, headed up Fairview, that SUV had already come to a stop.
Correct.
All right. And how far behind that SUV would you estimate Ricky pulled the truck in terms of car lengths? 1 car length, 2 car lengths, right on the bumper?
Yeah, less than 1 car length.
Okay,
I would say a couple feet.
Couple feet, meaning 2 or 3 feet.
Yes.
So that's your recollection as you sit here.
Correct.
Did you notice anything wrong with the back of the SUV?
I did not.
Okay. You saw brake lights on?
Yeah.
How many brake lights? Left and right?
Correct. Yep.
Was there one in the top center?
I don't recall.
Okay. You certainly did not see a full-sized Jeep Wrangler outfitted with a snowplow between the SUV and Ricky's truck.
I did not.
Sounds like a ridiculous question. You didn't see any other cars. There were no other cars between the two.
Correct.
Is it fair to say that when you pulled up behind the SUV, other than noting that it was there, your attention was not necessarily focused on that SUV?
Correct.
There's nothing extraordinary or out of the ordinary about that car.
Correct.
You were there to pick up somebody, correct?
Yes. Yep.
Or at least potentially.
Right.
So I'm guessing your focus would probably be to the right where the front doors were of that house.
Sure.
And you knew that Ryan had been communicating with his sister, and so you were sort of expectant in terms of watching Julie Nagel possibly come out of the house.
Correct.
So during those moments, you weren't necessarily paying attention to what was happening directly in front of you outside.
Right.
You indicated that you believe that the chit chat that happened with Julie Nagel up at the truck was about 5 minutes.
Give or take.
Okay. At that point, was one of the doors opened?
I don't believe so. I think we rolled our windows down
Okay. Did
to
you
communicate.
also- I'm so sorry.
We rolled our windows down to communicate with Julie.
Okay, so you don't recall one of the doors being opened and Julie standing in the crook of the door having this conversation with Ryan?
I don't recall.
Okay. Is that possible?
Sure, possible.
Okay. Your memory is not necessarily focused on that,
Right.
but you do know that there was a communication.
Yes, for sure.
They were talking about whether or not you wanted to go inside the house.
All three of us.
Okay, you, Ricky, and Ryan,
And yes,
and y'all were talking about whether or not Julie was going to come with y'all. Is that right?
correct.
And there was even a discussion about whether or not Julie's mom might pick her up.
I don't recall.
Okay. So the specifics of the conversation you don't necessarily recall, but you do know that y'all talked about 5 minutes.
Give or take, yes.
Okay. During the course of that 5-minute conversation, where was your focus?
On Julie.
Okay. Ultimately, the three of you did pull away from the driveway area where you were parked.
Could you rephrase?
Sure.
This is great.
Ultimately, y'all did move, the truck did move past the house and move past the SUV.
Once we left, yes.
As you drove by the SUV, you noticed that the dome light was on.
Could you explain the dome, what that
Dome light,
means?
the interior light,
Yes,
dome.
yes,
Yeah. So you could see it lit up the interior of the car.
correct.
It was a late model SUV, probably a pretty bright light you could see inside the car.
I could,
You clearly could see, well, you could see a female.
correct.
By the way, do you recognize the person to my left?
I do, but only because of,
That was a terrible question. Of course you did. Do you recognize her from that night? Is she the person that was in the driver's seat, or do you know?
I don't know,
But the person you did see was a Caucasian female with long hair.
correct.
As you drove by, the interior light was on well enough that you could see her, but you could see the female clearly.
Correct,
And you could also see that there was no male in the truck as well, correct?
I don't know. The other male that I saw in the SUV before they pulled on to Fairview,
Correct.
he could have been in when it was parked, but the only person I saw as we were pulling away was the female driver.
So when you pulled away, you looked to your right at your passenger window.
Mhm.
correct?
Correct,
The interior dome light was on.
yes,
And you've testified to this before, correct?
correct,
You've been asked these questions in another proceeding, correct?
correct.
And you testified the only person you saw in the interior of that car at that time when y'all pulled away was the female.
Okay,
Is that right?
sure, if I remember correctly.
Okay, that's all I have.
Still LA?
So, Ms. Maxon, during the time that you were asked about not sort of focusing on the SUV in front of you, fair to say that you would have seen a 6-foot man walking away from that car going towards the house?
Correct,
Okay. You were in a vantage point where you would have seen that had that occurred, correct?
correct.
And you didn't see that?
I did not.
Okay. Nothing further on.
All right, so you are all set, Ms. Maxon.
Okay, thank you.
Your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth to call Ricky D'Antonio.
Oh, here it goes. I want to know what he's going to say. Here we go.
He's bound to mess it up.
My thought on that is the window was rolled down. The guy says the door was open. You know what I mean? Like, you're not paying attention if somebody walked in that house. You don't even know if the door was open or if the windows were rolled down. But the big part is that there was
Raise your hand. Do you solemnly swear the evidence given before the jury in the case now and hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Excuse me. Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Richard D'Antano, D''A, N-T-U-O-N-O,
And Mr. D'Antano, where do you live?
in Canton.
Oh my
And,
God.
how long have you lived here?
Oh, here we go.
My whole life, 30 years.
And do you work, sir?
I do.
What do you do for work?
I do flooring.
How long have you been doing that?
I'd say 2 years.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to the evening of January 28th into the early morning of January 29th, 2022. Do you recall those days?
Yeah.
And do you recall what days of the week those were?
The weekend?
And do you recall whether or not you worked that day?
I don't.
And at some point in time on that day, did you go out for the evening, leave your house and go somewhere?
Yes.
And did you drive from your house to wherever you went?
Yes.
And, what kind of car do you have at that time?
A pickup truck.
And specifically, what kind of pickup truck?
Ford F-150.
And what color was that?
Dark gray.
And the interior of your pickup truck, as far as front seat, back seat, can you describe for the jury what that looked like?
There's 2 front seats and a bench seat in the back. It has the suicide doors.
And when you left your house in your F-150, where did you initially go?
I went to a place in Canton called C.F. McCarthy's.
And did you pick up anyone on the way there?
I did not. I met people there.
And C.F. McCarthy's, that's a place that you've been to before, is that correct?
Correct.
Familiar with it on that night?
Yeah.
Where did you park your truck in relation to C.F. McCarthy's?
I wouldn't know that for sure.
Is there a Walgreens lot somewhere around there?
Yeah, right across the street. Normally where we would.
So normally when you went there, that's sort of where you would have parked in relation to the bar.
Usually, yeah.
So C.F. McCarthy's is located on Washington Street, is that right?
Yes.
Sort of in the downtown section?
Yep.
And when you say where we would have parked, so who, if anyone, were you meeting at C.F. McCarthy's on that?
I was meeting Ryan and Heather.
And just to be clear, you're talking about Ryan Nagel and Heather Maxon?
Correct.
How did you know Ryan Nagel?
I grew up with Ryan, so I've known him for a long time.
How would you sort of describe who your relationship?
Best friends.
And Heather Maxon, how did you know her?
Through Ryan, they were dating.
And do you know about how long they had been dating coming into sort of that time frame of that evening?
I don't, not an exact time.
And so you come into C.F. McCarthy's, and do you recall sort of where within the establishment you went?
Probably sat at the bar, I would assume.
And when you went there that evening, do you recall, did you meet anybody else there, or was it just you, Mr. Nagel, and Ms. Maxon?
I can really only recall us 3. I mean, there might have been people there, but we didn't meet up with them. They might have just been there already.
So no one specifically you had plans to meet with while you were there or anything like that?
No,
Know about what time it was that you got to C.F. McCarthy's?
not a definite time, but maybe mid-afternoon.
What?
And as far as you went out to a bar, do you recall sort of what either you, Ryan, or
Mid-afternoon?
Ms. Maxon had to drink that evening?
Usually just a few beers is all we would drink. Nothing else but that.
And did you have any drinks that evening?
I had a few, yep.
And what was it typically that you drank?
Wait,
A beer.
they got there mid-afternoon?
Kind of beer?
I would assume Bud Lights, I guess.
Now, do you know about how long it was that you were at C.F. McCarthy's?
Not an exact time again, but a couple hours.
And after that couple hours or so, where did you go?
We went to another place in Canton called Hillside.
And just to be clear, when you say we, you mean yourself, Mr. Nagel, and Ms. Maxon?
Yeah, I drove us 3.
So you drove all 3 of you in your F-150 pickup.
Yes.
And about how long a ride is that from C.F. McCarthy's to the Hillside?
I'd say 10.
And just to be clear, 10 minutes, is that right?
Yeah, 10 minutes. Yes.
Is that also within Canton too?
Yep.
Is that somewhere that you had been before, somewhere that you were familiar with?
Yeah.
And similar to CF McCarthy's, when you arrived there, as far as was there anybody else that you were meeting there, or why did you go to the Hillside?
We met up with our one friend, John.
So adding sort of just another person to the group and going to a different location, is that correct?
Yeah.
Now, as far as over the course of the evening, either at CF McCarthy's or the Hillside, as far as yourself, Mr. Nagel and Ms. Maxon, what, if any, observations did you make as far as level of intoxication? Was anybody overly intoxicated?
What is going on?
No.
And if you know, about how long a time period were you at the Hillside?
I would say a few hours again.
Anything either from CF McCarthy's or the Hillside from that evening that sort of jumps out at you in any particular way?
No.
So relatively regular sort of weekend night out with you and your friends?
Correct.
When you left the Hillside, do you know about what time that was?
Again, not a definite time. Maybe around midnight.
And when you left the Hillside, where was it that you were going?
To pick up Ryan's sister, Julie.
And if you know, how did that sort of come about as far as when did you become aware that that was a destination that you would be going?
I would say towards the end of the night, I was told that we would be giving her a ride on our way home.
And so you leave the Hillside, you get into the pickup, is that right?
Yep.
And Mr. Nagel and Ms. Maxon are with you?
Correct.
And where were they seated within the pickup when you arrived?
Ryan was in my passenger seat and Heather was in the back.
And do you recall sort of how she was positioned in the back as far as on the passenger side, the middle, or the driver's side?
Not specifically. I vaguely remember her maybe laying down.
And when you're going from the Hillside to pick up Julie Nagel, you knew Julie Nagel at the time, is that right?
Correct.
Did you know the location where you were going to pick her up?
Not the exact location, but the area.
And by area, sort of what was described to you as where to drive?
I believe towards the Kennedy School.
And the Kennedy School is at an elementary school?
Yeah.
You're familiar with that as growing up in the town of Canton?
Yep.
And so if you could describe to the jury sort of the route that you would have taken going from the Hillside to the Kennedy School or in that general area?
Yeah, I would have taken 138, which is, I believe, Turnpike Street, a right onto Washington Street, and then a right onto Dedham Street, and then a left onto Cedar Crest, and I believe a left onto Fairview.
And those last couple of turns that you took as far as the left, was that something that you knew ahead of time, or was someone within the truck directing you how to go?
I knew up until Cedar Crest.
And then who was directing you from there?
I believe Ryan would be.
Now, when you arrive at taking that turn from Cedar Crest onto Fairview, what, if any, other vehicles did you observe in the area at that time?
While driving?
Yes, while driving as you were about to make the turn.
No vehicles that I could recall.
After making that turn onto Fairview, what, if any, vehicles did you observe at that time?
There was a vehicle parked in front of me, in front of the house.
Yes!
Now,
yes!
As far as making that turn, you were using your directional as you're driving along, taking lefts and rights?
I would assume so, yeah.
And do you assume that you turned on your left directional before pulling from Cedar Crest onto Fairview?
Yeah.
And when you, as far as the house that you were going to, when you make that turn from Cedar Crest onto Fairview, how far into the street was the house that you were going?
Like 20 seconds, maybe, I don't.
What I'm asking is basically, was it the first house as you come in, or did you drive the whole street in order to get to the house? How close to the Cedar Crest was the house?
I think it's a couple houses on the right.
So there's a couple houses on the right-hand side?
Yeah.
Okay. So the right-hand side, from your perspective, would be passenger side or the driver's side, or what?
The passenger side.
And when you get in the area of the house, you park at some point?
Yes,
And where was it in relation to the house that you parked the truck?
right in front of the driveway.
Now, you mentioned that there was another vehicle that was parked in front of the house as well, is that correct?
Correct.
Where was that vehicle in relation to where you parked?
I would say maybe 10, 20 yards in front of me.
And so from the 10, 20 yards or so in front of you, you could observe that vehicle?
I could.
And from your vantage point where you were seated in your truck behind the vehicle, what, if any, damage or anything did you observe to the vehicle at that time?
None.
And as far as you could tell, was the vehicle running or off or something?
I believe running.
And what about your observations of the vehicle leads you to believe that it was running?
There were either tail lights or brake lights. I'm not sure which ones.
So I'm sorry, if you could just repeat that.
It was either tail lights or brake lights.
This
but
is this is
I'm not
amazing.
sure which ones they were.
This is so
And that
amazing.
was on the back of the vehicle, is that right?
Correct.
And how many sort of brake lights did you observe on the vehicle?
I would assume 2.
The left and right, did you observe anything sort of in the middle of the vehicle? No. And during the time that you were behind this vehicle, at any point in time, did you observe anybody get out of it?
I did not.
And from where you were situated behind the vehicle at this initial sort of point when you pull up about 20 or so yards behind it, could you see any lights on inside of the vehicle?
I could not.
Now, when you arrive at the house and park sort of in the area of the driveway, at some point does Ryan reach out to his sister Julie?
I believe so.
And at some point does Julie come out of the house?
Yes.
And if you know about how long a period of time we're talking about from the time that you pull up and park and the time that Julie comes out of the house?
Very quickly.
And when she comes out of the house, where is it that she comes to?
To my passenger window.
Now, as far as at this time that you had left the hillside and you're driving over to your friend's sister's friend's house, what do you recall about sort of the weather and what was it doing at that point?
I believe it just started to snow.
And as far as the snow was concerned, what, if any, observations did you make as far as accumulation was concerned?
I believe it was starting to stick.
Now, as far as that vehicle that was in front of you, what, if anything, did you observe within the snow on the street that was starting to stick in behind that vehicle?
I didn't observe it.
Did you see any tire marks or anything like that leading up to the back of the vehicle?
Not that I can remember.
Now, when Julie came out of the house, she walked on foot from the house to the truck, correct?
Correct.
And as far as from her path, either to the truck or back from the truck to the house, did you observe any sort of footprints or anything like that she left in the snow while she was walking?
No.
Now, when she comes to the truck, did you recall how it was? Obviously, there's some conversation, correct?
Correct.
And prior to her coming up to the truck, was there music on, radio on, anything like that?
Maybe while driving there, but I don't believe while we talked.
So that would have been something somebody would have turned down in order to have a conversation with Julie when she comes up to the truck.
Correct.
And when she comes up to the side of the truck, do you remember how it was that you conversed, or anyone in the vehicle conversed with her? Was it through the door, through a window?
Through the open passenger window.
Recall whether or not the passenger side door of the truck was opened at any time by Ryan or anybody else?
Nope.
You don't recall, or it wasn't?
I don't believe it was.
Now, in your truck, when you open the passenger side door, what, if anything, occurs with regard to the lighting within inside the truck?
I believe the interior light would pop on.
And where would that interior light be within relation to sort of the interior? Is that in driver's side, passenger side, center, or something?
I think center roof.
Now, the conversation with Julie about how long did that take place, or how long did that go on?
I would say maybe 2 minutes.
And if you recall, just in general terms, what was sort of the discussion about?
that she no longer was going to take the ride and asked if we wanted to come in.
And did yourself or anybody else from your group express any interest in going in this house?
No.
And as far as you were aware, were there other arrangements that Ms. Nagel, Julie had made for getting home that night?
I wasn't aware of her arrangement of getting home, no.
So she leaves and she goes back to the house, is that right?
Correct.
When, in relation to when you left, had she already gone back inside the house? Did you see her go in the house?
I did not watch her go back inside.
And when you are leaving from this house on Fairview, again, your passenger side is what's most directly facing the house, is that right?
Correct.
The vehicle that was in front of you, that's facing in the same direction, is that correct?
Correct.
So the passenger side of that vehicle would also be facing towards the house, correct?
Correct.
And when you pulled away from the curb, do you recall whether or not you had to sort of back up in order to pull around it or not?
I did not have to back up.
Now, while you were, so you just sort of pull away from the curb, is that correct?
Correct.
So when you're behind this vehicle, did the vehicle stay sort of stagnant in the same place, or did it move, or what, if anything, did you observe as far as that vehicle in front?
It might be guessing at the time, but I would believe it stayed where it was.
So do you recall anything, so you don't recall anything specific about that vehicle moving?
I do not.
And as far as the vehicle itself, did you observe anything about sort of the occupants of the vehicle or anything like that?
I did not.
Now, as you're pulling away from the vehicle, where was your attention sort of focused as you were pulling away?
I believe my side view mirror and then on the road.
You're looking in your side view mirror to see if there's any other vehicles coming up on your left, correct?
Correct.
And then you're looking at through the windshield because you're driving a car, correct?
Correct.
And at any point in time that you were outside of that residence, at any point, did you observe anybody get up out of that vehicle or exit that vehicle or go toward the house from that vehicle or come from the house toward that vehicle?
I don't believe so.
Just one moment, John.
Okay.
Actually, before, let me just ask you a couple questions. John, with the court's permission, if I could publish just a couple of photographs for this witness.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 71. Now, sir, I'm going to ask you a couple questions about the photograph that's up on the screen, but first, what I want to draw your attention to is on the desk in front of you is a laser pointer. Right, yes. If you just press that button and point it in a direction, it'll shine.
Okay.
So with respect to the photograph, exhibit 71 that's up on the screen, do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
34 Fairview.
Is that the house of Julie's friend that she went to potentially go pick her up and eventually she went back inside?
Correct.
And within this particular photograph, you see the area where you had parked your truck during this time that you were talking about in your testimony.
I do.
And if you could, using that laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to where in the photograph is.
Right in front of the driveway, right there.
Now, also within this photograph, you see the general area where you observed that SUV in front of you while you were out front.
I would say, if I had to guess, I would say maybe half of the vehicle.
So it's probably a little bit further towards the left of this photograph, correct?
Correct.
Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 72. Again, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
I do.
And this is the same house that we were talking about in the last exhibit?
Correct.
So from this photograph, you see the area where you observed the SUV in relation to your truck that evening that you were parked out in front of the house.
I believe so, yeah.
And again, if you could start using the laser pointer you have before you direct the jury's attention to where about that.
Like right around that, I'd say.
Thanks. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Thank you very much.
Boom.
Just one moment, John.
Okay.
All right, let's cross this. Oh my God. The most anticipated cross right here.
Thank you, sir.
Here we
Nothing further
go.
for this
Oh
one.
my
Thank you.
God.
Cross-examination?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, Yannetti.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So you were driving the vehicle that arrived at 34 Fairview to pick up Ryan Nagel's sister, Julie, correct?
Correct.
And you had met Julie prior to that date, obviously, correct?
Correct.
You had been over the Nagel home several times since the two of you had met years and years ago, correct?
Correct.
With your best friend's sister, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall about what time it was that you got there?
Not the exact time.
Approximate?
I would say around midnight.
And you now know, as you testify here today, that you were outside the residence in back of a black SUV that was driven by Karen Reed, correct?
I do not know that based off my knowledge.
Not your personal knowledge, but you now know it's pretty much common knowledge, correct?
I guess so.
And in fact, that black SUV was parked directly in front of yours, in front of the front lawn of 34 Fairview Road, correct?
Correct.
And while you were there, you never observed that black SUV strike anyone, correct?
Correct.
You never heard any arguing outside of the residence of 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
And possessing that information as you did on January 29th, were you interviewed by any state police investigator regarding this case on January 29th?
On that day?
Right.
No.
What about the next day or the rest of January or any day in February of 2022? Did the state police come to interview you about the information that you had as the driver of that vehicle?
No.
In fact, isn't it true that no investigator from the state police or the district attorney's office interviewed you anytime during the entire year of 2022?
Correct.
And that the first time you spoke to any official, it was not from the district attorney's office and not from the defense in this case, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You
Hi.
can word this differently, Mr.
No,
Nagel.
get fucked.
Okay. The first time you gave a statement to anyone, it was not Mr. Lally or the state police, and it was not the defense in this case, correct?
Correct.
And that was on May 16th of 2023?
Which time would that be?
First time you gave a statement, sir. May 16th of 2023, does that sound correct?
Around that time it would be.
Okay, and you know today is May 15th of 2024, right?
Yeah.
So just about a year ago was the first time that you gave any statement about your memory of what occurred on January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree with me that your memory of what occurred on January 29th was the freshest when you got up that day, later that morning, correct?
The next morning after the 29th?
Yes.
Correct.
Right. And you'd agree with me that, your memory would have remained fresh for a period of time, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree with me that over time, your memory becomes less fresh, right?
I would agree.
And it's not just you, it's everybody, correct?
Correct.
Objection.
Yeah, so let's move on from this.
Sure. And you were first asked about your memory about what was clearly over a year after January 29th, I suppose February, March, April, maybe about 16 months after the events that you were asked to describe, right?
Correct.
And then it was only after you talked to someone else, again, not the prosecution or the defense.
Objection, Your Honor.
Christina, why don't I see it sidebar?
Okay. Oh, Bev. Okay. What do you mean? Come on. This is opening the door. Okay, so clearly there's what's going on here is that he's not allowed to talk about the federal investigation, okay, or possibly even the attorney general getting involved. I thought that was a perfectly fine question. Now, the big bombshell here, if you guys are just joining, welcome to the transparency. The big bombshell here is that this man right here, Ricky Dianato, or however you want to say his Dianetti or whatever, everybody has testified that the two people that were in the vehicle, Ryan Nagel and Heather Maxon, testified that while driving to that house to pick up Julie, that while they were on Cedar Crest, there was an SUV across from them when they were about to turn left to go onto Fairview. And that this man, Ryan and Heather, said that he signaled with his lights to flash to say, okay, hey, you can go in front of me. Okay. And that they are saying that that vehicle had a woman and then a man in it, and that it's the SUV. Then they follow it because then their vehicle makes the left, because after they gave the right away to the vehicle that went right, which doesn't make any motherfucking sense that you would be flashing for somebody in that type of a situation. They have the right of way. But that therefore it was making it seem like that this vehicle was following Karen Reed's vehicle, and that it had eyes on that vehicle the whole entire time, meaning when it stopped and parked, and then they could say, we didn't see anybody come in and out, and we would have seen it because we followed it in there. This guy right here today, the driver of the vehicle, was never interviewed because he's not one of the bought and paid for by the McAlberts. He actually was interviewed for the first time in a federal investigation / you could say attorney general, whatever you want to call it. And he said that never happened. He said it never happened. There was no SUV that turned in front of me.
So I was just going to ask you, the first time that you were approached by the state police regarding this case was September 2nd of 2023, correct?
Around that time, correct, yeah.
Right. And that would have been 5 months after the first time you were approached, and it would have been about 21 months after January 29th of 2022?
Correct.
All right. Now, you drove your own Ford F-150 to 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
And the plan was to pick up Ryan's sister, Julie, correct?
Correct.
And the entire time you were in the car, from when you left to go to 34 Fairview until you're now leaving 34 Fairview to go home, that driving arrangement was the same. In other words, you in the driver's seat, Ryan in the front passenger seat, and Heather in the back, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall whether Heather was behind the passenger, Ryan, when she was sitting in the back?
I do not recall.
So you don't recall where she was in that back cab?
No.
You do recall that strike that. As you're approaching the residence, you don't have a memory of coming face to face with a black SUV or any other vehicle, correct?
Correct.
You're not saying it didn't happen, you just don't recall that, correct?
Correct.
And in any case, your memory, your best memory is that when you got there, the black SUV, and by the way, I don't want to put words in your mouth. Do you recall it as a black SUV or?
I do.
Okay. When you got there, your best memory is that the black SUV was already parked outside the residence, correct?
Correct.
And it was facing in the same direction that you were facing
Boom.
when you approached the residence.
Yes.
Which means, and you're from Canton, correct?
Correct.
You came from the Cedar Crest side and you were facing toward the Chapman Street side, correct?
Correct.
Same with the black SUV.
Correct.
And it appeared to be parked properly next to the property, correct?
Mine?
No, the black SUV.
Yeah.
It wasn't parked at some crazy angle, correct?
Correct.
It didn't appear to have struck anything on the side of the road when it was parked, right?
Correct.
There was nothing unusual about the way it was parked.
No.
And When it was parked out there and you approached the residence, is it fair to say that there was far less snow on the ground than what we saw in Exhibits 71 and 72 that were shown to you by Mr. Lally on direct examination?
Correct.
Those photographs appeared to have been taken after the snowstorm, correct? At some point?
I would assume, yeah.
Because there's a decent amount of snow on the ground there, correct?
Correct.
But as you're pulling up to the house, it had only started snowing around that time?
I would say there was a dusting on the lawn, yeah.
So it was starting to accumulate, but there weren't inches and inches of snow, correct?
Correct.
And your best memory is that the SUV was about 20 yards in front of you?
Give or take, yeah.
In terms of, just to get your estimation of what 20 yards is, would it have been farther than where you are now to where the court officer is standing behind the jury box? Or is that a good approximation?
To the best of my knowledge, I would say maybe a little further.
A little further.
Maybe.
And there was nothing obstructing your view as you sat in the driver's seat of your Ford F-150 of the back of that black SUV, correct?
Correct.
You did not see, for instance, a Jeep with a snowplow on the front parked in between you.
I did not.
And in fact, you didn't see a Jeep with a snowplow parked anywhere on the property that you recall, correct?
To the best of my knowledge, no.
And you didn't see any other vehicles parked along the property line other than yourself and the black SUV, correct?
Correct.
Oh, boo!
When you first pulled up, do you recall if, and I know these questions are somewhat unfair because we're talking about 2.5 years later, but when you first pulled up, do you recall whether the red taillights of the black SUV were lit up?
I would say to signal that the car was on, yes. I don't know if they were brake light or just normal taillight.
Gotcha, okay. And so you're surmising that some lights had to be on because your memory is that car was on.
Correct.
And with regard to the lighting in that area, did you have your headlights on when you were out there?
I believe so. I don't think I would have shut them off.
Right, you would have been driving with your headlights on as you were going down Cedar Crest and taking a left onto Fairview, correct?
Correct.
And your car was still running when you pulled up to the house and parked, correct?
Correct.
And you would have left it running because your intention was, or your expectation was, that Julie Nagel was going to get in your car, correct?
Correct.
That was the whole reason you were there.
Correct.
And your expectation was that there didn't need to be a tremendously long discussion when Julie came out of the house, right? You expected her to just jump in the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
So that's why you say that there would have been no reason to turn your your headlights off, correct?
Correct.
All right. So your headlights being on, they would have been focused really right on the rear of that black SUV that was in front of you, correct?
I would assume so, yeah.
Because there was nothing to block your view of the black SUV, right?
Correct.
And you did not notice any broken taillight to that SUV, correct?
To the best of my knowledge, but I did analyze it.
Sure. It didn't stand out to you that to say or to make a mental note, hey, that taillight's broken, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't see any damage at all to the vehicle that you noticed, correct?
To the best of my knowledge.
And with regard to when Julie came out of the house, when you pulled up and parked, sort of perpendicular to the driveway, and that's an accurate way to portray it?
Correct.
You believe that it took Julie how long to come out of the house?
I would guess under a minute.
Under a minute. And then after that under a minute span of time, she then had to walk from the front door of the house, one of the front doors of the house, to your vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And by the way, did you notice that there were two front doors to the house at that time?
At the time, no.
Do Do you recall if she came out the door that was more in the middle of the house or more over toward the driveway? Do you have a memory of that?
I don't. I would be guessing if I did.
And because the snow had started to stick a little bit, she wasn't running to the vehicle, correct?
I would assume not.
All right, so it took her some time to get out of the house and get to the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And then there was a conversation about whether she was going to come with you or not, correct?
Correct.
That occurred through one of the passenger windows being open.
Correct.
And who was involved in that conversation?
I can't remember exactly, but I would assume maybe me and Ryan.
And there was a back and forth about whether she was going to come or you were going to stay and go inside, correct?
A back and forth. It was more just, did you guys want to come in? No, not really a back and forth.
Okay, all right. Took a few minutes for her to decide, well, I'm just going to go back inside the house?
If that, a minute or two.
Okay. And from the moment that you parked the vehicle outside that residence, your initial attention, it's fair to say, would have been on the front of the residence to see when Julie was going to come out, correct?
I don't believe I was looking.
Okay. Where were you looking when you were waiting for her? Did you have a phone?
I don't remember exactly, but I had my phone. I could have looked at it.
Okay, you could have been like, as many people do when you're waiting for somebody, you just take out your phone and start scrolling on something.
Objection.
Do you know if you were doing that, sir?
I can't recall, but I wouldn't rule it out.
You had mentioned.
What a bunch of fools. This is insanity.
You mentioned earlier that when I asked you about the damage to the rear of the vehicle, that your attention wasn't just focused on studying that vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And it's fair to say that from the moment that you pulled up to Julie coming out of the house, to Julie walking to the car, to the conversation between you and Ryan and Julie, you were not monitoring what was going on inside or outside that black SUV, correct?
Correct.
And during that span of time, again, while you showed up there waiting for Julie, she comes out eventually, she walks to the car, you talk to her, you were not paying attention to who, if anybody, was inside the black SUV at that time, correct?
Correct.
And you were not paying attention to whether anybody got out of the vehicle during that time, correct?
Correct.
And then ultimately, you were going home. The night was over, correct?
Correct.
And in order to go home, your plan was to keep going up Fairview Road toward Chapman Street, correct?
Correct.
And in order to do that, that would have meant that you passed the black SUV that had been in front of you, correct?
Correct.
And at that time, as you're passing the black SUV, do you recall whether or not there was an interior light on within the cab of that SUV?
I do not.
All right. Were you curious at all who was inside that SUV, given that it pulled up to the same house that you pulled up to?
Not at all.
You were concentrated more on the road.
Correct.
And as far as you were concerned, your night was over, time to go home, correct?
Correct.
All right. But it's fair to say that at no point in time, from the first time you saw that SUV until you're leaving it, did you see anybody in the front passenger seat of the SUV, correct?
I didn't look inside the SUV.
Right. So you didn't see anybody in the front passenger seat.
No, I didn't look.
You also didn't notice at any point anybody standing outside that SUV?
Not to my knowledge.
And you never saw anybody sitting in the snow or in the street or on the lawn outside the SUV?
Not to my knowledge,
And
no.
you never saw anybody lying outside that SUV. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Let me have a moment.
Yes.
No further questions. Thank you, sir.
Anything, Mr.
Thank you.
Lally?
Just briefly. Sir, so from the time that you were in front of the house until you left, you never saw anyone go in or out of that house or in and out of that vehicle, the black SUV in front of you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And while you were not monitoring the activity around the SUV, you never saw anyone around the SUV, correct?
Correct.
And fair to say that if a 6-foot man had walked from the SUV to the house, is that something that you think you would have seen?
Sustain.
Nothing further on.
You are all set, Mr. McCabe. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
All right, rumor has it Colin Albert is next. Let's see what happens here.
All right, your next witness, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth will call Miss Allison McCabe.
Oh, going with Allison McCabe first. This is Jennifer McCabe's daughter. This is who was supposed to be picking up Colin. So we have a little switcheroo here, and Lally has decided to go with Allie before Colin. So Allie before Colin. A little switcheroo. Here we go. This is supposed to be Colin Albert's ride. Here is Jen McCabe's daughter, the first McCabe to hit the stand.
Do solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case down here is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Oh, Lord. Woohoo!
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Allie McCabe, MCC-ABE.
And where do you live, ma'am?
Canton.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
Basically my whole life except first few months I lived in Stoughton.
And you work, you go to school?
I'm a student.
In college, is that correct?
Yes.
And what year are you in college?
I just finished my sophomore year.
And when living in Canton, who, if anyone, do you live in Canton?
My 2 parents and my 3 sisters.
So you're one of 4 girls, is that correct?
Correct.
And are you the oldest?
Yes.
And your parents, what are their names?
Matt and Jen.
If I could turn your attention to January 28th into January 29th, 2022. You recall those days?
Yes.
And do you recall what days of the week those were?
Friday and Saturday, I believe.
And so on that Friday evening, starting with there, well, let me ask you this first. At that time, you were a high school student, is that correct?
Correct.
And where did you go to high school?
Canton High School.
All 4 years?
Yes.
And did you play any sports when you were at Canton High School?
Yes.
What sports did you play?
Soccer, hockey, and lacrosse.
And so January, that would have been which sports season?
Hockey season.
Now, with respect to the hockey, as far as that evening of the 28th, how did your evening start out, or what, if anything, were you doing first night?
I thought they played basketball.
It started with a team dinner at my house. The hockey team came over. We had dinner. Then I went to my sister's basketball game at the Canton High School. Then I was hanging out with 2 of my friends. We were driving around. Then the night ended with me driving Colin Albert home.
And so let me start sort of back at the beginning before we go all the way through. So as far as the team dinner, is that something that was like a weekly thing?
Yeah, it was usually like the night before a game.
And sort of rotated between different players' houses?
Correct.
So where was it on that particular?
That night it was at my house.
And about what time did the team dinner get done, or what time did that wind down and you went to the basketball?
I'm not exactly sure. The basketball games typically start around 6:30, so I assume around then.
JV starts at 6:30.
And who, if anyone, from your family was involved in the basketball?
My younger sister.
And was she JV, varsity? What was she playing on at that time?
Varsity.
And who, if anyone else from your family, was at the basketball?
My parents. I'm not sure about my sisters.
And did you go with your parents or separately, or how did you go?
I believe I drove and I arrived later than my parents.
And as far as at that time, did you have your own car?
Yes.
And what kind of car did you have?
A little Ford Fusion blue.
And when you arrived there, you're a high school senior, correct?
Correct.
You sit with your parents?
Her and Tristan
No.
Morris driving the same kind of car.
There's sort of like a student section, is that correct?
Correct.
So you sat there with your friends?
Yes.
And when the game gets over, where was it that you went?
I believe I was just driving around with two of my friends, and then
Driving
as we were driving, we came across a dog on the side of the street. We knew a snowstorm was coming, so we picked the dog up and then brought it to the police station, and then drove the dog back to where its owner's house.
And so this, as far as the friends that you were driving around with, what are their names?
Avery Panadosi and Danielle Seaman.
Can you do us a favor and spell those last names for our court
yes.
recorder, please?
Piantedosi.
And the second name.
S. Danielle Seaman, SEAMAN.
Seaman.
Thank you. Thank you.
And those were friends of yours from school, from Kent High School as well?
Yes.
And had they been with you at the game previously?
Yes, I believe so.
So you, when you say drove around.
You believe they were at the game with you? You don't know?
Through Canton, pretty aimlessly, just driving.
And at some point you come upon a dog, is that correct?
Correct.
And where was that?
On Elm Street.
And
We
this
can't
was
make this
a
up.
dog
On the
obviously
street.
going to you, is that correct?
Yes.
So what did you do with the dog?
The dog ran over to the car when we stopped and picked the dog up, and we didn't really know what to do with it, so we brought it to the police station.
Recall at all what kind of dog it was?
No, white.
Small dog.
It was small. It was white and brown. Not sure what type.
And so while you're at the police station, what, if anything, did you learn about that dog that you brought to the police station?
I went in the police station. The dog stayed in the car with one of my friends. And as I was walking in and telling the officer that I found a dog, he got a call from the owner, and she asked if she was like, "Oh, can you return my dog, please?"
And so you brought the dog back.
No,
to the
B,
owner.
come get
Yes.
it.
You know about what time all of that was going on?
I'm not sure.
Now, you mentioned that you had picked up a person by the name of Colin Albert.
She's
is that
breathing
right?
so
Correct.
heavy, deeply. Look at
And who was Colin Albert to you, or could you
look at her
describe
breathing.
to the jury sort of your relationship with Colin?
I've known Colin since I've been born. Our families are very close. We went to high school together growing up, in the same friend group. So yeah, we're very close.
So he was in the same grade as you, is that right?
Correct.
So he was a senior at this time as well?
Yes.
And you have friends, mutual friends together?
Yes.
Now, the two of you are not actually sort of blood related, is that correct?
Correct.
But you have sort of relatives in common, is that correct?
Yes.
And to that point, as far as when he reached out to you, let me ask you this. How is it that you came to come by and sort of pick him up on that?
He texted me and was asking for a ride, and then I responded, drove and got him, texted him when I arrived.
Now, as far as that sort of, I don't know what exactly to call it, but as far as you picking him up at certain places, like on weekend nights, was that out of the realm of normalcy, or was that something that happened on occasion?
No, that's common. He knew I was driving that night, so it's pretty common. Our friends, we always just drive each other around and stuff.
And without getting too much into it, as far as high school was concerned, particularly when someone was drinking, would they call and ask for a ride?
Correct, yes.
Rather than driving their own car?
Yes.
And as far as you knew, was Colin drinking at least at some point during that?
Yes.
Is that why he needed a ride?
Yes.
And with respect to your parents, did you, around this time that you're driving around and you're going to pick up Colin, did you have any idea where your parents were or what they were doing?
I knew they were going out after the basketball game, but no, I didn't know. I have their Life 360. They have mine, so.
What? She has Life 360!
And as far as the Life 360 goes, is that something that you sort of keep track of them, or they keep track of you?
It's more them keeping track of me.
Now, do you know approximately what time it was that you first get sort of a Colin reaches out via text to pick him up?
I believe it was around midnight. Not exactly what sure exact, but around midnight.
And did you know where he was when he asked you to pick him up?
Yes, the Albert's house, 34 Fairview.
And is that a house that you're familiar with?
Yes.
And what, if any, relationship do you have to the people that live at the Albert's house?
My aunt and uncle and my cousins.
So Brian Albert is your uncle, correct?
Correct.
Paul Albert is your aunt.
Correct.
How is she your aunt? The father's side and mother's side?
My mother's sister.
And Colin Albert, obviously last name Albert, he's related to people at Fairview as well.
Correct.
That's sort of on the other side of the family.
Correct.
And do you know what, as far as your conversation with Colin, do you know why he was over at that house that night?
It was little Brian's birthday.
And so he had gone over for that purpose and you went by to pick him up?
Yes.
And do you recall where you were or sort of who you were with when you first get that text or communication from Colin to pick him up?
Yes, I was at another friend's house. After I drove Avery and Danielle home, I went somewhere else.
So you drove with the two friends that you were with earlier home and then you went somewhere else?
Yes, I believe, yes.
At that point, did you get a text from Colin?
Yes.
Now, do you recall whether or not the information that you had as to where Colin was that night, is that something that came via text as well, or was that a phone call or some other type of communication?
I knew he was there. Could have been a phone call. I'm not sure.
So were there a variety of different ways that you would have communicated with Colin around that time?
Yes, there's other apps as well. Yes.
I'm sorry, you said through apps as well?
Yes.
What kind of apps were those?
For example, like Snapchat.
So you had each other's sort of Snapchat information, phone number information, call, text, snap, could have been any of those.
Yes.
Now,
did you talk to your mom
when
before you came there?
Get that communication from him to come pick him up. About how long a period of time was it from the time that you get the text from Colin to the time that you arrive in the area?
I'm not sure.
And you're familiar with that home at 34 Fairview, right?
Correct.
Place you've been to countless times before. You're related to the people that own it.
Correct.
And do you recall from where you were coming from as far as how did you come to Fairview? Would that have been on the Chapman side or the Cedar Crest side, or how did you come?
I don't remember.
And when you get to the home, you obviously park at some point, correct?
Correct.
And where in relation to the house?
I believe in the driveway on the left side. Not entirely sure. I just believe that.
Wait, what?
And when you arrive, what, if any, communication did you send to Colin?
I texted him saying here.
And after you texted that to Colin, he comes out of the house, is that correct?
Correct.
And when he comes out of the house, about how long a period of time was it from the time that you texted him here to the time that he comes out to the car?
I'm not sure. A few minutes.
And in the area around the time that you arrived on Fairview Roads, what, if anything, do you recall in regard to weather, or what was it doing then?
I believe it was starting to snow. Nothing crazy.
As far as accumulation, what, if anything, did you observe at that time?
Lights on in the house. That's it.
As far as the snow was concerned, was it starting to sort of stick to the ground?
I don't remember.
So you text Colin shortly thereafter he comes out, is that right?
Correct.
You recall, you're familiar, obviously, as I've asked you a couple times now with the house. There are two doors in the front of the house, is that right?
Yes.
And do you know which of the two doors Colin came out of?
No, I'm not sure.
And when he came down, he came over to the car, correct?
Yes.
And you're in the driveway?
Yes.
He gets into what part of the car? Front passenger seat?
Yes, I believe.
And from the time that you, so when you leave from there, where is it that you went?
His house and then my house.
You dropped him off at his house and then you went home?
Correct.
Okay,
Now-
Ms. Delaley, we're actually going to break here. We have to break a little bit early, but we'll be back at 2. Okay, so I'm going to ask you to sit in your seat, and let the jurors go out first, and then Ms. McCabe, you can follow them.
Thank you.
All rise.
Goodbye.
Oh my gosh. Woo. Woo. I don't even know what to say right now. Wow. Wow. We're breaking early. Are they gonna? Okay. Okay, wow. All right. Holy shit. Okay. Well, I didn't know this, but we're gonna go ahead and say it. So the McCabes had a Life 360 app. You guys know what that is. Your family's on like basically it's a stalking device, so we can stalk each other. So she had a hockey dinner at her house. Normally, I want to know if the parents would have been there. Her sister was the basketball player, so then they went to that game. And those are the 3 things that she ripped off with: hockey dinner, sister basketball game, and then I drove Colin Albert home. Okay. She drove separately to the basketball game because she drove her own car, which is a blue Ford Fusion. So right there, we know that that SUV couldn't possibly have been Allie's to come to pick up Colin in that SUV. She's also not a blonde. She's a dark-haired brunette. So right there, you can eliminate. The jury could then eliminate that the jury can eliminate that that SUV belonged to this person, was coming to the house. Okay. Then she says that she was in her vehicle. They were just driving around. They came across a dog. Avery and Danielle were also in her vehicle when they came across this dog. They grabbed the dog. Then they go to the police. And when they went to the police, then the woman whose dog it was calls and says, "Hey, can you bring my dog to me?" Okay. Her and Colin Albert are not blood related. They have cousins that are cousins. Okay. So if in fact Colin and her would have ever gotten it on, it would be legit. Okay. There's no blood there. Something that's interesting. He texted me. I responded and then I got him. He was drinking. That's why he needed a ride. What she did after the game. Now, she knew that her parents went out, but she didn't know what they were doing. She's like, I mean, we have Life 360, but it's more or less like she just drops the Life 360 out of nowhere. But she knew that there was a birthday party at 34 Fairview for little Brian, as she referred to him as little Brian. But something interesting here is that Avery and Danielle, I want to know if they can now be called as witnesses to rebut. I'm curious at what time they got home, because she's like, I didn't get Colin Albert when I had Avery and Danielle with me, because after I dropped off Avery and Danielle, which I would love to know what time that is, she then goes to a different friend's house. Okay. And it was while she was with and over at that friend's house that they could use other apps or whatever, and the text messaging occurred and whatnot. So, but that she left that friends. Now, these are all seniors in high school. She thought that she arrived around midnight. Okay. But she pulls into the driveway and pulls into the driveway on the left side of the driveway. Okay. I'm going to point you guys to Hector the projector, because I made all of our exhibits super fancy, guys. So get your lunch here. I want to show you guys some exhibits. from thanks to Bev and Co. All right. Let's take a look. Share screen. Welcome to the game, Hector. Where are you? Hector the projector. Give it to me. There we go. All right, Hector. And I know some of you guys were asking me and wanted me to use my Expo markers. So actually, I went out and even got, I want to see how red looks. See, I went out and made sure I got different color black because it's black and white. So I'm doing you guys up real nice. All right, this has been an exhibit that has been shown. We're going to get a little closer though. And we're going to go with okay. I want to use, let's see. I want to use this one. And I want to use this one. Okay. Oh, did it not share? There you go. Sorry, I thought it shared. All right, guys, explain to me. All right. Now, she came at midnight. Now, check this out, though. Everybody, when they said they arrived, that has testified, is that Colin was there. Colin was there. All right. So explain to me if she pulls in here, right behind, she's either going to have to testify that when she pulled in, it was perfectly fine to be able to park. Was she out on the side? Like, was she out her ass of the car in the road? Were these two cars, where were cars situated? Maybe this is where we get to the whole cars situated, because you're going to have a kid that's going to talk a little too much. So we didn't ask the other people. But remember when the family came home, they said that Higgins was in the driveway. And then so he pulls back out. All right. And then then Brian Sr. pulls in. All right. And then Higgins drops his plow with his Jeep Wrangler right at the end of the driveway by the mailbox right here. Okay. So it would have been like, this is how the cars were in the morning. All right. Like that. So if that's how the cars were in the morning, that means that she would have had to pull here. So, and there would have been two other cars there because they weren't doing musical chairs, right, with the cars. This is why I don't understand why we're not asking people questions about, was the driveway full? Is that why you couldn't pull in? Did you just not feel comfortable pulling in the driveway? But here we got the first person. Do you understand this is the first person that has pulled up and has said, I pulled into the driveway. And this would be at the same time because at like 12:15 when Colin would have left, that's when Ricky's there with the Ford F-150. God, this cross, I feel bad for this girl. I feel really, really bad for this girl. This cross, I think she's going to loose lips sink ships. Lally better be objecting to save her ass because she's just going to say things. Like, you can't help it. Like, I personally don't believe that this vehicle was here until afterwards. So that's why she could pull up. All right. But then here, ready for this? Jen McCabe texts John and says, pull in behind me. Pull in behind me. So where was Jen McCabe's vehicle parked? Hers was what? All the way up here then that night? So you could have room to pull in behind her? Pull in behind me. So she would know exactly where her vehicle was parked. Yeah, pull in behind me. This is going to get wild. It would make sense if they started asking a lot of car questions to this witness, and that's why they've held off, because she won't be expecting it and she won't think that it's a big deal where cars were parked. So wow. Life 360 app goes back a pretty far way. I wonder if Jen McCabe ever gave an interview and said that she had Life 360. Because when my daughter came to 34 Ferry to pick up Colin by Life 360, it would tell you when she got there. You know? I want to know how, whoa. I want to know if anybody's ever known about this. This is the first time I'm hearing that Jen McCabe had Life 360. Has any of you guys heard it? Wow. Oh, and here I wanted to show you guys something from yesterday. I don't know if this will work. Again, these are exhibits that are coming straight from the case. And so I want people to see this. This is the curb. That's the curb line. Okay. So like this is all grass. This is grass. So like, what the hell? And this is piled up. Doesn't it look piled up, or does it just look trampled on? Because it looks piled up to me. But again, what do I know? But I want to show you guys that this is the curb over here. And then so like this isn't the street. Like it goes actually like this. This is all the road then over here. Anyways. Ooh, ooh. What else? Oh, here. I went back to go look at the water, or at not the waterfall, but the McCarthy's bar. I wanted to see if we could see them in any of these pictures. Dude, they were day drinking all day. Okay. So this is when Karen arrives. And he said he was sitting at tables by the bathroom. Wouldn't that be those tables back here? Isn't the bathroom back there? That's strange. Why are they plowing grass? Exactly. If someone bled out in the snow, the only way to get rid of all that snow. Lana is the Alan Jackson of trail coverage. I'll take that. Something else. So I went back to review this. To review the to pay attention to all the tire tracks, okay? And I see where this tire is right here. Okay. So it's on this line. Your front tire is going to be wider when you're turning in. So it's not like it. But I will tell you that looking back at this, I think it's safe to say that, see, like right there, that there, like that's an outside line right there. I think it's safe for me to now say that I believe that there was a different vehicle there for like prior to, and it had backed out. And then there's one too many tire tracks. And what leads me to believe that is this part here. That one. And so this is consistent with what I'm saying about passing off this phone and like running. You have to go out the back with the phone. You've been running through the backyard so that you don't know if they're going to be coming in barrel rushing or get this phone out of here. Get this phone out of here. Take it back to the backyard, open up that gate, and then you would be taking eventually a car to go pick up that person that got the hell out of there. Again, there shouldn't be any tire tracks because when Matt McCabe got there, this is Matt McCabe arriving, and it said that Gallagher, when he was taking his pictures, and Good and them, that this is when Matt had arrived. So, and then if you actually go back and look at this is from the dash cam at 7:12. And that gap there seems way too big for me. Like, like you can at least see through it to see that there's, again, no, that's at 7:12. So I'm going to go try to pull the ones from like 6:30, but they're hard to see. This is said to be from at 7:42, one of the first crime scene photos. This is what they're trying to claim is one of the first crime scene photos. And I just don't believe that it is. I'll tell you why. Because Alan Jackson in his affidavit, this is said to be before the leaf blower was used, okay? What's that right there? I don't know. $610. This was the 6:34 when they caught her, Jen, scaling to go into the house over by that side door. Again, that's 6:34 cameras. See this photo here? This was put in Alan Jackson's affidavit, and this is from 5:56 in the morning, same day, same, and this is all like, there's hardly any snow. And it wasn't snowing like a blizzard or something. So yeah, I went back to look for that McCarthy's. At 7:02, I see a light over there. This is from the dash cam. Those are where the SUVs are. That looks like a light. Anyways, we're missing cars. And I think poor little Allie here is going to give us a lot of the goods on the cars. And I feel bad. Lana, when did Higgins allegedly show up at the Canton Police Department? 1:30 a.m. 1:30 a.m. So. Woo-wee. She pulled into the driveway. It just flew. Oh, there's your Bev bingo. That's our girl. Look at that Karen Reed. Look at that Karen Reed button we gave her. Sorry, I'm having too much fun over here. Buttons up, baby. Bev's coming in hot and heavy. My question is, where would Higgins' vehicle be? Oh, here's maybe a better photo of that. Bev's actually doing well today. Go, Bev, go. See, you can see like that's your berm. So this is all the street. None of that shit is. What kind of car do we think that is right there? Here's a better angle. It goes from this to then on the flagpole and that. Oh, there they are. That's just the week before the killing. All of them, John. Crazy. None of these have any metadata. Nothing. I looked all through. I could not find them day drinking or night drinking at the McCarthy's either. Anyway. I heard Lally say he's bound to mess it up when Ricky was coming in. Actually, he didn't. After he had said it's when he said his name, he tried to say his last name. That's what he was referring to. Bound to mess up everyone's been chopping Ricky's last name up, so that's what that's about. Okay, all right, we'll be back. This is gonna get crazy. Is Allie gonna start coughing up the goods on the cars? Because there's not enough cars for the people that are inside that house, and there should be 3 cars there at least, and there's not. Brian Sr., Brian Jr., and the wife, and we're missing a car. And I believe whoever ran out with John's phone from the back of the house, and who had to get the hell out of there because the police were coming. They didn't know if they were going to come inside, and they did not want his phone to be. So I think that they had somebody run that phone out the back, and then somebody went and then obviously picked up that person. But that phone was passed off. And that's how 496 steps were in that period of time. At 2 p.m., she's restarting. So it's 1:18. It resumes in about 40 minutes. Yeah, you guys can't hear me because I have myself muted on purpose. Yep, I'm muted for a reason. Hey guys, I'm muted on purpose. I am muted on purpose. That's why it says I am quietly working. Don't mind me. See this little wall right here? That little foyer area? This little wall right here divides the kitchen and like that front room, or the front where the window is with the dining room table, kitchen table, whatever you want to call it. There is this wall right here. It's a partial wall. It also has, if you go back and check, see how it has the cabinets up on it like that? On that wall is the surround sound speakers. I think that's an old school, like either CD player. That's like how you're able to use the surround sounds that they were talking about, with speakers playing or music playing through speakers that were like up in the ceiling. That's what that is right there. And when you walk in here, you can either go like straight up, but when you come and make a right, you can then make a quick little left. And I think that that's where you would be able to go in between, like behind where that cabinet wall is, half a wall. And so therefore, and when you walk that way, right there on the left is the door to go down to the basement. And so these people saying that they had like a clear shot to see the basement door, that's not true. See, like it's that wall that goes across, and it opens up on that side as well, just like it's how it's opened up here. But there's my guess is there's a walkway behind that. That's where like the basement. See, you could see it on this side. See that right there? And see where the difference is on the bottom, the right-hand corner here. You can see the flooring is different. That's the foyer flooring, and this is the kitchen flooring. And so then like there's, because it's right underneath the stairs to go upstairs, is the stairs to go. Right here's your stairs to go upstairs. It's kind of like you walk and you're going to go like right back through here, and right there to the left, you open up the door and that's what goes downstairs. And so it's like right underneath each other. And so therefore, if you're anywhere right here standing in this room, okay, you'd have to be standing all the way over here. to be able to see anybody that would be behind there. You're not going to be able to see that at this island right here. And so I'm hoping that they have a demonstrative exhibit that shows all the blockage points for all these people and what they're saying. Just like if you're up at that table, you're not seeing anything. All right, guys, welcome back to the transparency. Appreciate you guys being here. Ooh, ooh. Oh, thank you. Thank you. We are on the edge of our seats. Oh, man. 4 minutes. 4 minutes. 4 minutes. 4 minutes. What'd you guys have for lunch? Whoop, whoop. Some interesting stuff here. You know, I've done it. We've all done it where we've texted the wrong person. So, Julie Nagel got in there that Jen McCabe was charging her phone. I believe that they're trying to say she was charging her phone due to Jen McCabe's phone not moving for 10 straight minutes. But it's during which she calls John at 12:29. And that's what she's referring to as that she's going to be testifying that was, she didn't even realize that she was calling him. But where she's messing up though is she said that she must have butt dialed him at 12:29. Well, how are you butt dialing somebody if your phone is being charged? That's impossible. Okay. So, I mean, I think I know this case during this certain amount of time pretty well. And you have to know a case pretty well to be able to cross-examine somebody. And I think that Alan Jackson is going to be doing Jennifer McCabe. I think that we're going to get into we're going to be hearing from Jen McCabe, I believe, before the end of the week, unless something crazy happens. Because I believe that we're going to be hearing from Allie here. And then we will get to Colin Albert. And I have, after Colin Albert, I have rumor is it that Jen McCabe will be taking the stand after Colin Albert. So it'll be interesting. So let's see if everything's back in session. Let me get my earbuds in. Was she sitting on the counter? Well, according to Julie Nagel, Julie was like, she had her phone charged and it was behind me, and that, like, you know, because I knew it because she had to reach around. Just a bunch of bullshit. I just think the biggest bombshell reveal so far of today, number one, is that the driver of the Ford F-150 was never interviewed. The first time he was interviewed was by none other than the feds. And then that's when the Massachusetts State Police talked to him, was after that. But he specifically said that, no, when I had pulled up, the SUV was already there. Meaning, okay, that unlike Ryan Nagel and Heather Maxon to say that we observed that vehicle the whole time and didn't see anybody get out of the vehicle, that was huge for the purpose of saying that for them to be able to say, yeah, he never made it inside, and that Ryan Nagel and Heather Maxon can corroborate that because they followed the car, followed the car in from Crestview. Well, here, blown up, Ricky D'Anato says we did not follow any SUV into and onto that street. And in fact, when I pulled up, that SUV was already there. Okay. And when they had drove them past the car to then leave because Julie wasn't taking the ride, Karen Reed was in, or a female was in the vehicle and nobody else was, but the inside light was on, like, so that was huge for hopefully the jurors to be following along with that. Now, let's take let's share. I think it's going to come down to a couple different things with this. Everybody has been admitting to drinking and not just drinking a little bit. You could say whatever you want, but these people were drinking. Anybody that goes out in the afternoon and is out until midnight, okay, chances are they're keeping their flow. I think what the jurors are starting to see is that you don't remember everybody's movements, like even like yourself, even whatever you did yesterday. You cannot tell me that when you were hanging out with this person, you noticed that they bent down and they tied their shoe at this time. Like, that's absolutely ridiculous. So, I think it's actually becoming more of a problem, right? That Karen's vehicle is there. John's nowhere around to be found, right? And so logic tells you what? That Karen's there, John isn't, because he went inside. Okay. I think what the jury is starting to question here is, as the defense is pointing out, where is this Jeep Wrangler with the plow on it? Where is it? Where is it? It was supposed to be right there in front of the mailbox. And in fact, it was Brian Albert that made such a big deal about the fact that Brian Higgins had changed vehicles. And I had brought it up when he was testifying to say, well, when they were at Hillside, what vehicle was Higgins in? Because Higgins and Brian Albert met at Hillside first, right? Well, let me tell you something. So that would mean that at Hillside that night was these people who just got done testifying, the Nagel, the Maxon, and the Ritchie, right? And at the same time that they would have been at Hillside, none other than Albert and Higgins were there. And then also, when John O'Keefe was at McCarthy's, you have these three same people were over there. Okay, it's a small little area, so you're just like bopping around or whatever. But I think the jury is waiting to hear. I know I'd be waiting to hear, where's this Jeep? Where's this Jeep Wrangler that was supposed to be parked right in front of the house, right in front of the mailbox, dropping down the plow? Because how are all these other people able to pull up, like the SUV that Karen Reed was driving, right? And then also the F-150, right? Also the car that Allie McCabe is driving. My friends will do this. I've done this. If the driveway is full and I'm over at my friends for a get together, we will park a vehicle that's on the street, that's in front of the driveway, because that's where I'm parking. It's my friend's house. All the cars are in there, whatever. And, so that to me would be normal. That's where supposedly Higgins's truck was, but here, not a single person notices this Jeep Wrangler with a plow. So I have a question for you guys. Would there be any reason to hide the fact in order for John / Karen to go into 34 Fairview and hang out? Would they only want to do it if certain people weren't there? AKA, I don't want to go there if Higgins is going to be there. So let's drive by and see if Higgins is there. If Higgins isn't there, then I'll come in.
All right, could we have Ms. McCabe, please?
And I'll remind you, you're still under oath.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mom. Now, Ms. McCabe, if I could take you back just to a little bit from where we had left off. When you arrived at the residence at 34 Fairview Road, you pulled into the driveway, is that correct?
I believe so.
And obviously, on that date, you were familiar with the types of vehicles that your parents drove?
Yes.
And did you see any of your parents' vehicles at the home when you pulled in and parked in the driveway?
No.
And when you got to the house at any point, did you exit the car or go inside the house?
No.
So you texted him that you were there, and you stayed in the car, and he came out.
Yes.
And when Colin came out to the car, what, if any, observations did you make of him in regards to his sobriety, as far as what, if any, observations did you make with respect to that?
Normal.
Didn't seem overly intoxicated to you?
No.
And as far as his face or features, or from whatever you could see, what, if any, injuries did you observe on Colin when he came out?
None.
And how would you describe his demeanor when he came out and he got into the car?
Normal.
Now, during the course of you drove from the Fairview home to Colin's house, is that right?
Yes.
And where was Colin living at that point?
I don't know the address, but his new house, not the one where he was neighbors with John, the newer house.
And if you could, just generally speaking, where was that in relation to the town of Canton? What was it?
It's in the center of town, close to the library.
And do you recall, or do you know what type of residence that is?
Yes, it's like condos. I'm not sure exactly, but yeah. Townhouses.
As far as your drive from the residence in Fairview to Colin's house, did you make any stops along the way?
No.
About how long a drive is it from Fairview to Colin's house?
7 minutes, 5 minutes.
And when you arrived there, what did you observe Colin do?
Got the car, went inside, got the key, locked it, went inside.
And is that something as far as, did you wait for him to get inside?
Yes.
And why was it?
I always wait for him because it's like how he has to open the first door to get inside. So I usually just wait for everyone to get inside.
And during the car ride from Fairview to Colin's
How does
house,
she notice that he locked the
anything
door?
Specific about, did you have a conversation with him?
Probably. I don't remember what we were talking about.
And then following that, where did you go?
I believe home.
And when you got home, were either of your parents home at that point?
No.
You know about what time it was that you got?
Not exactly. I would estimate a little bit before 12:30, around that time.
And at any point in time over the rest of the course of that evening, did you see your parents? Did you talk to your parents or anything like that?
I know I talked to my dad on the phone when we found the dog. Other than that, no.
And so after your return home, when you went to bed or you went to sleep, were your parents home at that point?
No.
About how much time was it between the time when you got home, around 12:30 or so, and when you went to sleep?
Not long. I don't know.
Now, turning your attention to the following day, at some point you woke up, correct?
Yes.
And were your parents home at that point?
Yes.
And were both of your parents home at that point?
Yes.
Do you know about what time it was that you woke up the next
No, I do not.
What? Well, she must have woke up way late.
Okay, but some point in August of 2023, did you have occasion to meet with
Athletes don't sleep in.
Yes, I believe it. I'm not sure what time, but on a Zoom.
And was that one trooper or more than one trooper or something?
I believe 2. I'm not sure.
Do you recall any of the names of any of those troopers?
Yuri maybe was one of them. I'm not sure.
sorry, just gonna wait for that. Now, ma'am, following that meeting that you had with troopers from the state police, what, if anything, did you provide to them from your phone?
Text messages with Colin, maybe pictures. I don't know. Definitely the text messages.
And before we get to that, just as far as your phone, what kind of phone did you have at that time?
I believe an iPhone 14 Pro Max, maybe.
And I should have been more specific as far as the time, but the iPhone you're talking about as far as the Pro Max, was that in January of 2020?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Or in September, August of 2020?
That was in August.
And between January of 2022 and August of 2023, did you have the same phone throughout that time period?
I'm not sure. I believe I upgraded. Yeah.
And when you upgraded your phone, what, if any, data sort of carried over from the old phone to the new phone?
Everything.
So as far as chats or text messages or phone contacts, things like that, all of that transferred from one phone to the new phone?
Correct.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
And so first, ma'am, I'm going to show you a two-page document. Just ask you to take a look at it and look over.
Okay.
And do you recognize that, ma'am?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
This is from my phone, my text messages.
And the second page, what is that?
Colin's contact information.
Are those screenshots that you took from your phone and provided to the troopers in August of 2023?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes. Yes.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Almost see if you use it as
Objection, I'd ask to be heard.
Ooh,
Okay, come on up and bring that.
asked to be heard. The heck is going on here? Was that Yannetti? Did he do the objection? Was that Yannetti asking to be heard? Because if Yannetti said that objection, then he is the one that's crossing Allie. So, all right. So we have our first sidebar here after the lunch break. Allie, this is the person that gave Colin Albert a ride home. Thank you. Can you?
You need my help.
All right, so we have allegedly the reason that this is happening is did Allie McCabe fabricate text messages.
Step out for just a few minutes.
Oh boy. Oh God, they're gonna void deer her. Oh shit. Oh God. Whoa, here we go. Yeah, you have to put it in the little pouch. Oh wow. This is gonna be outside the presence of the jury.
Jury is next to the courtroom. Please be seated.
I cannot believe you would get your kids ringed up in this shit. Full.
I could use for 1 second just to pick up something. It's up right in the hallway.
Okay.
If you could just briefly explain to the witness what's occurring.
Yes, I just need Miss Giannetti back.
Sorry.
Okay. So, thank you. And the next two, if they would be marked separately, please.
Oh my God.
Thank you.
Oh shit.
All right, the lawyers are going to get to ask you a few questions now before we go any further in front of the jury. Okay. Okay.
I'm
So,
nervous for her. I'm nervous for her.
Mr. Lally, you can take the exhibits back and you can question this witness, and then Ms. Giannetti can cross-examine.
May I approach with?
Yes.
Alderman?
Holy shit.
So, Ms. McCabe, with reference to the two screenshots that we were just talking about before the jury left the room, those are screenshots that you took from your own phone, correct?
Correct.
And as far as the communications contained therein, is it your memory that those are communications that you had with Colin Albert?
Why don't you ask her what they are, non-leading?
Those screenshots, as far as the communications, what are they? When were they done?
At a later date. Is that what you're asking? Sorry.
I'm asking as far as the actual content of the conversations. When did those conversations?
January 28th.
And you were a participant in those conversations?
Yes.
And as far as the content of those conversations, is it your memory that the content reflected there is accurate as to what the content of the conversations were between yourself and Colin Albert the evening of the 28th into the 29th?
Yes.
And Colin Albert was somebody that you were familiar with, correct?
Yes.
And beyond what's contained within these screenshots, you had had other text communications with Colin Albert using the same contact information?
Correct.
And how is it that you knew or were aware that the person or the contact that you were talking to was Colin Albert?
Because it's his phone?
With reference to that contact you had in your phone for Colin Albert, had you called that number before?
Yes.
When you called the number, who answered?
Colin.
And when you had texted Colin on prior occasions using that contact information, did you have any, you have a text communication, did you have any subsequent conversation in relation to the content of those text communications?
Sorry, can you rephrase that?
And I'm not just asking specifically about these. What I'm saying is you have contact information in your phone for Colin Albert.
Yes.
And on any of those prior occasions when you had texted that contact information, you put in as Colin Albert into your phone. And just to be clear, you were the one who input that number as Colin Albert in your phone.
Yes.
And so on
She's authenticating.
this or any prior occasions when you had contacted via text that contact of Colin Albert in your phone, following those text communications, did you have any conversation with Colin Albert related to the content of those communications?
Sorry, I'm confused. Do you understand the question?
No,
You have to make these simpler. Let's try and get through this for dear Mr.
She has to authenticate it. And
At some point during the course of your How long had you had Colin's contact information in?
For a while, years.
And over the course of those years, had you had conversations related to content in text in person?
Oh, yes.
And as far as the content that you had texted to that number you associated or inputted Colin Albert, was Colin Albert aware of the content of those text communications?
Oh, correct. Yeah.
And within those specific screenshot of the text communications from that evening, as far as your recollection of that particular evening, are the times that are associated with those accurate as far as you remember?
Yes.
And did you do anything to alter the times that are associated with those text communications prior to taking a screenshot and giving it to the state police?
No.
Whoa.
Now turning to the other two screenshots that you took, those are photographs, correct?
Did I take them?
I'm just asking what they are.
Oh, both pictures of Colin. One's with my aunt. The other's just him and some other people blocked off.
And do you know when and where those were taken?
Yes, they were taken at the Albert's house. One of their sons were coming home from the Marines, so it was like a welcome home party.
And when was that in relation to the evening of January 28th to 29th?
A few weeks after.
And that sort of coming home celebration for your cousin who was coming home from the Marines, were you there for that?
Yes.
And so as far as your observation of those photographs, is what's depicted of Colin Albert, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what he looked like on February 11th?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
All right, Ms. Giannetti?
Oh God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm gonna barf. Holy shit, this girl.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How long have you had an iPhone? I'm not talking about your current iPhone, but just iPhones in general.
For years.
More than 5 years?
Yes.
And how old are you now?
I'm 20.
And when did you get your first iPhone, if you remember?
I don't remember.
12, 13?
Yeah, around middle schoolish.
Maybe 7 or 8 years, is that a decent estimate?
Yes.
And in those 7 or 8 years, you have learned how to operate an iPhone, the various features that they have and the apps that you can download and use, correct?
Correct.
And your current iPhone has a number of apps on it, correct?
Correct.
With regard to the text message app, you'll agree with me that that is a green icon with a white sort of speech bubble in the middle of it?
Yes, I believe.
And you know that when you click on that, it gives you a list of the text messages that you're exchanging with people, the various threads, correct?
Correct.
You know that if you click on a thread, it opens up the individual text messages that you've sent and received to that particular person, correct?
Correct.
And you know that if you take your finger or your thumb and you hold it on one particular text that's either sent to you or from you, you can do things with that individual text, correct?
Correct.
You can forward it to somebody else, right?
Correct, I believe.
In the context of a conversation, you can just reply to that one particular text message, right?
Correct.
And if you do that, rather than hit the arrow button where you forward or reply, on the left side of the screen, there's a trash can, correct?
I'm not sure.
You know that you can delete a text from a thread, correct?
Correct.
Oh God, dear.
It's a trash can that you click on, right?
Oh
Correct.
God.
I'm not trying to trick you.
No, I was confused. Sorry.
No, I understand. I don't mean to confuse you.
Oh God, she knows.
So
She knows.
you know that if you click on the trash can, it gives you an option to either cancel or to delete the message, correct?
Correct.
And what happens if you delete the message?
It's deleted off the phone.
Okay, so it's gone from that thread, correct?
Correct.
And somebody looking at a screenshot that you take after you've deleted that message, it wouldn't be evident that that message was ever there, correct?
Correct.
Yes, it would. The screenshot's going to show that
Now,
it wasn't there, but the
You testified at a hearing in Boston on August 3rd of 2023, correct?
Correct.
That was, and we're not with a jury present, that was a federal grand jury, correct?
Correct.
And you had, by that point, by August of 2023, you no longer had the phone that you originally had on January 29th of 22, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
You had gotten a new phone in December of 2022, correct?
Okay, I'm not sure what time, but
Does that?
yeah, I got a new phone. I believe I got a new phone.
But, and actually, the timing is not that important, just that it was before that grand jury.
Okay,
September's
yes.
the same time that Albert did it.
And what did you do with the old phone when you got the new phone?
Transfer through iCloud, everything transfers over.
Okay, but I'm actually talking about the hardware itself.
Oh, what did I do?
iPhone.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yes, I'm sorry. Not the data on the phone. I understand that you've testified that you transferred that to the new phone, but the actual physical phone itself, where did that go when you got the new phone?
I'm not sure.
Would that have been traded in?
Possibly.
You don't have it now, correct?
I don't think, no.
Oh my God.
And as of August of 2023, you didn't have it either,
God.
correct?
Correct.
Is it fair to say that no investigator from this case ever asked you for that phone that you had on January 29th?
Correct.
Right, so, Ms. Giannetti, can we just focus on the voir dire? All that you're doing, you can cross-examine her with, but on the voir dire of this.
Sure.
Thank you.
Sure.
I'd just like to get the jurors back in.
No, I understand, Your Honor. I understand. I was trying to lay a foundation, but maybe it's
Pin
not
or tips.
necessary.
Let's go. Pin or tips.
So, with regard to
If you need to do it, go ahead. I'm just trying to.
I want to accommodate this, Your Honor. With regard to the messages that are in a given thread, right? We've talked about the fact that you are aware that you can reply to them, an individual message, forward or delete one, correct?
Correct.
You're also aware that it is possible to change the timestamp on any individual message, correct?
No, I'm not aware of that.
You go to settings and you go to general and you go to date and time. First of all, you can change the time zone of the message. Do you have your iPhone with you right now?
Not on me.
Not on. And in addition to being able to change the time zone, you actually can change the hour and minute to whatever you want it to be. Were you aware of that?
No.
With regard to photos on your phone, you are aware that you can change the date and time of any photo in your photo app, correct?
Nope.
There is a little, when you go to your iPhone, there's a little I for information. And all you need to do is, or I think it's for info or information. All you need to do is click on that and you get a pop-up from the bottom that gives you the choice to alter the date and time.
Holy shit.
Did you know that?
No.
Next to that date and time is the word adjust.
Oh my God.
And that's all you have to click on. And you can change the time from 12:10 a.m. or you can change it from 12:40 a.m. to 12:10 a.m. or you can change it from 1:45 to 12:10
Holy shit, the
a.m.
12:40.
And it's that easy.
Yep. Now I know. I didn't know that. I didn't do that.
I know. I didn't do that. Well, I should say I didn't do.
I may have a moment.
Oh my God. 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 She transferred everything in iCloud. Holy fuck.
That's it for the one-year one.
Okay, so I'm going to allow this testimony, and your argument goes to the weight of the evidence, not its admissibility. But I did, under Commonwealth versus Tracci, want to give you your voir dire. Okay. All right. So let's bring the jurors back in.
Oh my God. Oh my God, she has a lawyer there.
Yes,
Her
PYD.
lawyer is there.
Your Honor, before the jurors come back in, may I just retrieve the exhibits?
Yes, but I'd like to see counsel at
Oh,
sidebar.
hell no. Oh my God. She has a lawyer there. She's sitting behind where they talk at the podium. She has a lawyer present. Oh my God. I mean, I knew it was deep. This is way deep. Wow, the kids are going down too. Oh my God, what the fuck? I cannot believe that you would do this to your kids. You would drag your kid into this. But hey, she's a tough player. She's a hockey player, man. Don't fuck with us. This is sick. This is insane. It's already all been done. The feds have already done this. The feds know a ton of shit.
Hunter, I think we should sit.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh. I mean, what do? You rat on your family, you turn your family in, or do you just say, like, leave me out of this? I plead the fifth, I don't want to talk. I mean, Lally calling all these people. I mean, I don't know enough about it to know if I feel bad for this girl or not. But she's gonna get bent over here on the cross, straight up bent.
Sorry.
Okay, wow. This is okay. So she has to authenticate these screenshots that she took. She's about to do that, which means she's about to commit perjury. If she was questioned well, I take that back. I think she testified at the federal grand jury. She has testimony there.
Session, please be seated.
I apologize profusely. I just need one more minute. I'm so sorry.
Your natty is Jesus. Oh my God. I've been saying this since day one. Okay. It's like these people, you never wanted this to go to trial. Okay. You should have been doing everything that you could have to have this not go to trial, right? Because then none of this would come out, right? So you're like going and bringing Karen Reed and doing all of this, like you're sinking your own ship. But if this doesn't, if you dismiss the charges against Karen Reed, then Bev may not hold anybody under perjury, but the feds are going to start indicting. Okay. There's a woman's life at stake. And if this woman is going to get up on this, if this woman is going to get up on this stand and lie under the penalty of perjury, right? You have no problem committing a crime for the purpose to see that another person is wrongfully convicted. I think the FBI is going to have something to say about that.
And Mr. Lally, I have an instruction to give if you're going to put in that screenshot.
Ooh.
Yes.
Okay.
Lally's sick.
Remember, I've told you this before. Before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must find first that it is more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent the communication was, in fact, either Colin Albert or Ms. Allie McCabe. If you do not find that it's more likely true than not that Ms. McCabe or Mr. Albert was the person who authored or created or transmitted the electronic communication, then you cannot consider that communication in your deliberations. So with that, Mr. Lally?
Thank you. And Your Honor, the first 2 pages that's been marked AA, Commonwealth would seek to introduce in a minute as the next exhibit.
Okay, those may be admitted.
Now this becomes malicious prosecution, in my opinion. If you knowingly are going to put in fake screenshots, if you're still going to go forward with this and allow the jury to see this, then that would be the definition of malicious prosecution.
And Your Honor, if I may just approach to return it to the witness.
Sure. Thank you.
Now, Ms. McCabe, with reference to, before we get into that, You had an iPhone at the time of January 20th, is that correct?
Correct.
And with respect to your friend Colin Alberts, as far as his contact information within your phone, who entered that in?
I did.
And prior to that date of January 28th into the 29th of 2022, had you had phone conversations where you would sort of press the button to call that number and it rang, correct?
Correct.
And who, if anyone, answered the phone when you contacted that phone number in your phone?
Colin.
Now, with reference to Colin and the contact in your phone, had you had prior text communications with Colin using that contact that you put in?
Correct.
And outside of those text communications that you had, did you have sort of physical, in-person conversations with Colin in regard to content that was within text messages you had with that content?
Yes, I assume so.
And specifically on that date of January 28th and the 29th, when you arrived at the home on Fairview Road, you texted Colin that you were there?
Yes.
And after you texted him that, what, if anything, happened after that?
He responded saying okay, and then he came out to the car.
And Your Honor, if I may, with the court's permission, just publish the text communication to the jury on the screen.
Yes.
Oh my God, here we go. I cannot believe this. Holy shit.
And I'm sorry, Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down. Now, what's up on the screen, Mr. McCabe, is that what you have before you as the exhibit?
Yes.
And looking at, there's sort of one side as text and one side as a blue bubble, is that correct?
Yes.
And if you know who is communicating with who as far as the sort of plain text outside of the bubble?
Colin and I? Is that what you're asking? Sorry.
What I'm asking is, who's the blue bubble?
Oh, sorry. I'm the blue bubble and he is the gray, whitish bubble.
And from sort of the top of what's depicted on the screen, you read the text that you received and the time that you received.
Yes, 11:54, and then I responded at 11:55.
And what did Colin say at 11:50?
You can get me now if easier.
And what did you?
Okay, I am driving people home now.
And what did Colin respond to that?
Wait, that's not what she just testified
He
to.
responded, word, get me after.
And if someone could scroll down. And following the get me after, what if any responses you provided?
KK, okay, and here,
And here that you texted, what time does that read on the screenshot?
12:10 a.m.
And what if anything did Colin respond to your text?
He responded at the same time saying, okay.
None of this is what she just testified to 30 minutes ago or whenever it was before the lunch break. She had already dropped off her friend. She was at a different friend's house when Colin asked for the ride. She was leaving from a different friend's house. She's a lying little bitch.
Thank you. Okay.
You're a liar.
So the next
Enjoy prison.
2 pages, 2 separate pages, contain photographs, is that correct?
Yes.
And you recognize what's depicted in those photographs that I've just placed before you?
Yes.
What do you recognize those?
It's Colin. So are you asking?
Well, let me ask you more specifically.
Okay.
So, were these also screenshots that you provided to troopers of the state police in August of 2020?
Yes, I believe so.
What's in regard to those 2 photographs, do you know when and where those photographs were taken?
They were taken February 11th at the Alberts, Nicole and Brian's house.
Objection. Move to strike.
No, I'm going to let her testify when they were taken.
And so February 11th of what year, ma'am?
2022.
So a few weeks after January 28th, 29th, correct?
Yes.
And were you present at the Alberts house on the evening of February 11th when they were taken?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of yourself and or Colin or anybody being over the Alberts house on that day?
One of Nicole and Brian's sons were coming home from their Marines, so there was like a welcome home party with family and friends.
And that is your cousin Jack, is that correct?
Correct.
And as far as what's contained in those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal as far as your memory of what Colin looked like on February 11th?
Correct.
And Your Honor, may I approach again?
Yes.
Commonwealth will seek to introduce in a minute the next two exhibits.
Again, subject to our discussion.
Sure. Okay. Yes, those are clear.
What she's testifying to what Colin looked like on February 11th. Interesting.
And then just returning those to you, and first I would direct your attention to what's been now marked as Exhibit 82. On this coming with the court's permission, may I publish those?
Unbelievable.
Yes.
Yannetti, you better be ready to rip tits.
Your Honor, may I just have a moment?
Yes.
There we go.
Governor, if you could just enlarge that a bit. And do you recognize what's now up on the screen is what you have before you as Exhibit 82?
Yes.
And if you could just describe to the jury sort of what we're looking at in this photograph, who's the biggest?
Colin and my auntie Coco.
And your auntie Coco is also Nicole Albert, is that correct?
Yes, Nicole.
And if I could direct your attention to the next exhibit for you.
Oh God, Nicole looks like shit now. These 2 years have done it to you, girl.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could allow. And again, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as Exhibit 83?
Yes.
This is the same evening, is that correct?
Correct.
Oh.
You know where in the house this photograph is taken?
I believe they call it their library, maybe.
It's the study.
It's the room in the back.
And as far as what's contained in this photograph in reference to your friend Colin Albert, as far as his face, his arms, his hands, is that fair and accurate portrayal of what he looked like on February 11th?
Yes.
February 11th? What was the first picture? February 11th as well?
No, I may approach one more time.
You could sit and spin.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I have no further questions.
Okay, here we go. Come on.
Giannetti?
Thank you.
Oh.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Ms. McCabe, you have known Colin Albert your whole life, correct?
Correct.
Your mother is Jennifer McCabe.
Correct.
His mother is Julie Albert,
Correct.
and her maiden name was Julie Nagel.
Correct.
Your mother, Jennifer, grew up together with his mother, Julie, correct?
Correct.
You and Colin are extremely close, correct?
Yes.
In fact, you would consider Colin Albert to be one of your best friends in the world, correct?
Yes, he's one of my best friends.
Now, you claim that you took a screenshot of a text conversation that you had with Colin Albert on January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
Those were the screenshots that were just shown to this jury this afternoon, correct?
Correct.
And you claim that the information on that screenshot actually existed on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Did you tell your mother, Jennifer McCabe, that you had that text conversation with Colin Albert anytime after January 29th of 2022?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you give to your mother, Jennifer McCabe, a screenshot of that text message conversation?
Objection.
Sustained.
What?
It's fair to say that on January 29th, 30th, 31st, you did not turn over that screenshot to any law enforcement official, correct, of 2022?
No, I was never asked.
No investigator from this case ever asked you for copies or a copy of that screenshot of that text message conversation on January 29th, 30th, or 31st, correct?
Correct.
They also did not ask you for a copy of that screenshot through the whole month of February, correct?
Correct.
In fact, all of 2022, no investigator ever approached you to say, can I have a copy of that screenshot, correct?
Correct.
And in addition to that, you never called an investigator to say, hey, I have a copy of the screenshot of a text message conversation that I had with Colin Albert, correct?
No, it wouldn't have been relevant at that time.
Okay.
I believe, because Colin was not at the house and wasn't introduced as being there until later.
What?
So your testimony today is that at
Just answer
no
the questions,
time
honey.
in the year 2022 did you consider it relevant at all that you had this screenshot of this text conversation, correct?
Correct.
Leaving that screenshot aside, actually, before I leave that topic, you didn't turn over that screenshot of a text message until sometime during the summer of 2023, correct?
Correct.
About a year and a half or more after January 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes, when I was asked.
And by that time, the summer of 2023, you had already switched phones.
Yeah, Daddy.
Correct?
What?
Yes.
In other words, the iPhone that you had on January 29th of 2022, you no longer had possession of that physical phone, correct?
Correct.
You had a new iPhone, correct?
Yeah, Daddy.
And you say that you transferred over the data from the old phone to the new phone, correct?
Correct.
When did you take that screenshot that was displayed to the jury today?
I don't remember.
Was it before or after you got rid of your old phone?
I don't remember.
So we don't know if that screenshot was from your phone that you got in December of 2022 or if it was from the phone that you had back in January of 2022, correct?
Correct.
That phone that you got in December of 2022, it's now May of 2024. Do you still have that same phone?
The phone, my old phone? Is that?
No, my question was, and again, I'm not trying to trick you in any way here. The phone that you got in December of 2022, the new phone at that time, is that the phone, your current phone?
Correct.
Now, before you got rid of the old phone and got the new one, did any law enforcement official, prior to that December of 2022 time period, or investigator from this case ever ask to examine your physical phone itself?
No.
Did they ever say to you, we would like to do what's called an extraction on your phone?
No.
And you never gave that phone at any point to any law enforcement official before you got rid of it, correct?
Correct.
And the first time that you mentioned that text conversation outside your family was August 3rd of 2023, correct?
Correct.
That was at a proceeding in Boston, correct?
Correct.
Where neither Mr. Lally or Ms. McLaughlin agree with it.
Objection, Your Honor. Yeah, move along, Mr. Yannetti.
Yes. That proceeding in August of 2023 was less than a year ago, correct? We're in May of 2024?
Correct.
And that was a long time after John O'Keefe was found dead on Brian Albert's lawn, correct?
Correct.
And that August of 2023, when you're revealing that text exchange, that was over a year and a half after January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And leaving aside the screenshot, as of August 3rd of 2023, no investigator from this case, no state police trooper or anybody from the DA's office had ever interviewed you, right? Prior to August of 2023?
I talked to the state troopers, but I don't know if that was before or after.
That was on August 25th of 2023, which is about 3 weeks after your testimony in the other proceedings. Does that refresh your memory?
Yes, then after.
And
Yeah.
at that point in time, on August 25th of 2023, you'll agree with me that you were not interviewed at a police station or a state police barracks, correct?
Correct.
Or the DA's office, correct?
Correct.
You were interviewed by Zoom, correct?
Correct.
And you were not alone at that time in your home, correct?
I'm not sure.
Your mother, Jennifer McCabe.
Interviewed by
correct?
Zoom? You've
Okay.
got to be
And
kidding
she was
me.
monitoring what was going on in that interview, correct?
Objection.
Was that true?
I don't recall.
Okay. In any case, that too was over a year and a half after January 29th, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, I'd like to ask you some questions about, oh, by the way, you've had an iPhone since you were 12 or 13 years old.
Correct.
And you're now how old?
20.
So 7 or 8 years would be a good estimate as to how long you've worked with iPhones?
Correct.
And obviously you know how an iPhone works, correct?
Oh
Correct.
my God.
You know how to reply and comment on text messages, correct?
Correct.
And you know that there's a lot of tools open to you to comment on text messages, correct?
Correct.
You can reply to a text using an icon or an emoji, right? To like or dislike something that somebody else said.
Correct.
You can laugh at it, you can love it, you can like it, correct?
Objection.
Right?
Oh my God, she
Correct.
said overruled.
And they make it pretty easy,
Woo,
right? All
that
you need to do
overruled.
is put your finger or your thumb on a specific message and hold it down and options appear, correct?
Correct.
And that's where you get the thumbs up, the thumbs down, the ha-ha, exclamation points, question mark, etc.
Correct.
And you also have other options, which is down the bottom, there's a kind of a curved arrow where if you click on that, you can forward the message or reply to a specific message, correct?
Correct.
And on the left, there's a trash can, right?
Correct.
And what happens when you click on the trash can?
It will delete the message from your phone.
And it's your testimony that with regard to the screenshot that we saw, there are no deleted messages in that conversation, correct?
Yes.
However, you would agree, as you've already testified, that if a message had been deleted from a screenshot, we'd never know, right?
True.
You're also familiar with the apps that are on iPhones, correct?
Correct.
You have a number of apps on your iPhone, right?
Correct.
There might be 12 or 15, I haven't counted them, but 12 or 15 maybe on your home screen, right?
Correct.
And if you swipe to the left, you get another new population of 12 or 15.
Correct.
Not bad for an old guy.
Yeah.
You use apps like Instagram.
Correct.
Snapchat is a popular app.
Correct.
And probably to your detriment, but Life 360.
Correct.
All right. That's been an app in the McCabe family for a number of years, right?
Correct. Yes.
And it's in your family anyway, and probably in a lot of families, it's mainly used for the parents to keep track of their kids, right?
Correct.
And in order for Life 360 to work, you have to have your location services on, and somebody else has to have the app and is in the family, correct? Connected to you?
Correct.
And with regard to, just going back to the messages for a minute, do you know the difference between an iMessage and a text message?
Yes, I believe one's blue and one's green.
Okay. The screenshots that we saw of your text conversation that you say that you had with Colin Albert, you were in blue, right?
Correct.
That means that Colin Albert also had an iPhone at the time, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to the timestamp on those messages, the conversation about I'm here, I believe gave the time 12:10 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Are you aware how easy it is to change that time?
No.
Are you aware that all you need to do is go from settings to general, and then there's a date and time that you can alter?
Objection.
Are you aware of that?
No, I didn't know that was a thing.
You know that when you set up your iPhone, you have to choose a time zone, correct?
Correct.
And you always choose the New York time zone because that's where Boston is, right?
Correct.
Are you aware that if you go into settings, general, and then date and time, you can change the time zone to wherever you're going?
I guess I didn't. Once I set my phone up, I have no reason to change the time.
See? And in addition to changing the time zone, you literally can choose any time that you want. You could make 1:45 a.m., 12:10 a.m. in about 3 seconds. Did you know that?
Do you know that? Do you know that?
No.
But if I'm not accusing you of this now, but if you had changed the time on that from a screenshot, we'd have no way of knowing, correct?
I guess.
Because what a screenshot ultimately becomes is like a photo, correct?
Correct.
It's not like you can edit it, right? I mean, the most that you can do is what we saw on the other photo that was displayed, which is kind of crossing out with a magic marker somebody's face or a time, right? That would be how you'd have to alter it, right?
Correct.
Now, I had asked you if prior to getting rid of your old phone and getting the new one, if law enforcement ever asked you to, go through the phone themselves, and you had said no, right?
Yes, they did not do that.
And they never asked to do an extraction on the old phone, correct?
No.
What about the new phone that you now have that you got in December? Have the state police ever asked to do, have they ever asked to look through that phone?
They look, no, I don't think so.
You provided the screenshot that was shown to the jury today on August 25th when you talked to the state police in this case, right, of 2023?
Correct.
And when you provided them that screenshot, did they say, hey, by the way, can I look at your phone to see if it's on there?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Did they say that to you?
I don't remember.
But in any case, you never physically showed them your phone, right?
No.
You don't recall clicking on that text message app, the green app with the kind of white speech bubble. You didn't click on that and then click on the Colin Albert conversation and say, here it is, did you?
No.
And in addition to not asking you to see your new phone, they also did not ask you to do an extraction of your new phone, correct?
Correct.
And at some point in time, you realized that you'd have to be a witness in this case and have the unfortunate incident of having to talk to me, right?
Objection.
I'm going to see Counselor Tybett for just a minute on this.
Why, Bev? What the heck were you doing? What's up, Bev? Okay, so basically, he's asked her enough times, like, you didn't alter this, right? You didn't do anything. Well, he said, did you know that you could do this? And she's over here saying, no, she didn't know that she could do this. Once she sets her phone's blah, blah. They have proof. Okay. They have proof here that these text messages were altered. Now, I caught Yannetti when he said something about you could change, 12:40, you can make it 12:10. Well, let me tell you what happened at 12:40 also. At 12:40, that's when Jen McCabe texts John and says, pull up behind me. Now, maybe there's a chance that that was actually a text that was meant for, her daughter. But I think it was really interesting that he's talking about 12:40 because Jen McCabe says, pull up behind me to John O'Keefe, which doesn't make any sense.
Okay, and just to wrap this up, to this day, no extraction has been done on your phone, correct?
Correct.
Now, when you had that Zoom interview on August 25th, you told the trooper that you drove Colin straight to his house after you picked him up on January 29th, and then you went straight home, correct?
Yes, I believe.
And you have previously testified back in August of 2023 that you believe you dropped Colin Albert off at his home at around 12:15, 12:20 or so?
Correct.
And when you left, by the way, you're very familiar with 34 Fairview, right?
Correct.
That's family, correct?
Correct.
Been over there many, many, many times, correct?
Correct.
And you're familiar with the neighborhood in terms of the streets that are around there, right?
Correct.
And you've lived in Canton your whole life?
Yes. Yeah.
When you were a baby, you were in Stoughton?
Yes.
Basically, you're a Canton girl, right?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury the route that you took home from 34 Fairview? Or actually, strike that. The route that you took to Colin Albert's house when you left 34 Fairview on January 29th?
I don't remember specifically, but I would believe I drove up Fairview, then sorry, I don't know the streets.
If I suggested to you that the street closest to 34 Fairview was Cedar Crest and the one on the other side is Chapman, does that refresh your memory?
Yeah, so Chapman.
Okay, so
I
you would have
believe.
gone up and gone to Chapman and taken a right or a left?
Really bad with directions. When I got there, I went to the center of town, his house. I don't know specifically which way. I'm trying to think of it. I can't picture it.
Yes.
Are you familiar with Washington Street in Canton?
Yes.
Would you have wound up on Washington Street?
Yes.
All right. And you're aware that the Canton Library is on the corner of Washington and Sherman Street? Does that make sense?
Yes.
So you would have passed by the library?
Yes.
Now, with regard to
Are we heard in the library?
whether you went straight home, did you, by the way, when you went home, did you stay there?
Yes, I believe so.
For in the rest of the night?
Yes.
The library has a camera. Oh shit, here we go. Come on.
Okay, and what time do you say that you arrived at home?
I'm not sure. Before around 12:30-ish.
Okay. With regard to Life 360, would you agree with me that if you go on that app and you're trying to figure out at 12:06 and 55 seconds on January 29th, you left that home, sir, correct?
Correct.
And then on January 29th of 2022 at 12:23 and 14 seconds, you completed a 7-mile drive where your top speed was 42 miles an hour. Does that make sense?
Correct.
And then you left home on January 29th of 2022 at 12:23 and 14 seconds. as well. And what that probably means, reading between the lines, is that you entered that home circle, but then you didn't go home. You went through the home circle and completed a 7-mile drive somewhere, right?
I guess. I thought I went home. I'm
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't hear your answer.
I believe I went home.
Okay.
That was completing my drive at my house.
All right, but at 12:26 a.m. on January 29th, you left home again, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
Did you leave home?
I don't know. I don't remember.
All right. And at 12:26 a.m. and 12 seconds, you arrived at the Canton High School, correct?
No.
On January 29th of 2022, at 12:26 and 55 seconds, you completed a 1-mile drive where your top speed was 43 miles per hour, right?
I don't believe so.
And then at 12:26 and 55 seconds on January 29th, you left Canton High School and arrived at home on January 29th of 2022 at 12:29 and 28 seconds, correct?
I do not know.
And then after arriving home again on January 29th of 2022 at 12:29 and 29 seconds, you completed a 12-mile drive on January 29th of 2022 at 12:31 and 22 seconds. Did you not?
No.
And then you left home on January 29th of 2022 at 1:08 and 15 seconds, right?
I don't believe so.
And ultimately, you went through the home bubble and the Canton High School bubble, and you arrived at Canton High School on January 29th of 2022 at 1:28 in the morning and 8 seconds.
Can I see what you're referring to?
Sure.
Oh, she fell into the trap and asked for it.
May I approach you on?
Oh my God, she shouldn't have done that.
You probably don't need these, right?
No, I'm good.
Canton High School. Mm-mm-mm.
Okay, and to make it easy, I mean, you can read the whole thing, but where it says record 16 is what I just asked you about, but feel free to read the whole thing.
Thank you.
And if you would, read it silently to yourself and look up at me when you're done.
What is she doing?
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right. Sorry. May I approach?
Did you take Chloe?
Did that help refresh your memory on where you were that night?
No.
Do you still dispute that you went straight home and didn't leave there?
Objection.
Sustained.
And finally, I just asked you about arriving at Canton High School on January 29th of 2022 at 1:28 and 8 seconds. You arrived at home, within that home bubble, on January 29th of 2022 at 1:30 in the morning and 26 seconds, correct?
What time did it say I arrived at high school?
1:30 in the morning and 26 seconds.
And what time did it say I arrived at high school?
The high school was 1:28 and 8 seconds.
It wouldn't have taken me 2 minutes to go from the high school to my house. I'm confused.
With regard to the high school was also one of the bubbles, one of the areas where you could be, right, on Life 360?
No.
If I may.
Yes.
Remember, she testified on direct examination that she went home and went to bed and her parents were not home.
Did you say that on Life 360, the Canton High School is not one of the areas that you're tracked in?
What do you mean?
So remember, do you remember we were talking earlier about?
Oh, like put in a location, like that was
Yeah,
home,
there
that
are
was
multiple
high school.
locations, like, you know, if your mother's looking for you, where are you?
Yes,
Well, you know, you're at D&E Pizza, you're at high school, you're at, you know, home, right? I mean, those could be categories.
correct,
You've agreed that home was one of the categories.
correct.
And having reviewed that, the Canton High School is also one of the categories, correct?
I believe so.
All right. And on January 29th of 2022, the last entry is that you completed a 12-mile drive on January 29th of 2022 at 1:32 in the morning and 23 seconds. And that's the end of the activity. Do you agree with me that that's when you finally stopped that night?
I don't recall.
I may have a moment.
Yes.
Oh my God. She went from getting home at 12:30. So now I stand by what I said, that pulling behind me at 12:40, I don't think was for John O'Keefe.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Thank you.
Redirect, try to rehabilitate this witness.
Now, Ms. McCabe, with regard to, did you get rid of your prior iPhone or did you upgrade your iPhone?
Upgrade.
And that would have been in December of 2022, is that correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Was it sometime around Christmas?
Yeah, probably.
And that could have been a present as far as getting a new iPhone or upgrading your iPhone?
Yes.
Now, as far as any of the information that you were shown as far as the screenshot, did you in any way, shape, or form alter or delete any of the content within that text message from January 28th and the 29th with calling out?
No.
And with reference to changing times or time zones or anything, messages before Mr. Yannetti asked you any of those questions, were you aware of any of those things as things that you could do with your phone?
No.
With regard to Life 360, what, if any, knowledge do you have as far as the accuracy of?
Oh, blow me. It's so accurate.
Well, I'm not sure, but on the photo he showed me, it says like turn Wi-Fi on. So that like remind Allie to turn Wi-Fi on. So that could have affected the accuracy.
No, actually GPS is not
And that
a
was
Wi-Fi
on literally
B.
every single one of the alerts that was on that page that he showed you.
Every single one.
Wi-Fi sucks. You want GPS.
Now, Canton High School, do you know what street that's on?
Washington Street, I believe.
And
yeah.
About how far a ride is it from Canton High School to your house?
7-8 minutes, 10. I'm not sure.
You were in the bubble Canton High School at 1:28 in the morning. Could you have possibly been in the bubble of your home at 1:30 in the morning?
No.
And unless you were going 90 miles an hour in a snowstorm?
No.
Now, you were asked some questions about that time frame of August of 2023 when you were asked and you turned over sort of screenshots to troopers from the state police, correct?
Correct.
You were asked about previous times indicating that you weren't asked and it wasn't relevant, correct?
Correct.
Now, you know why you were asked in August of 2023 versus any prior time period?
Because Colin Albert wasn't in the house, and it was brought up here that he was.
And brought up where?
By the defense.
Wait.
And around that time of August 2023.
Wait, excuse me?
I believe so, yes.
And with reference to relevancy, is that what you were talking about?
Correct.
And what, if anything else, you're close friends with Colin Albert, is that correct?
Correct.
What, if anything else, has either your family or Colin Albert and his family undergone over the course of pendency of this case? Objection.
No, the door's been opened. I'm allowing it.
Well, basically harassment.
Harassment by who?
Bloggers, people online.
What?
And what, if anything, in relation to Colin Albert being in the house has occurred as far as the harassment that you're talking about?
Can you rephrase?
With reference to what you were talking about as far as the relevancy of Colin Albert being in the house at that time, what, if any, harassment was there in relation to that and in relation to Colin?
Well, no, go ahead.
Oh,
You can
get-
answer.
fuck
Colin
you, Bev.
wasn't at the house, so he's being harassed he was not at the house when John was there, so I drove him home. So people are harassing him saying he was at the house when it's not true.
When you speak about harassment, what specifically type of harassment?
Constant phone calls, emails, awful messages.
Objection.
I'll allow it. Focus on this witness, not Colin Albert at this point.
As far as you and your family, what, if any, type of harassment have you received?
People showing up at our house, people emailing my school, just like a lot of harassment. Can I have a moment, please?
Sure.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Oh my god.
I have something too.
And
Nobody
how long a period
believes
of time
you.
has that persisted?
Very long
Oh
time.
my god, Amber Heard.
Thank you.
Oh my god, Amber Heard.
I have nothing further.
All right, Ms. McCabe, you're all set.
Thank you.
Your next witness, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth will call Colin Albert to the stand.
Daddy, Colin Albert's coming to the stand. Holy Nikes.
Step on me. Name, standing, and face the front. Do solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and during the case now here.
Oh god, here he is. Holy shit. Holy shit. Bang, bang.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
How are you?
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Colin Albert, Albert.
And where do you live, sir?
Canton, Mass.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
My whole life.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Canton with?
I live with my mother, my father, and my two brothers,
And your mother and your father, what are their names?
Julie and Chris Albert.
And your brothers, what are their names?
Chris and Dylan Albert.
And as far as within the age of you and your two brothers, where do you fall in that?
I am the middle child.
And how old are you, sir?
I'm 20 years old.
And do you work? Do you go to school?
I go to school at Bridgewater State.
And what year are you in?
I am going into my junior year.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to January 28th into January 29th of 2022. Recall those days?
Yes.
Do you recall what days of the week they were?
I do not.
Do you recall whether it was weekday, weekend?
Weekend.
And turning your attention to the evening of January 28th, do you recall where you went that night?
Yes, I do.
And just to be clear, around that time, were you in college? Were you in high school? What grade were you in?
I was a senior in high school.
So end of January, you would have been about 4 months away or so from graduation, correct?
Yes, sir.
And on that evening, where did you, at some point, did you leave your home and go out?
Yes, I did.
And do you recall about what time it was that you went out?
I do not remember.
Do you recall whether it was light or dark when you went out?
It was dark.
And where did you, upon leaving your house, where did you go?
I went to one of my buddy's houses.
And that buddy, what was his,
Mike.
and where does Mike live in relation to you?
Can you rephrase that?
Does Mike live in Canton as well?
Yes, he does.
About how far is it from your house to Mike's house?
About like 7-8 minutes.
And when you got to Mike's house, was it just you and Mike, or who, if anyone else, was there?
I do not remember who was there.
Was there more than just the two of you?
Yes.
And generally speaking, when you got to Mike's house, what is it that you did when you got?
I do not remember.
Now, as far as how you got from your house to Mike's house, do you recall how you?
No, I do not remember.
Let me ask you this: did you walk? Did you drive? Did you get a ride?
I got a ride.
Do you recall who you got a ride from?
No.
And when you do you recall? Let me ask you this: as far as that particular night that you went out, did you drink any alcoholic beverages while you were out?
Yes.
And did you drink any of those at Mike's house?
Yes.
And do you recall generally what you were drinking that night?
Bud Light.
And when you were at Mike's house on that particular evening, do you recall about how long you were there for?
A few hours.
And do you recall how much you had to drink while you were at Mike's house?
I do not remember.
And so in reference to you going out and going over Mike's house and having some beers over there, is that why you didn't drive?
Yes.
So you got
This is
a ride
unreal.
someone over to Mike's house, you spent some hours there, and then do you recall where you went from there?
I went to my uncle's house.
And fair to say you have a relatively large extended family within Canton, is that correct?
Yes.
And so when you say you went to your uncle's house, which uncle's house did you go to?
My Uncle Brian.
And that would be same last name as yourself, so Brian Albert.
Yes.
And how is he your uncle? Sort of how is he related?
He is my father's brother.
And why did you go to your uncle's house that night?
It was my cousin Brian's birthday, so I went over to celebrate for a little bit with him.
And so that would be Brian Albert Jr., is that right?
Sir.
And you know how old your cousin Brian Albert Jr. was turning on that night?
I do not know.
When do you recall how you got from Mike's house to your uncle's house?
I believe Allie McCabe.
And
Wait,
do
what?
you know the address as far as your uncle's house?
34 Fairview Road.
That's how he got
Is
there?
that somewhere, your family's house, is that somewhere that you had been before?
Yes.
And so your memory is that Allie McCabe gave you a ride from Mike's house to the house on Fairview?
From what I remember, yes.
Now, Allie McCabe, as far as who is that to you? Or what, if any, kind of relationship you have with Allie?
It is my cousin's cousin. So not technically my cousin, but we're close and like we do family events and stuff like that together.
And you and Miss McCabe, are you in the same grade?
Yes.
And how long have you known each
My whole entire life.
other? So not blood related, but someone that you see at family events.
Yes.
Oh my God.
And someone that was in the same grade and went to the same school as you?
This
Correct.
is insane.
And that school, which school did you go to at that time?
Canton High School.
And do you recall about what time it was that you arrived at the house on Fairview?
Between 10:30 and 11 at night.
And did you have at that time any kind of curfew or time that you had to be home from your parents?
Usually around like right around before midnight.
And so was it like a hard fast, like 12 o'clock? If you're not here, you're grounded, or was it sort of around that time?
Just around midnight.
And so after, when you arrive there, you go into the house, is that right?
Yes.
And the house at 34 Fairview has a couple of different ways to get in the house in the front, is that correct?
Correct.
And do you recall which way that you went in that evening?
The side door near the garage.
And when you come into the house, where did you go within the house? What room did you go into?
The living room.
And then from the living room, where else did you go within?
Like the kitchen area.
And within the kitchen area of the house, who, if anyone else, was present in the kitchen?
From what I remember, my cousin Brian, Emily Fabiano, Sarah Levinson, and Catherine Duty, from what I remember that night.
Is it possible there were other people there that you just don't recall?
Yes.
And where were they situated, sort of in the kitchen dining room area?
Like sitting around the kitchen table, I would say.
Now, after you arrived there, when you arrived there, what is it that they were doing when you walked in?
Just listening to music and having a couple of drinks.
And you come in, you greet people, is that correct?
Yes.
The other people that you talked about, as far as beyond your cousin Brian Alvin Jr., did you know those other people?
I knew of them. I wasn't friends with them or anything.
Fair to say they were older than you were, is that correct?
Correct.
So like Miss Levinson would have been older than you by at least a few years at that point.
Yes.
And same with reference to, I believe you said Miss Fabiano and Miss Duty, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, when you arrive at the house, did you have any other drinks once you got there?
Yes.
Do you recall what, if anything, you drank once you got
Bud Light.
there? So same as you were having before?
Correct.
You know how many that you had while you were at 34 Fairview?
I do not remember.
And over the course of the evening, whether it was at Mike's house or in between, or when you got to 34 Fairview, did you feel yourself as far as like overly intoxicated or drunk or anything like that?
No.
And as far as the other people that you observed at the house that night, does anybody stick out to you as being overly
He doesn't remember how he
intoxicated
got to his friend Mike's.
fall down drunk or anything like that?
No.
Now, with reference to when you came into the house, you mentioned there was music playing. How would you describe sort of the general mood within the house?
It was happy. It was, yeah.
Now, as far as that area where you first observed the people around the table in the kitchen dining room area when you came in, did you ever see anybody else go anywhere else in the house?
Not that I remember.
Did you yourself go anywhere else in the house?
No.
At any point in time in the evening while you were there, did you go upstairs or downstairs in the basement or out in the backyard or anywhere else besides the kitchen dining room area?
No.
Beyond maybe the restroom at some point?
Yeah. Other than that, no.
And about how long were you at your uncle's house that night to celebrate your cousin's birthday?
Probably around like an hour and a half.
And so about what time would it have been that you left?
12:10.
And with respect to your leaving the house, who, if anyone, did you contact to facilitate?
Rephrase.
Let me ask it in a much easier, better way. Okay. As far as your plans were concerned, as far as leaving the house, who, if anyone, did you reach out to get a ride from?
My friend Allie McCabe.
And how did you reach out to her?
I texted her.
And do you recall whether or not you had any sort of other communication? Well, let me step back and ask it this way. At that point in time, in January of 2022, you had Ms. McCabe's information saved as a contact in your phone, is that correct?
Correct.
And on prior occasions, had you had a chance to, call that number from your cell phone that you had programmed in as Allie McCabe?
Correct.
And when you called that number, who, if anyone, answered the phone?
Allie.
Now, with respect to text communications, had you had text communications with that contact in your phone as Allie McCabe prior to that date of January 28th?
Yes.
And when you had those conversations, did you then also have subsequent sort of in-person conversations with Allie McCabe as well?
Yes.
And during those in-person conversations, was there any reference or anything talked about content that had been previously sent and communicated via text?
No.
Let me ask it in a
He's not saying what you want,
So-
Lally.
You would have text communications with the person you put in as a contact as Allie McCabe, correct?
Yes.
And then subsequent to having those text communications, you would then speak to her either in person or over the phone, correct?
Objection.
The objection is sustained. Watch the form.
Yeah, he's leading this witness.
Following those text communications with the person that you had input in your phone, what, if any, verbal conversations would you have in reference to the content of the text?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
No, we never said he was
Did
smart,
you
Lally.
talk to her in person about something you had talked to her about in text?
No.
Now, with reference,
Lally, you are drowning.
on that specific date of January 28th, was text communications the only means by which you communicated with Ally McCabe?
From what I remember, yeah.
And were there other means by which you would typically communicate with her?
If she wasn't answering a text, I'd give her a call. Yeah.
And were there apps or anything like that on your phone that you would communicate with her as well?
Snapchat sometimes.
Now, with respect to Snapchat and your family, specifically your cousins, what, if any, sort of group Snapchat chains were there with respect to your family?
Yes.
And specifically, who were those sort of group Snapchat chains? Who was included within them?
I have a Snapchat group chat with my cousins.
And you have cousins on basically your father's side and your mother's side, correct?
Not on my mother's side, no.
You have no cousins on your mother's side?
No.
And with respect to the cousins on your father's side, would it be all of your cousins that were included within that?
Not all of them, no.
And so who of your cousins would be included on those kind of group Snapchat chains?
My older brother, Chris, my younger brother, Dylan, my cousin, Kevin, Brian, Brendan, Caitlin, Kayla, and I believe that is it.
And if you recall, was there any communication on that group Snapchat chain in regard to Brian Jr.'s birthday on that date of January 28th or 29th?
No, not that I remember.
Now, with respect, so you reach out to Ms. McCabe via text, is that correct?
Yes.
And she agrees to pick you up?
Yes.
And at some point, are you made aware that she's at the home?
Yes.
And how is it that she makes you aware that she's at the home?
I got a text message from her that says I'm here.
And at any point in time while you were in the home, did Ms. McCabe come inside the home?
No.
And so after you received that text message from Ms. McCabe, did you respond?
Yes.
And do you recall what you responded?
Come in.
And from that communication, after you sent that, about how long was it between the time that you sent that and the time that you came out?
Between 30 seconds and a minute, I'd say.
And when you came out of the house, do you recall which door you came out at that point?
The side door next to the garage.
And when you came out that door, who, if anyone, did you encounter as you were coming out?
As I was walking out, I saw my Uncle Brian and my Aunt Nicole.
And you were going out, and what were they doing?
They were coming in.
And in addition to your Uncle Brian and your Aunt Nicole, was there anybody else that you recall that was with them when they came into the house?
No, not that I remember.
And what, if any, exchange did you have with your uncle and your aunt as you were going out?
Basically, they didn't walk in the door.
I just said, I'm going home. My mom wants me home. I love you guys. Bye.
And you then went outside of the house, is that correct?
Correct.
And did you see Ms. McCabe outside?
Yes.
And where was she where was her vehicle in relation to the house?
In the driveway.
Now, do you recall what type of vehicle Ms. McCabe was driving on that particular night or had at that time?
I believe it was the blue Ford that they had.
Was that a sedan? Was that an SUV? What type of vehicle?
A sedan.
And so you come out, that's in the driveway, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall whether or not it was parked on the left side or the right side of the driveway?
I do not remember.
And you get into the vehicle. Which part of the vehicle did you get into?
That I do not remember.
Front seat passenger side, does that sound right?
Could have been that, yeah.
Do you recall whether or not there was anybody else in the vehicle at the time that you got in?
I do not remember that.
Do you recall whether or not there was anybody else in the vehicle at the time that she had dropped you off at that location?
I do not remember that either.
Now, as far as the coming outside of the house, did you take note of anything as far as the weather or what was going on with that when you came outside?
Pretty sure it just started snowing at that time, around that time.
So the snow had just begun. Do you recall whether or not it was sticking or accumulating on the ground at that time?
I do not remember, no.
Now, you get into the car and where did you go?
She drove me right home.
So no stops along the way, just straight from Fairview to your house.
Correct.
And about how long a period or how long a drive is?
Anywhere between 5-10 minutes.
Now, as you were outside of the house walking to the car and after the car sort of backs out of the driveway and leaves, did you observe anything abnormal or unusual outside of your uncle's house that night?
No,
Did you observe any other cars outside at that time?
not that I remember.
Now, Allie has a mother and a father, and you're familiar with them, is that correct?
Correct.
And what are their names?
Jennifer and Matt.
Same last name as McCabe.
Yes.
And are you familiar with what types of vehicles they have?
Yes.
And when you came out of the house and got into Allie's Ford Snare, did you see any vehicle you would associate with either Jennifer or Matthew McCabe at the house at that time?
No.
And so you drive home and you go to your house without the address. Whereabouts within the town of Canton were you living at that point?
It's right in the center of Canton near the Seasons gas station.
And is that a single-family house or a multi-family house?
It is a condominium.
And when Mr. McCabe pulls in and parks, you get out, correct?
Yes.
And so in order to get into the building, in order to get into your home, how is it that you get into your home when you get to the condo?
There's a door around back that I go into, and I gotta either have a key or they buzz me in, but I usually have a key, and I gotta go up 3 flights of stairs, and then we're at the top level in the condominium.
And so you have to get sort of into the building before you can get into your own unit.
Correct.
And did you notice whether or not Ms. McCabe was still there as you were, excuse me. Did you notice whether or not Ms. McCabe was still out there parked when you opened the door with the key?
That I do not remember.
And you get into the condo, or you get into your home, and who, if anyone, was living with you at that time?
My parents and my little brother.
Your older brother, where was he?
In San Diego.
He was in the service, is that correct?
Correct.
And as far as your little brother, and your father and your mother, were they home when you got home?
Yes.
And how do you know?
Because I remember my parents being up in their bedroom that night.
Is there any sort of rule or sort of, for lack of a better term, a protocol as far as when you come home, where do you go sort of first thing when you walk in?
I always tell my mom and my dad that I'm home, and usually go up to their bedroom, give them a hug goodnight, tell them I love them, and then go down to bed.
And did you do that on that occasion?
Yes.
So sort of immediately when you come home, you go right up to your parents' room?
Yes.
And when you got up to your parents' room on that particular evening, was both your mother and your father in their room?
Correct.
And you had that sort of exchange that you described before?
Yes.
And so your bedroom is then located downstairs from where your parents' bedroom is?
Yes.
And if you know about what time was it that you came into the house?
I want to say around 12:20.
Boom, curtains.
And fair to say this is 2.5 years ago, and you weren't exactly looking at your watch when you came in, is that right?
Exactly, yes.
And as far as being home or having that curfew around midnight or so, did you get in trouble for being late that night?
No.
Objection.
I'll sustain the objection. I'll strike that.
Now,
Alan Jackson just did the objection. He's crossing
Robert.
this young man.
the place that you were living at that point in the condo, how long had you been living?
That I do not remember.
Did you live somewhere else in Canton prior to?
Yes.
Where was it that you lived?
7 Meadows Ave.
And how long did you live at 7 Meadows?
My whole entire life before moving to that condo.
And so all I'm sort of trying to ascertain here is, so from the time of January 28, 29, 2022, was it a long time, short time, months, weeks, years? How long had you been living at the condo?
Short time, I'd say a couple months.
And so prior to that couple of months, you had lived your whole life at 7 Meadows, correct?
Correct.
And that was a single-family house, is that correct?
Yes.
And with respect to living on Meadows Ave, did you know people that lived on your street growing up?
Yes.
And at some point, while you were living there, did you come to know someone by the name of John O'Keefe?
Yes.
And how did you know Mr. O'Keefe?
He lived at the top of our street.
So how many houses, if you know, were sort of in between your house and Mr. O'Keefe's?
2.
And you know how long that Mr. O'Keefe had been living on that street?
I do not know.
And how did you know him, sort of, if you could describe sort of your relationship with your neighbor, Mr. O'Keefe?
I knew him because I knew that my parents were friendly with him. So and I knew he lived at the top of our street. That's how I knew him.
And were you aware who, if anyone, lived at the house with Mr. O'Keefe?
I know his 2 kids that he brought in, adopted, lived there, and I'm not sure who else.
And that would have been his niece and his nephew that he adopted, correct?
Correct.
And where were they in relation to you as far as age?
A lot younger. I don't know the exact age difference, but.
So if you were in high school, they would have been some grade far below.
Yes.
Now, as far as your relationship with Mr. O'Keefe, your neighbor, about how often would it be that you would see him?
Not often. I'd drive by every now and then. He'd be outside and I would wave. He'd wave back. That was pretty much it.
And during the time that you lived on Meadows Ave, or a couple months subsequent to that, is there ever any animosity or any sort of arguments or anything that you would ever had with Mr. O'Keefe?
Never.
And how would you describe Mr. O'Keefe from your perspective, as far as how would you describe him as a person?
A nice guy, a good guy.
Now, with respect,
He said never
to-
instead of no.
If I could bring you back to Fairview Road
He said
on
never.
January 28th and 29th of 2022. Obviously, you were familiar with Mr. O'Keefe at that point.
Yes.
And at any point in time that you were in that home, did you see Mr. O'Keefe inside the home?
No.
At any point in time that you were outside of the home, going in, coming out, at any point in time did you see Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
At any point in time on the evening of January 28th into January 29th, 2022, did you see Mr. O'Keefe anywhere?
No.
And at that time, at end of January 2022, were you aware of, or did you know anybody by the name of Kerry?
Yes.
And how did you know her?
I knew that she dated Mr. O'Keefe.
And had you had
He didn't say
any
Officer
sort of
O'Keefe.
prior interactions with Ms. Reed prior to January 28th?
Not that I remember, no.
Did you know what she looked like?
Not really.
As far as any interactions, would that be just sort of driving by the house?
Yeah. Maybe drive by, wave. That was about it.
Oh my gosh, let's see. Is he gonna? What do we got here?
I may have one moment.
Yes.
Collins, sit straight up. Flex.
Now, as
Oh
far
God,
as that,
he wants to burn out the 15 minutes.
sort of reaching out to Ms. McCabe on that particular evening, was that something that you had done before?
Yeah.
Is that something that sort of you and your friend group did together, as far as if somebody was out and driving around and somebody else was maybe drinking somewhere, they could contact them for a ride?
Yes, correct.
That was as opposed to somebody drinking and then getting behind the wheel and driving, correct?
Exactly.
Now, sir, some point in July of 2023, did you have occasion to meet with any troopers from the state police in regard to that evening of January 28th, 29th?
Say the date again.
Some point in July of 2023, did you meet with any troopers from the state police?
No.
At some point subsequent to that date of January 28th, 29th, did you meet with any troopers from the state police?
Yes.
And you were asked questions and you answered them, is that correct?
Correct.
And following that conversation or interview that you had with troopers from the state police, what, if anything, did you provide them with reference to your phone?
Can you rephrase that? Sorry.
At some point, did you provide them with a screenshot of a text communication between yourself and Ms. McCabe?
Yes.
And was that something that you took a screenshot on your own phone and then were able to then provide it to them?
Correct.
Now, may I approach?
Yes.
Let's take a look. If he took a screenshot, here we go. Let's see what's going on.
So showing you a document, just ask you to look at it and then look up when you finish. And do you recognize that, sir?
Yes.
What do you recognize that?
My text messages between Allie that night.
And what's contained on that, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you recall as far as the text messages, what was on your phone, as far as what you took a screenshot of the text messages between you and Allie McCabe that night?
Yes, sir.
I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll want to seek to introduce in a minute.
Mr. Jackson?
Yeah, one moment.
Ooh, let's see. We're gonna voir dire him. Karen wants to take a looky. All right, he's examining it with a fine-tooth comb.
No objection. Thank you.
All right. And jurors, remember the instruction I gave you about the text messages. Thank you. Okay.
Exhibit 84.
Oh boy. I love that breathing machine they use.
Now, may I approach this with them to,
Yes.
with the court's permission, may I publish this for the jury?
Publish it, baby.
Okay.
Publish it. Here we go.
So what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as Exhibit 84?
Yes.
And the contact that's listed at the top states out, is that correct?
Correct.
Is that how you had Ms. McCabe programmed into your phone?
Correct.
And from this, there's two sets of communications, one contained in blue bubbles and one contained in non-blue bubbles, correct?
Yes.
If you know the blue bubbles, is that you or is that Ms. McCabe or who's?
That's me.
So the other side would be Ms. McCabe, is that correct?
Correct.
There's also times that are stamped or associated with these text bubbles and with the text communications.
Yes.
If I could direct your attention, and maybe easier if you're looking at the paper in front of you, but just sort of starting from the top, January 28, 2022, if you could read to the jury what the content is, what the time is, and indicate who is communicating.
At 11:54, I texted Allie and said, "You can get me now, period." At 11:54, I texted her again and said, "If easier." At 11:55, Allie texted me back and said, "Okay, I am driving people home now." At 11:55, I said, "Word." And then at 11:55, I said, "Get me after." At 11:55, Allie wrote back, "KK." And then at 12:10 a.m., Allie wrote, "Here." And at 12:10 a.m., I wrote back, "Okay."
Since it's 15 minutes, I think
Your
there's
Honor,
supposed to be a
process with
time
the
and
details.
date stamp
Yes.
there in between those two, because it also changed into the other day.
Now, sir, with respect
February
to,
or January 29th should show
that
switch
last
over.
communication that you sent
next
as far as
day.
okay, how long after that message was sent did you then go out to the car where Allie was?
Right after, I'd say around 30 seconds.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness again?
Yes.
Sir, I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibits 82 and 83. Again, I just asked you to take a look at those and look up. And do you recognize those, sir?
Yep.
And what do you recognize those?
Say that again.
What is in those photos?
A picture of me and my aunt, and a picture of me by myself.
And do you recall sort of when those photographs were taken?
Yes, February 11th.
And why is it that you recall that, well, let me ask you this. As far as February 11th was concerned, where were you that day?
I was at my uncle's house.
And why were you at your uncle's house on that?
My cousin was coming home for leave from the Marine Corps, so we had a little gathering for him.
And just to be clear, when you say your uncle, you're talking about your uncle Brian Albert again?
Correct.
Your cousin that was coming home from the Marines, what's his name?
Jack Albert.
And so on that evening, you were over that house, is that correct?
Correct.
And the first picture in exhibit, I believe it's 82, is that correct? You and your aunt Nicole?
Correct.
And what's contained on there, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of sort of what you look like as far as your arms, your hands, your face, all of those things on that date of February 11th?
Correct.
And the second photograph is again you by yourself, is that correct?
Correct.
And from that photograph, again, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you look like on February 11th?
Yes.
And from the second photograph in, if you know, where was that taken within the home of your uncle?
In the library at 34 Fairview.
And again, that library or any of the other rooms within the house beyond the kitchen, the dining room, or possibly the restroom, did you go into any other areas of the house on that night of January 28th into January 29th?
No.
I approach this to retrieve your honor?
Yes.
One moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Look at him fiddling. Look at him fiddling. I think you got through everything.
Now, Mr. Albert, just one last question. When it came to your arrival at 34 Fairview Road on the evening of, or the early morning of January 29th, when you were leaving, beyond your Uncle Brian and your Aunt Nicole, did you see anybody else older than yourself or anybody else related to that group come into the house that evening?
No.
Thanks. I have nothing further.
Mr. Jackson, do you want to begin or wait until the morning?
No, it probably makes more sense to wait till tomorrow morning.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ooh, Mr. Jackson.
We're going to wait until the jury.
All right, guys.
And then you can. Okay. All right, jurors, I do have to caution you, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Do not do any independent
please.
research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. Tomorrow's a half day. We'll see you tomorrow morning.
Court, all rise.
Nobody. AJ will rough him up in the morning. He's got to wear another nice shirt. What a day, guys. What a day. I am going to go ahead and see if we can get that information. I don't know if it'll do anything, but I think that should 100%. Whenever it changes dates.
Please be seated.
Oh,
All right. Do you need me for anything? Any evidentiary issues, any exhibits that we need to go through to avoid sidebar time tomorrow?
Not for the Commonwealth, Your Honor, no.
Not on behalf of Mr. Reed.
Okay. We will start at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you all.
Court, all rise.
Woo!
Goodbye.
It's very interesting about
that 12:40 time, because at 12:40 time when Yannetti was saying, are you sure it wasn't, you could change something from 12:40, you can make it 12:10, because at 12:40 Jennifer McCabe texts John and says, pull up behind me. And that's exactly where what's her name, Allie McCabe, pulled up and into, was behind the mom.
Afternoon recess to
God.
look out an exhibit here. We'll come back on the record. We'll try to do that about quarter after. And so we'll be on break till then.
All rise, please.
So, well, I'm going to do a couple things, and woo-wee. You guys, we have to point out the fact that he's saying he would have gotten home before his dad would have got home, right? What time is his dad saying he got home? They have Colin Albert not getting home until 12:45 a.m. Their own family, okay? Their own family has Colin getting home at least after 12:45. And so at 12:10, they don't talk about, seeing Higgins at all. Higgins would have had his plow truck with his Jeep kind of like blocking the way for them to get in. I'm going to make this look a little nicer here, but this is just wild. This is wild. This is wild. When I look at my stuff and I enter in these times, this 12:10, I mean, that's exactly when the Alberts would have gotten back. So, hey, and there's clearly dialect that happens before that. And that's kind of what Lally was trying to get at with Colin Albert with the exhibit. It's like, you can come get me now. Like, so she's basically the running around bitch, I'm going to drop you off. He doesn't remember who else was in the vehicle that he got in. Allie McCabe never testified that she took him there. So Higgins, where was his vehicle? You know what I mean? Basically at 12:10, it was just like complete pandemonium over there, allegedly. And there's Julie Nagel just taking back Michelob Ultra, saying, "Hey, Mr. Albert, good to see you." And Higgins, remember? Higgins and Albert came in 5 minutes before everybody else. I mean, it's just wild. It's going to come down to, Yannetti just asked her everything about her Life 360 app. Crazy that she was driving around 12:30. Well, it started off at 12:06, 12:23, another trip at 12:26, 12:29, 12:31, 1:08 a.m., 1:28, 1:32. I mean, things can be off maybe a couple seconds, maybe I'll give you a minute, but you're going to sit here and tell me that Allie McCabe got home at 12:30-ish and her Life 360 says she got home at 1:32. I'm going to tell you to blow me. Okay. That's what I'm going to tell you to do. You guys, I'm a kid at Christmas. It's like Santa's coming tomorrow morning. We all have to get up early. We got to run downstairs. We got to turn our televisions on. And Alan Jackson is just about to put a beat down, right? Well, let's just see. But we're going to be back here at 9 a.m. Come back here. I'm going to put up the new thumbnail. Join us. Start the day off with one of the best, most anticipated cross-examinations of this case. Colin Albert faces Alan Jackson, just like how he did Uncle Brian, Daddy Big Bri. He's about to give Colin Albert that same little spanking. So Alan Jackson's doing the cross. Life 360, if you want to say that's off a couple minutes, off a couple seconds, there is no way that Allie McCabe got home at 1:32 and 20 seconds. Okay. And nobody wanted to talk about the fact when she woke up in the morning, she said, my parents were there. Her parents aren't there. Her parents are over at the Alberts house. her mom doesn't come back to her house until after 11:30. And then there were troopers there. So Yannetti, did you not hear any of that testimony? Like, why didn't you ask her any of those questions? She's lying. Allie McBeal is lying. So I don't think Yannetti did enough listening. There were so many things that you could have asked Allie McCry, and I would have been asking her, okay, you said when you woke up in the morning that you woke up and your parents were there. Well, what time did you get up? You know? Okay, 11. Okay, so did you see the troopers that were there too? Did you see your Uncle Brian in there too? Did you ever wonder why all these people were over here? So you were informed right then and there that with a trooper in the house. Oh, I was there. I went and picked up Colin Albert. Oh my God, I was there twice. Come on now, ma'am. But maybe they want to stay away from it because they're just waiting to like papow on, other people. They can recall her. They need to recall her. They need to recall a couple people. But that made no sense when she said, yeah, when I woke up in the morning, my parents were there. Well, what time did you wake up? Because your parents were at the Albert's house. Then when they did decide to go back to the house, which was at like 11:30 in the morning, then they brought the party back on over there. And there was, like I said, troopers and then Brian out. Like, what the heck? What's going on? So, So we'll see y'all a little bit later tonight. If you're joining me for some Idaho FBI cast, they got some new things to say about their little report they're about to pull. So again, thank you guys. I appreciate you guys. On your way out, thumbs it up, thumbs it down. You have an opinion, make yourself known. Free Karen Reed. This is absurd. This is crazy. And I hope a lot of people that were involved in this go down. Lally, this is prosecutorial misconduct. This is malicious prosecution. And I hope this is his last case. So we'll see you guys tomorrow morning. As far as the Karen Reed case, be safe.